The attacking fielders for Michael Hogan. Bowled 4 overs, 1 for 4. Hogan bowls, Slater turns on the leg side. No run. Matt Montgomery, who top scored on championship debut in the first innings. Joe Clark, Lyndon James, Steve Mullaney, Liam Patterson-White, Joey Everson, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson was the order that they arrived in the first innings. And here's Hogan again from the River Taff end. It's a bowl, no shot played by Slater this time. Shouldering arms through to Chris Cook. David Lloyd, the skipper, is at first slip as usual. Sam Northeast is at second. Colin Ingram down on the boundary. In front of us at third man. Andrew Salter at point as usual. Kieran Carlson doing his best to cover both the cover position and mid-off. As Hogan is in to bowl. Bit of bounce there. Glamorgan will be encouraged by that as it was outside off stump and allowed to go through. Eddie Byrom is at short leg. Billy Root at mid-wicket. Michael Nisa at mid-on. And James Harris at fine leg away to our left on that short 45-degree angle. Hogan then into bowl and run down to third man by Slater for the first run of the day. 20 for 1. Nottinghamshire. Nominal target 455 in 105 overs at 4.33 runs per over. In effect, though, it's more about survival of 96 overs or thereabouts. Glamorgan's over rate is +3 as Hogan comes over the wicket to bowl to Montgomery, who defends to mid-off, and there's no run. Steve Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain, said last night, a crucial first half hour against the new ball with two very good new ball bowlers in the form of Hogan and Nisa, whom we're about to see, presumably, from this Cathedral Road end. Some lovely vehicle reversing bleeps somewhere in the background. Thankfully, at the moment, no drilling of the deluxe toilet establishment being put in beneath us in the stand. The longest running toilet installation in Wales this year. We're told it'll be fixed by the end of the month and therefore in time for the One Day Cup and the 100 franchise stuff. Hopefully the One Day International, which is here, the T20 International here on the 28th. James Harris it is to start up from the Cathedral Road end rather than Nisa, and his first ball is played by Slater down to third man for a single. So Harris successful in the first innings with 4 for 65. Interesting to see him preferred to Michael Nisa for the opening overs this morning, but I'm sure that Nisa will be steaming in about half an hour or so. Dave Bracegirdle is back with us.
I am indeed, is. James Harris then to bowl to Matthew Montgomery, and he struck him on the pad, a confident shout, and that's a dreadful start to the day for Nottinghamshire, because Matthew Montgomery in his second first-class innings for Nottinghamshire has been dismissed. LBW for 3. A terrific start for James Harris. That's why Glamorgan turned to him, and the former Middlesex man has struck Montgomery. LBW might have kept a whisker low. It was round about leg or middle and leg. Seemed to be going on just to clip leg stump. 21 for 2 as Montgomery departs in the second over of the morning.
Fine breakthrough from Harris. It was a fairly routine delivery. Montgomery got squared up by it. He might have reviewed had that facility been available, I think, on the grounds that it possibly would have eluded leg stump, but The camera view we have is not quite wicket to wicket, so I can't give you a definitive opinion on it, but what they do know is that Montgomery has gone for 3 off 22 deliveries, and Nottinghamshire 21 for 2, just the start that they didn't want, and therefore justifying the decision to start up with Harris rather than Nisa this morning. So the two first innings successful bowlers, Hogan and Harris, with 4 wickets apiece, now have 5 apiece in the match.
Yeah, and Hamid and Montgomery, of course, between them got 150 runs. Nottinghamshire's 2 top scorers, both dismissed for just 4 between them in the second innings. Asib Hamid with scores of 70 and 1 in this game. Now Matt Montgomery 80 and 3. Here's Joe Clark on his way out to the middle, and Notts really need him to deliver today. He hasn't got 100 for Nottinghamshire this season, and I can't think of a better moment for him to come out and just reassert his status as one of the best uncapped players in the country. He's had a lean time of it though, and if he is going to attract the attention of the international selectors, really has got to start churning out the runs. I mentioned for Nottinghamshire's seconds yesterday, I know a time or two through the day Nick brought up the scorecard, but they did pull off a very fine victory against Worcestershire at Lady Bay by 6 wickets yesterday. They bowled Worcestershire out for 159 and easily chased down their target of 167 in 40 overs. Wickets for Jack Pearce, Zach Chappell and Jake Ball yesterday. Well done to Not Seconds. Thanks to Andy Eason for sending me some updates on that as well. 21 for 2. So what a start to the morning for James Harris. Joe Clark doing a little bit of shadow batting at the far end, the river end. There's always a nervous bundle of energy when he first comes out. You'll often see him leave his crease for the first ball, take a stride or two towards the batter, a bit like Kevin Peterson used to do. He's always looking to get away first ball if he can, and this time he's proved me wrong by staying at home and defending a ball of good length out onto the offside. 2 slips, a third man, so some protection down there. Glamorgan don't really need the boundary protection, but they have got a third man and a fine leg. A little bit strange when they've got so many runs to play with. They'd perhaps be wishing they'd taken another option if an edge does go at a catchable height through third or fourth slip. Harris past umpire Adnan, bowls, and again Clark solidly behind it, and it remains 21 for 2.
Yeah, I'd agree with you certainly about the third man. Maybe could well be in a gully or third slip position.
Steve says that was missing another set in his opinion. Says the umpiring was pretty poor on that occasion. I don't know. I think we said review, didn't we? May have been clipping leg. Don't know about missing another set. Might have been sliding down, but they make these judgments in good faith. This one wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. Very confident shout from James Harris. I just feared for Montgomery as soon as it hit his pads with the naked eye. The replay, the behind the bowler's arm replay, told a slightly different story. Might just have been slipping down, as I say. Final ball of the 11th over, 21 for 2. Harris bowls. Joe Clark on the back foot pushes it out as far as Kieran Carlson and Andrew Salter.
Not fighting it already, are they?
I think the ball had actually stopped, hadn't it? They were just deciding which one of them was going to be first to bend down and pick it up. End of a successful over for Harris. 1 over, 1 for 1. That single taken by Ben Slater, who's there on 17 knots, 21 for 2.
Yeah, those two, Carlson and Slater, and Salter, quite often fielding next to each other in the distribution of the Glamorgan field, and seen them race each other for boundary balls more than once. 21 for 2. Excellent start for Glamorgan as they press for their 5th win of the season, to go with the 2 defeats here against Middlesex, and when they were outplayed, and rather disappointingly at Durham, they never really looked like getting 190 in the 4th innings, match which Ben Stokes played in, and which Matty Potts impressed Ben Stokes so much he got him in the Test side. Hogan then will come around the wicket to the left-handed Slater, who defends to short leg, and there's no run.
At Worcester, South Africa won the toss, decided to bat against England Lions. They're just starting their 7 without loss. To report a couple of things, Ben Duckett is playing and he's keeping wicket. Tom Banton, who skippered the Lions the other day, scored some runs at the top of the order, not playing. The side being skippered by Tom Abel, his Somerset teammate. Eskenazi, Smead, Hayne, Duckett wicketkeeper, Abel, Hose, Benny Howell, Lintott, Payne, Cook and Scrimshaw is the Lions side.
As in comes Hogan, and that's defended by Slater. Scrimshaw, who's the latest recruit for franchise duties here. There was some surprise with that announcement, coinciding with the recruitment of Michael Hogan to franchise duties in Southampton.
He made his debut for Derbyshire last year, or certainly it was the first time we saw him playing against Notts, and he looked a little bit like Bambi on ice, or like a giraffe on ice. Big, tall giant. They call him Big George, don't they?
As this next delivery is pulled and has gone down to fine leg. Eddie Byrom at short leg was certainly ducking as Hogan dropped one in short, and Slater seized onto it, kept it under control and went through for a single.
But you know how in club cricket they always have the most improved player of the year? Well, Notts have played against Derbyshire in the Championship and 2 T20 games this year, and Scrimshaw's, he's come on 100% from 12 months, so most improved player that I've seen against Notts over the last 12 months.
Not someone I've seen in the flesh as yet, I don't think. As Hogan bowls and turned on the leg side by Clark, who'll get off the mark with one down to fine leg, 23 for 2.
If you've seen Stephen Finn, you've seen George Scrimshaw.
Ah, right, one of those.
Big, tall, you'd say lanky, but he's making the most of his physicality this season. He's returning some good figures. I think he got pretty decent figures when Derbyshire got walloped by Somerset the other night in the blast. His overs went cheaply, but he's making an impact.
Hogan in to bowl and through to the keeper. Slater prodding forward. And so I was just checking the Derbyshire game in case I had seen him, but he hadn't made an impression. But no, he wasn't involved in the squad when Derbyshire, when Glamorgan played Derbyshire in when was it? Beginning of May. Which was one of the better county matches we've seen, with both sides in with a chance of winning in the final session. As Hogan is in to bowl, shoulders, arms, this time Slater through to Chris Cook, 23 for 2. Hogan 1 for 7 off 6 overs.
So 3 gone this morning, 93 remain. It's going to be a long old day for Notts. Just keep chalking them off. But it might not be a long old day if they lose wickets at an alarming rate. That certainly wouldn't have been the plan or the hope, to lose Montgomery early on. Just maybe this will be Joe Clark's day. He's on strike. James Harris with ball in hand. Collar turned up. And then he sets off. A little bit of a breeze there. 1 or 2 players' shirts ruffling in the breeze. First delivery of this new over is just blocked away onto the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, James Harris, you feel, is bowling himself back into a groove. He was has been a little bit expensive at times this season, even though he's been among the wickets on a couple of occasions at Derby and here in the first innings.
A couple of matches finished yesterday, one in the first division, one in the second division, but the other 7 county championship matches all underway on time this morning, as the next delivery is pushed as far as Kieran Carlson on the offside. So games in Division 1 at the Ageas Bowl, at Canterbury, at Southport and at Scarborough in Division 2, at Chesterley Street and at Hove, as well as here. All the scores on the BBC Sport website. The live text page will update all the wickets and little pieces of information and stats that emerge from the day. 23 for 2. Next one is again blocked by Joe Clarke, who's certainly not come to the crease with his usual frenetic energy right at the start of an innings. Very often the old push and run has been a feature of his game. They used to call it the red ball run with Kevin Peterson, but Clarke hasn't looked to get down the track at all yet towards Harris, who turns now in for the 4th ball of the over. Pushed away nicely, and Clarke's away, and that will have felt very good indeed off the middle of the bat. Touches his bat down at the non-striker's end, but by then the ball had already crossed the ropes away to our left in front of the pavilion. That's a very nice shot and very nice way for Joe Clarke to get his innings up and running, or to move from 1 to 5 anyway with his first boundary. 27 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful cover drive. It's just the element that Harris needs to eliminate to keep the pressure up on the batsman. He's straying outside off stump a little too often still.
Here comes Harris in once more. 2 slips and a short leg. Bowls clipped away past short leg down to long leg. Flew down there on the 45 for a single. 28 for 2. Runs largely academic, but you have to play it as you would play a normal day, really. Just sort of forget about the scoreboard, but you can't just block, leave, otherwise it brings its own pressures, and the Glamorgan side would then bring in the fielders and whatever. You've got to take the runs, keep it turning over, just play it as you would play a normal day. Build your own innings, go along at your own normal tempo, try to knock the bowlers out of their equilibrium. With a right-hander and a left-hander there, they've got a chance of doing that if they can keep rotating the strike.
Here we go, this makes sense. Third man brought up to slip.
I didn't really see the point in it before, but certainly for the left-handed Slater they have brought the extra grabber up into third slip, and that's the end of the over as Slater shoulders arms, the widest of wide deliveries bowled by Harris to conclude the 13th over, the 4th of the morning, and Notsu began the day 19 for 1 and now 28 for 2.
Neil Thornycroft, who's a Glamorgan supporter on Twitter, says, "What a take, that LBW decision looked horrendous. Ball angling away from the leg stump. As Windsor Davis would say, how sad, what a pity, never mind." Well, yes. Although we have to say that one of the camera angles that is shown is not quite wicket to wicket. So we don't have the same perspective as Mr. Adnan out there in the middle, by any means. 28 for 2. Michael Hogan into his 3rd over of the day. 1 for 7 so far. Is in to bowl to Clarke, who leaves outside off stump. Through to Chris Cook.
Not often you get a Windsor Davis mention in before 20 past 11 on a Thursday morning. What is it? Why do you whisper green grass, wasn't it? Windsor Davis and Donna Stell.
Donna Stell, yeah.
Sing it, Lofty. Oh, sing it, lovely boy.
28 for 2. Would you be able to call him Lofty these days? As Hogan is in to bowl, driven by Clarke down the ground. Nisa is off, just to fetch it rather than in pursuit, really. It's a nice firm push from Joe Clarke back where it came from, and it reaches the ropes at the River Taff end through mid-on. Nisa was fairly wide and didn't have a hope. 32 for 2, Clark to 10.
423 required, he says in jest.
As Hogan with the 2 slips, there's a third man, as Dave said, maybe somewhat cautious, as Clark pushes that one to mid-on, and there is no run. Though, having said that, I spent most of the final day at Derby saying there won't be a run chase, there won't be a run chase, and then suddenly about 20 minutes after tea there was a run chase.
There won't be a run chase here 20 minutes after tea, I can assure you.
Yeah, there's 100 more needed in this case than Glamorgan are chasing 320-ish. Finished about a dozen short. Hogan to Clark again, defends, back down the wickets. Hogan flicks the ball with his boot to Nisa, lobs it to Carlson, polisher-in-chief of the Glamorgan side.
I mean, if it was 355, I'd be still very sceptical as to about whether it was wise, possible, or even remotely in their scope to go for it.
Hogan bowls, Clark leaves, through to Cook. Yeah, the Glamorgan chase of 332 at Worcester was over about a day and a half. I mean, they did it in a day, but they had a day and a half available to them.
I mean, yesterday I did think the declaration could well have come 10 overs earlier. Could certainly have come when North East got his 100 or when Root got out. But, you know, as the day panned out, getting that wicket of a Mead, you know, you just have to say David Lloyd, you know, things panned out for Glamorgan yesterday.
Hogan is in to bowl. Clark is forward defending to mid-wicket, no run. Eddie Byrom, whom I spoke to about this last night, said, well, Nottinghamshire were looking a bit dejected in the field and we wanted to make sure they were buried. So no chance of any long victory chase. Which is a point of view and a legitimate one.
Yeah.
I think if you don't bowl a side out in 105 overs, then that's probably enough in a fourth innings on most pitches to give you bowlers.
Yeah, and if conversely, if a side manages to keep their wickets intact over 105 overs, they probably deserve a draw. Yep. There's no doubt this game hinged on the 6th session between tea and the close on the second day, when Notts lost those 6 wickets for just 30 runs in 11 overs. Here's Harris in to bowl to Slater, and very inelegantly trying to cut that away on the offside. Kept a whisker low, but was in a little bit of an ungainly position. Goes down and has a bit of a prod at the surface.
They've now got 3 slips and the third man. Don't ask me.
Well, he sends Harris as looking to push it across Slater and try and tempt him into the sort of shot that we've just seen.
Not going to get a catch at third man.
No. Did die on Slater a little bit, the last one. That's a good delivery. Seemed to be a quicker one, an effort ball from James Harris. That rushed through past Ben Slater. In fact, it did just a little bit. Went on with the angle across the left-hander, through into the gloves of Cook, but maybe just nipped away a fraction as well. 32 for 2 it remains. Notts the next in action at Derby on Tuesday, back-to-back away games. And Glamorgan are also in the East Midlands, but your game doesn't start till Wednesday, is that right?
I don't know why.
Neither rhyme nor reason, I suppose. Similar delivery from Harris this time is once more left alone by the arms shouldering Benjamin Slater, the Chesterfield churner.
Yeah, Glamorgan is the only match in the round that is being staged a day later. Just looking at whether there's anything else scheduled for Leicester. I can't see anything.
32 for 2 as Harris stops for a split second at the end of his mark, steadies himself, bowls, and this time Slater has made contact and caresses it through the offside, and there's enough on that to go for 4. Lovely looking shot, 36 for 2. Those Wednesday starts, I think, are the worst of the lot, because that's your weekend ruined effectively, isn't it? You don't know if you're going to be available for this, that or the other on Saturday. Correct. Spectators don't know if there's going to be any weekend cricket to watch on the Saturday or not, or if it'll be a 3-dayer. I hate the Wednesday starts more than any other. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but in our line of work, do you want to go and watch a club game on a Saturday? Do you want to do some football on a Saturday or whatever? And depending on when it is, as Harris bowls, Slater again pushes through the offside. 4 more. Lost the fly to that, but Kieran Carlson trotting after it. Back-to-back boundaries, but 40 for 2. I'm sure you'll enjoy your visit nonetheless.
Yes, no problems with Leicestershire as a venue, but as you say, it is a touch aggravating that we're not starting on Tuesday in common with everyone else. So no doubt I shall find out the reason and report it back to you on Wednesday.
There won't be one. There won't be one. It's just an idiosyncrasy of the fixture planners.
Perhaps there's a concert at the ground or something bizarre. 40
for 2. Slater now on to 26. Next delivery. Oh, that one kept low. It's a good job for Ben Slater. It was 8 inches outside the off stump, but that didn't get up at all. And that'll be a worry for Notts today. 40 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it was probably below knee roll height. As Dave Bracegirdle will be replaced by David Pritchard for the next half hour. And I'll come back to replace me after noon. 40 for 2. Slater 26, Clark 10. The man to go this morning, Montgomery, given leg before to James Harris for 3. As Hogan turns in towards us to bowl to Clark, who nibbles at that one, as you might have gathered from the oohs and ahs among the spectators, played at it and possibly didn't need to, but it was, if he was going to play at it, it needed to have gone a little bit harder. Morning, David.
Morning, Nick. Morning, everybody. Yeah, another fine day for it, and an excellent start for Glamorgan in search of what would be a huge victory in their search for promotion in Division 2.
As Hogan is in to bowl and Clark defends to mid-off, no run. Yes, they'll be within a point or two of Middlesex, even with the draw points, since Middlesex have lost in this round. But victory today would take Glamorgan into second place behind Nottinghamshire, who I think have probably got enough in the bag to be reasonably confident of going up. Hogan in, and Clark pushes that one off the back foot into the offside, fielded by Salter, no run.
Yeah, it's been an exciting tussle at the top, hasn't it, so far this season? I think Nottinghamshire, Middlesex would have been many people's pre-season favourites for promotion, given the strength of their respective squads, but Glamorgan have competed well. Worcestershire as well, with experience of being in Division 1 recently.
We have to point out that Nottinghamshire are without 3 regulars for this match. As Hogan bowls, driven on the leg side by Clark. He'll pick up a couple of runs as Root pursues towards the pavilion. Picks up 3/4 of the way back at mid wicket, comfortably through for 2. 42 for 2.
Yeah, we mentioned the England Lions earlier, didn't we? And Ben Duckett is playing there, and he's been one of Nottinghamshire's star performers this season, averaging almost a touch over 60 before this game.
With Tom Moore's unwell and James Patterson awaiting family arrival. That's through outside off stump. Clark playing no shot. and didn't get up particularly. So our best wishes, of course, to James Patterson with that new arrival to the family. That's haven't heard whether it's happened or not, but lovely time for him anyway. 42 for 2. Slater 26. Clark with a couple of boundaries on to 10. Hogan in to bowl. Clark defends to Salter at gully. And another over ticks by. 89 remain for Nottinghamshire to survive here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, promising start here from Glamorgan with that early wicket. And James Harris was moving the ball away from the left-handed Slater dangerously in his previous over. Glamorgan have enough runs to play with, so they won't mind the consecutive boundaries in that over. Still with a lead of 412. Looks little more than a notional target at the moment. And it will be Harris to continue from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket to Slater. Harris is in. Ball on a length which Slater defends.
Well, Glamorgan's opponents of next week, Leicestershire, are certainly in the runs as their game against Sussex heads for a less than thrilling draw. Leicestershire are 581 for 4, that's still 7 runs behind. Colin Ackerman is 189 not out, and Vian Mulder is 159 not out. Earlier, Louis Kimber hit 104 and Rishi Patel 99.
Harris bowls to Slater, a short ball which Slater just didn't really have to duck out of the way, it just sailed past his left shoulder.
It's just a little bit of life available in the pitch if the bowlers really do bang it in, but it's keeping low rather than getting up that's likely to cause the problems.
Yeah, and Harris seems to be in good rhythm at the moment, getting some good carry out of the pitch, apart from those that keep a little low, as he begins his run up once more and is in to Slater, who leaves that ball alone outside the off stump.
The other game ongoing in Division 2 is at Chester Street, where it doesn't look like Derbyshire are in any mood for a declaration. They're 375 for 7 in their second innings. That is a lead of 362 runs after Durham had a marginal advantage on first innings, but that game looks as though it might be moving towards a draw.
Harris is in. Slater defends onto the offside.
Division 1, the game at Southampton. It looks as though it's moving towards a Hampshire victory. A bit of Warwickshire resistance, but they're 242 for 9 in their second innings. They are just 89 runs ahead.
As Harris makes his way back to the top of his run-up, as the clouds start to disappear under blue skies, and Harris is in, and the ball slightly gets up on Slater, but he manages to fend it down to third man for a single, playing it with soft hands.
At Southport, Somerset have to bat out the day for a draw. They are 16 for 0 in their second innings, having been 174 behind on first innings. Lancashire 624 for 9 declared. Keaton Jennings 318 of those runs.
Here's the final ball of Harris's fourth over of the innings. He's in, and Clark defends. So at the end of the 17th over, Nottinghamshire are 43 for 2, still trailing Glamorgan by 411 runs.
And at Scarborough, the teams were more or less equal on first innings there. 521 for Yorkshire, 515 for Surrey. Jamie Overton has now taken a third wicket. In the Yorkshire second innings, there's 79 for 3, so just 85 runs ahead. Again, you'd have to say that a draw is the probable outcome there, but Surrey might just fancy their chances if they get some more wickets in this session. 43 for 2. Target 455. More realistic target. 88 overs to survive with 8 wickets in hand. Breaking it down into short periods was the message from Stephen Mullaney, his chat last night, as that's driven by Slater, rather dragged round from outside off stump to mid-on as he rehearses the shot. It was meant to go sizzling past Carlson at mid-off, but it was dragged to Nisa at mid-on. 43 for 2. Let's say the weather probably more conducive to long spells of watching today. It's a little bit cooler, but still very pleasant. Probably better for the players as well, and for the bowlers like Hogan, who will have plenty of work to do as Hogan bowls outside off stump. Slater allows it to go through to Cook. Still Glamorgan persisting with the short leg, which is good to see. Still they have a third man, which is rather more conservative, cautious, as Ingram might be deployed at third slip. 43 for 2. Oh, will anything carry? Short ball from Hogan, outside off stump. Slater ducks underneath it, or sways underneath it, managing to keep the bat right down near the ground, so there is no chance of hitting it accidentally with a periscope.
Yeah, Hogan's got some purchase out of this pitch. Got some decent bounce from it last night as well. His height of 6'5" or thereabouts, he's always liable to do that, as that is outside the edge of Slater's defensive push. I think that was a genuine play and miss. It was, as we see the replay on the video screens. Yeah, lovely bit of seam movement off the pitch there from Hogan. Subtle, but enough just to leave Slater's outside edge. Could have done with being even more subtle. Just a fraction too much deviation, so 4-dot balls won't worry Ben Slater at all. Runs are almost irrelevant today, you would have thought, as Hogan comes round the wicket and bowls, and Slater defends. Hogan will be just looking to make these batters play as often as possible. Yeah, he did that very well against Hasib Hamid last night. Just that probing line on and around off stump, angling it in, and that eventually brought its reward in the shape of the wicket, where it just nipped off a good length and clipped the top of off. Hogan to Slater, no shot required, outside off stump, through to Cook. 43 for 2. Slater has 27. Clark 12. The men out in the innings. Habib last night bowled by Hogan for 1. Montgomery this morning given leg before to Harris for 3. 87 overs left.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Michael Nisa.
Yeah, as you'll hear from the announcer there, Michael Nisa is coming back for a second spell of this innings. He bowled yesterday evening, a very tidy spell with the new ball, as ever, like his compatriot Hogan, a probing line in length, and he'll replace James Harris at the Cathedral Road end.
Ben Duckett is on the scorecard, the Nottinghamshire man keeping wicket today, so he's got a catch to dismiss Milan, the South African opener. The South Africans 56 for 1 in the 11th over against England Lions, that match at New Road, Worcester. Sam Cook was the successful bowler.
Yeah, prolific again this season, Sam Cook in the county championship. Here comes Nisa, bustling run up, full ball to start with, which Clark works to the onside for a single, which is well stopped by James Harris. Nisa pitching it up early, giving this still newish ball every chance to move in the air. Back to 3 slips now for the left-handed Slater. Nisa, like Harris, will come over the wicket. And here comes Nisa, arms pumping. Ball just short of a length and keeps low on its way through to the wicketkeeper, Chris Cook.
Yeah, the ball really didn't seem to match the effort that was being put into it by Michael Nisa in the first over of his spell, charging in, and the ball just back of a length, just dribbled through to Chris Cook, really.
Yeah, the bounce has been inconsistent so far this morning. Some really flying through with good carry, others just dying from the pitch as Nisa bowls again on a length and Slater leaves it alone outside the off stump.
I suppose to put things in context, you can't really complain as a batter about the pitch when Glamorgan was just knocked up 400 for 5 in their second innings yesterday on day 3. It's just been one or two that have gone through about knee high and maybe been a factor in a couple of LBW decisions during the course of the match, but overall good contest between bat and ball. 218 plays 318 plays 285 on first knock.
Nisa is it, and Slater defends. Absolutely, we've seen well over 1,000 runs in this match, and yeah, batting yesterday was made to look pretty easy by Eddie Byrom and Sam Northeast in particular. No real demons in the pitch, but just enough to keep the batters honest and the bowlers interested. And I suppose you'd want a little uneven bounce occasionally on the 4th day, wouldn't you? It'd be unusual for it not to. No, a good cricket wicket as Nisa begins his run up from the Cathedral Road end. He's in, and Slater again leaves that outside the off stump.
Yeah, they've been reasonable scores in all the first class matches here, apart from Glamorgan against Middlesex, where Glamorgan performed rather poorly, bowled out for 122 and 132, but in that match Middlesex managed 336, so showed what could be done. Glamorgan succumbing to Afridi and Roland Jones, a potent attack.
And here's Nisa, fuller ball, which again Slater leaves outside off stump. Yes, that was a particularly strong Middlesex bowling attack, wasn't it? Afridi and Roland Jones backed up by Helm and Anderson and others.
Yeah, Glamorgan have often struggled against Roland Jones with his extra height. Formidable operator. Steve Finn, of course, now no longer operating alongside him, having gone down the road, down the M23 to join Sussex. Andrew Salter then into the attack, capped during this game. Can he show something in the wickets column as a capped player? 15 overs, 0 for 44 in the first innings, just doing a holding job really. But today there'll be a little bit more expectation that he'll contribute to Glamorgan's victory efforts.
Yeah, it looks like there's just a little bit of rough maybe around Clark's leg stump. That might be a more productive area when Salter's able to bowl at the left-handed Slater.
Yes, he should enjoy that a bit more. Now, close fielders are Lloyd at slip and Byrom who's just adjusting his shin pads. Fairly substantial ones these days. Tend to cover the knee as well in the style of wicket-keeping pads. Gets his helmet on. And Salter is ready. Clark is ready. And the first ball is clipped into the leg side. It wasn't entirely under control, but it was safe enough between a couple of fielders, and they've gone through for a single. And as David mentioned, Salter may well prefer bowling to the left-hander. Movement away from the bat of the off-spinner. Always coming round the wicket, so he's more just straightening the ball, maybe. Now, can Salter produce a chance to disturb the equilibrium of this third wicket pair? Look to be settling in reasonably well. It's driven by Slater through the covers. Single taken. So, a couple of singles just to disturb any rhythm that Salter might be hoping to build up with right and left hand batsmen. Clark decides he's not quite ready. Salter starts again. He's into bowl, driven on the leg side, and dive by Carlson, but doesn't get to the ball, and it is yet another single. So comfortable so far in this over. Just a gentle hum of potential anticipation from this small crowd here in Cardiff on the fourth day, as no shot played there by Slater. Safe enough. Through it goes to Chris Cook. Decided fairly late not to play it. As Salter bowls and Slater defends on the offside to Carlson, no run.
Yeah, that fourth ball just seemed to straighten a little. It was a good leave by Slater, but Glamorgan's fielders interested.
The anagrammatic battle. Salter to Slater, defends on the offside. No run, 3 dot balls to end the over. 47 for 2 Nottinghamshire, with 85 overs left for them to survive.
I like that anagrammatic battle.
If anyone can think of any others in county cricket, do let us know. Nick Webb 2017, Dav Pritchard and Brace Cricket are our Twitter handles. And Warwickshire are all out against Hampshire. Hampshire will need 91 to win the game. You'd think that would be fairly plain sailing.
Nisa is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. 2 slips as Joe Clark takes guard. Nisa is in and Clark plays that for no run to mid-wicket.
Nisa with 33 wickets so far this season in the Championship. Already signed up for next season. Morgan will be desperately hoping that he doesn't get called up for the Ashes, and that they get most of a season out of him before he goes back to Queensland.
And here he comes, bowling to Clark, who defends. Yeah, Glamorgan will be as glad as anyone that Australia have such an embarrassment of riches when it comes to pace bowlers. Yeah, he proved himself more than capable of operating that level, didn't he, in the Ashes down under?
A couple of wickets and a few runs, but just the one match he played in, which is one more than most of us. No shame at all in being a one-test wonder.
Especially when you've got the likes of Cummins and Hazelwood and Stark ahead of you, as Nisa comes in to Clark, who defends, perhaps with a leading edge there, as the ball dribbles through onto the leg side. No run.
Yeah, a lot of competition, but suppose Michael Hogan must count as unlucky never to have worn the baggy green, having been the leading Australian domestic wicket taker over a 5-year period. It's probably just the fact that he didn't start until the age of 28, but no one took more wickets than him in the next 5 years in Sheffield Shield.
There's Nisa, a full ball which Clark drives to mid-on, where Harris fields for no run. That
before Hogan decided to concentrate exclusively on prolonging his career on this side of the world, which will be coming to an end come the end of September.
I know we say it frequently, but you watch him bowl like he has done in this match, and he has done for all this season, you just think, one more year. As Nisa is in to Clark, who defends stoutly.
Yeah, I mean, from talking to him, I think he's feeling the cost of his efforts on the pitch on his off days a bit more than previously, but I think it's overall a family decision. That they move back to Australia as a family.
Nisa is in. Clark defends once more,
which makes it all the more important for James Harris to rediscover that sort of level of wicket-taking consistency. I don't think Harris is ever going to be the sort of bowler who dries up the runs quite as much as Hogan can do, but certainly Glamorgan will be looking for productive years from Harris to come. Of course, Tim van der Hoogten is not in the side at the moment, and he's another of their strike bowlers, but there have to be concerns about the lack of younger pacemen coming through, with no sign of Lucas Carey in any squads at the moment, and Rory Smith having been plagued with injury this season and not made a first team appearance and barely bowled for the seconds. Salter then to bowl his second over from the River Taff end, and first ball is driven by Slater, square of the wicket on the offside. Harris fields at point and they go through for a single, which makes it all the more galling that Roman Walker's departure happened last season to Leicestershire in search of more regular first team games. Young bowler from Wrexham, who I thought would become a Glamorgan regular, as down the wicket comes Clark and flicks it through the onside for a single. 49 for 2.
Yeah, and he's not played as regularly as he might have liked in Leicestershire either.
Made a few headlines by getting 5 Indian wickets in a non-first class match, but since that wasn't 11-a-side, it won't go on his official records. Salter bowls, Slater stretches forward, defends.
Yeah, shame, as he had some pretty notable scalps in there.
Indeed, they were good top order wickets. 49 for 2. Salter to Slater. Next delivery driven on the offside. Just wonder whether it might be worth pushing in a silly point just to get in Slater's eye line and get a bit more threat around the bat. Glamorgan can afford to do so at the moment. Probably afford to do so all day. Salter in, Slater drives gently out through the covers. They amble through for a single, and the 50 is up for the visitors. To absolutely no reaction at all. The crowd not exactly on the edge of their seats at this point.
Yeah, as you say, it does feel that Glamorgan could be a touch more aggressive with this field, considering that 404 runs they've got to play with.
Just Lloyd himself, and slip. Byrom at short leg. Clark drives pleasantly down the ground, but fielded by Hogan, who hurls the ball into Chris Cook. It's the end of Salter's over. Again, 3 singles taken off it like the first over, and Nottinghamshire are 50 for 2. 455 is their theoretical target. 83 overs to remain. To defend with 8 wickets in hand is more realistic.
Yeah, it does feel like Glamorgan have made a steady start, but as you suggest there in that Salter over, perhaps a little too easy for Nottinghamshire just to play the odd single. 3 in each of his first 2 overs. Probably is scope for maybe one more close catcher, because neither Clark nor Slater look like they're going to try and hit any of these Glamorgan bowlers out of the attack.
There's a rain delay in Scarborough, good heavens.
Nisa is in, just back of a length, and Slater defends.
Be nice for Glamorgan to get a game there. I've played there for a few years. Ian Holmes, thank you. Talking about anagrams, not quite the same as Salter and Slater, but Brian Brain, the former Worcestershire seam bowler. Surname, anagram of his Christian name. Thank you, Ian.
Here comes Nisa, full ball which Slater leaves.
And he reports temperatures of 48 degrees. I think he's in France at the moment. Yes, he's in France at the moment. Scorchio, he says. Brian Brain, magnificent name. I think in 70s or 80s.
Nisa charges in from the Cathedral Road end, and again angling across Slater, who shoulders arms.
Just looking up Mr. Brain. Earlier than I thought. First class debut 1959. He had a long career, which is why I've heard of them.
A couple of years before Michael Hogan started. Nisa changing the angle of attack. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Slater, who plays and misses and looks at the pitch with a quizzical expression. It did seem to just leave him. Didn't keep that low, although it died after passing the wicket.
Yeah, that caused him a few bits of anguish. So Brian Brain made a first-class debut in 1959. He played his last official minor List A game for minor counties in 1982. That's a decent length career, isn't it?
Absolutely. Nisa around the wicket again to Slater, who defends this time and angles the ball down to third man for a single.
A highlight of his later years is said to be taking 6 for 68 against Glamorgan in May 1980.
Does seem like a lot of personal bests and records come against Glamorgan. I used to wonder this as a child, flicking through Wisden.
Yeah, well, before your time, but yes, the late 70s and large chunks of the 80s were not a glorious time for Glamorgan cricket. After the 77 Gillette Cup final appearance, that was about it, really, in the way of excitement and challenging for honours until the 90s.
Nisa is into Clark, who defends on the back foot. And that's the end of the 23rd over. Nottinghamshire 51 for 2, trailing Glamorgan by 403 runs.
And Brian Brain appears to be still with us, aged 81. 51 for 2. 1 wicket in the first hour for Glamorgan. So if Nottinghamshire can keep up that rate, losing 1 wicket per hour, they will be all right. albeit maybe somewhat nervous. As Steve Mullaney put it, they've got to take 1 wicket every however many overs it was, and if we survive extra, then that comes down. Well, they'll be ticked off the first hour anyway, with only 1 wicket lost, that of Matt Montgomery, given leg before to James Harris for 3. Salter may well be bowling for most of the next hour from the River Taff end. 4 saving the single now on the offside. The easy singles have been plugged slightly. Salter bowls, Slater stretches forward. Slip and short leg are still the attacking positions, so the 1 man out is at square leg for the miss-hit pull shot, should that happen. Left-handed Ben Slater on strike and driving straight to cover, no run. But I think it's a positive move from David Lloyd to bring James Harris in that additional cover position, so they can't rotate the strike quite as easily maybe, as Slater plays no shot, allows that one to go through to Chris Cook, no run.
Yes, that does seem like a positive move, doesn't it? Just to crank up the pressure that little more.
Keep the same man on strike. Salter to Slater, defending on the offside. Kieran Carlson attempts some football skills and fails. I think he was a rugby fly half at school, Kieran Carlson. Next delivery is allowed to go through with a little bit of turn away from the stumps for the left-handed Slater. Can Salter induce a misjudgment, just fire one straight through maybe? As back on his stumps goes Slater, defends. Maiden over from Andrew Salter. Overs remaining, down to 81 now on the scoreboard, an hour into today's play.
Yeah, through a combination of Salter appearing to find his length and Harris being brought in, did just close off that kind of release shot that Slater and Clark had of just easing it through the offside for a single and rotating the strike. So smart move by Lloyd as Glamorgan looked to apply pressure on this final afternoon. Nisa will continue from the Cathedral Road end. 2 slips, short leg, man on the drive on the leg side. He's into Clark, who picks out that man on the drive. Cries of anguish from Nisa. As he rather daintily flicks a bit of dust away from the footholes at the non-striker's end.
As he does after virtually every ball he bowls. Those bits of dust must get a real disturbing.
Here is Nisa into Clark, who edges that one down to third man, and that will run away for 4. Clark playing it with soft hands, no danger to that stroke. He moves on to 20. Nottinghamshire 55 for 2.
Yes, I think Glamorgan will be encouraged by the edge rather than worried about the 4 runs given away there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no need for a third man that they had earlier, with still a lead of 399 runs.
And with Dave Bracegirdle back with us in the box, it's time for him to take over the anagrammatic duel at the River Taff end.
Nisa is in to Clark, a fuller ball, which he defends back to the bowler for no run. And then again, Nisa flicks away that dirt near his point of landing. Still with 2 slips, short leg, and a close infield as Nisa comes charging in to Slater, who works that off his legs, and that will be a second boundary of the over for Clark, who's now on to 24. Nottinghamshire 59 for 2 as we welcome back Dave.
Yes, thank you. Just said Joe Clark had become becalmed a little bit on my Radio Nottingham report, and lo and behold, a couple of boundaries immediately follow. 59 for 2. Doesn't look so many now, does it? Now it's under 400.
Here comes Nisa. Another full ball which Clark drives, but for no run, with Carlson doing the fielding.
You know, it is all about survival. If they could get to lunch just the 1 wicket down, they'd be absolutely delighted. Just gives them a little bit of leeway going into the afternoon session, but they've got to be watchful and resolute all day, and they really do need at least 2 large scores. Something that's been happening, I don't know if you've noticed the Sussex-Leicestershire scorecard. That is another astonishing one.
Nisa is in. Full ball, wide of off stump, which Clark reaches for, but no run.
I don't know if Nick's mentioned it recently, but crikey, a double 100, 200s and a 99. Don't very often get that if you are a Leicestershire supporter. End of the over here. Where were you 3 years ago today?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what was happening.
It's the day that England and Wales, given their full name, won the ICC Cricket World Cup. It was that final at Lords against New Zealand.
I'd have been watching that then on tenterhooks. It was a thrilling day.
Was at Trent Bridge. It must have been, I don't know, 2nd or 3rd day of Nottinghamshire versus Surrey with Mark Church, the BBC London commentator who covers the Surrey games, and when it had finished, we headed round to the Larwood and Vos, and there were about 5 overs left in normal time. So we experienced all the drama of the tie and the super overs in there as Salter bowls from the River End, and this is pushed into the offside. Quite a dramatic day, of course. That was 3 years ago today, July the 14th, 2019. England, I think, playing an ODI this afternoon as well, aren't they, against India. Next one is blocked by Slater. Don't know if you've been talking about anagrams. I presume Slater Salter might have brought an anagram about, because Sam Marshall had come back and said Worrell of Surrey and Lawler of Glamorgan. Have you got a Lawler here?
We did, yeah.
59 for 2. Next ball pushed away into the offside. But thanks for that, Sam, anyway. It wasn't me talking about anagrams, but
yes.
Anyhow.
Nick dubbed this the anagrammatical battle, which is a mouthful.
59 for 2. Next delivery on its way to Slater, who defends this one back to the bowler. Lovely sunny conditions. Fair to say it is a day 4 pitch, and there is a little bit to keep the bowlers interested. A little bit of variable bounce for the quicks, and just a little bit of gentle turn for Slater. For Salter, who tosses this up to Slater, drives into the offside, gets a single. 60 for 2. The deficit 394 runs, but that really is just up there as a reminder of how much work Notts have got to do. Good day yesterday for Glamorgan with the bat, Byrom with 144, and Sam North East an unbeaten century, his first for Glamorgan. Joe Clark on strike and gets himself down to the other end immediately by playing it onto the leg side for a single. 61 for 2. Clark on to 25, Slater has 32. 26 overs have gone in the innings, so that means we've had 17 this morning And Notts have moved from 19 for 1 to 61 for 2.
Yeah, they've gone well so far, Slater and Clark, haven't they? Slater had to watch a couple of dangerous deliveries from Harris, and Hogan passes outside edge, but overall it's been watchful, patient batting from both.
Catch this morning for Nottinghamshire's Ben Duckett on Lions duty. South Africa 96 for 2 after 18 overs. That a 50 over a side game at New Road. Ben Duckett keeping wicket for England Lions in that one.
Michael Nisa will continue from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket to Clark, who defends that onto the offside. No run. Yeah, we saw yesterday, didn't we? The older the ball got, the softer it got, the less purchase the bowlers were able to get out of it, and the easier it was to bat. So Nottinghamshire will have that in mind, I'm sure. But in the meantime, Nisa will continue to toil away. The powerful Australian is in to Clark, who defends that on a length. As Carlson gets to work shining that ball, trying to keep it as potent a weapon as they can in this 27th over.
Bizarrely, Glamorgan have only ever defeated Notts once on this ground. That was in 1995. Does seem a little strange. They've only had 11 previous meetings here.
As Nisa is into Clark, who drives it onto the onside, and Harris fields at mid-on.
Notts have won 4 of the fixtures: 1970, 86, 91 and 2005, and been 6 draws, including, of course, the last one in 2017. They've not met that much. Most of these fixtures over the years have been played at St Helens in Swansea. 23 times they've met there. 12 times at Cardiff Arms Park. As I say, 11 times here. 4 times at Ebbw Vale. 3 times at Colwyn Bay. Twice at Stradey Park, Llanelli.
Nisa is in, and Clark plays that to mid-wicket for no run.
Once at Pontypridd. Pried. And once at Rodney Parade, Newport. So this fixture has been shared around Wales over the years, but a little bizarre how few meetings there have been here, and even more bizarre that if Glamorgan won today, it would only be their second victory against Notts on this ground ever.
Yeah, good tour that of a few of the rugby grounds of South Wales. As Nisa bustles in, full ball, which Clark drives well, and that will be an excellent boundary through mid-off for Joe Clark, who moves on to 29, and Nottinghamshire to 65 for 2.
Very elegant straight drive. Lovely shot from Clark. So tell me, the meetings at Cardiff Arms Park, I mean, coming in the morning from our city centre hotel, past the Millennium Stadium, the Principality Stadium as it is now, you see the Cardiff Arms Park floodlights. Was that where the old cricket ground was?
Yeah, they used to have a bowls club there. Cardiff Athletic Club is what it was called back in the day, and that's still the name of the body that actually owns the Arms Park. So its tenants include Cardiff Rugby now.
It just doesn't look big enough to have a cricket ground in it.
Nisa is in, and Clark defends. No, I'm sure the landscape was a different one back then. But yeah, the old-fashioned athletic or sports club that you don't see as much in this day and age, apart from perhaps when you're in Spain and Italy and other clubs where you have Barcelona basketball and that kind of thing.
End of the over, 65 for 2, but it's quite an odd one, that really. The number of different grounds that have staged this fixture. As I say, Notts have won 8 times in Cardiff, 4 at the Arms Park, 4 here. But they've only lost once on this ground. Might be 2 by the end of the day today. We'll have to see. It's going to be Salter to Slater when eventually they do get going again.
And Glamorgan will be moving around for the One Day Cup next month as well. 2 matches in Neath.
Sure what the hold-up is here. Not like Joe Clark having difficulties with his back grip, but not certain that's something he can sort out. Just standing in the middle of the strip. 65 for 2. Of course, it's not time wasting. We're going to get the 96 overs in, folks, so don't worry about that. This one's eased into the offside, and there's no run. There's only been one, just while I'm going through all the nuts and bolts of previous fixtures, only been one hat-trick in the fixtures between Notts and Glamorgan, and that was Nottinghamshire's Harold Larwood at Trent Bridge in 1931. Got 8 for 54 then, including that hat-trick, as Slater pushes Salter out to point. No run. Bowler just steadies himself and comes in past umpire Newell. Nicely flighted delivery, which Salter defends. Highest Nottinghamshire score is 242 by Walter Keaton at Trent Bridge, and the highest Glamorgan score against Notts, the evergreen Steve James, 259 not out at Colwyn Bay in 1999. Next delivery tossed up there and driven through the offside elegantly by Ben Slater for 4. Lovely looking shot. Have I gone early? Have I gone early here? What was that 4? No, it is 4. I was right all along. Crikey, that was touch and go, wasn't it, in the end? Very nearly overhauled by the fielder out there. Who's that chasing after it, giving of his all?
I think it was Harris.
69 for 2. A very good chase indeed. It was. See on the replay there. James Harris. Ball just gave him a chance, didn't it? Just started to pull up, but touched the rope as he got to it. Next one is just popped down in front of short leg, and Slater remains on 36, not 69 for 2, so they've added 50 runs this morning for the loss of Matt Montgomery. Next one also just defended, this time on the offside. There's only one player scored 100 in both innings in this fixture. That was Nottinghamshire's Chris Broad, 1989 match on this ground. Got 132 and 113. What else have we got? Somebody who played for both and created history at the same time. Born in Kirkby in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire. Here comes the not skipper, I beg your pardon, the Glamorgan skipper, David Lloyd, trying to replicate what Stephen Mullaney did yesterday, I guess. Just far gentler medium pace than the quicks, but Mullaney did a good job yesterday. No reason that Lloyd shouldn't. Sam Lowe was born in Kirkby and Ashfield, Notts, 1867. He only played once for Nottinghamshire, but then went on to create a little piece of Glamorgan history. His Nottinghamshire game was against Lancashire at Old Trafford. He scored 8 and 0. But then he joined Cardiff as their club professional, found his way into the Glamorgan side that played in the Minor Counties Championship, and their first ever victory was against Cornwall, when he also became the first Glamorgan player to register a first-class hat-trick. Sam Lowe played one game for Notts and played for Glamorgan as well.
A bit of history.
Well, that's it. You can't say I've not done some homework. I wasn't saying it was interesting, but there we are.
Here comes Lloyd, his first over from the Cathedral Road end. He forces Clark onto the back foot, and he's driving through the covers, and there'll be a couple of runs here for the Nottinghamshire batter.
I've got one here for you. 1993. Let's go back a pace. There's a trophy, and it's still awarded, the Walter Lawrence Trophy, for the fastest 100 of the season. It always used to be for first-class cricket, and I think it should still be the fastest in first-class cricket, but it's not. You can now get it for a quick 100 in the blast or white ball cricket or whatever, but the fastest 100 of the season, the Walter Lawrence Trophy.
Lloyd is in. Full ball, which Clark drives, the man on the drive.
In 1993, it was shared between Glamorgan's Matthew Maynard and Nottinghamshire's Paul Johnson Both got 73 ball centuries that season, and Johnson's actually came against Glamorgan at St Helens.
For any of you going to a pub quiz tonight, good ammo.
It could be one of those days. Perhaps I've gone early with the stats.
Lloyd is in. Full ball, which Clark smothers.
And if you like that sort of stuff. 1927, Notts began their second innings against Glamorgan, knowing a draw would be enough to secure the county championship. They'd won 12 matches already against a Glamorgan side that hadn't won throughout the year. Notts were very confident of returning home in celebration and had even prepared a civic reception.
As Lloyd is in and Clark works that off his hips for a single.
You know what's happening here, don't you? You know what's happening here. Little did they realise when they advanced to 23 for 2 at the close, they would be bustled out for just 61 on the final morning to lose by an innings to Glamorgan, who obviously got their first win of the summer, and it meant Lancashire pipped Notts to the county championship title by 2 points. 1927, Nottinghamshire counting their chickens before they were hatched. I like that line. They'd even prepared a civic reception. 72 for 2. So that would have been at Cardiff Arms Park then in 1927, I guess.
Good year for Welsh sport, that. Cardiff City winning the FA Cup for the only time.
They beat Arsenal.
Yeah, Lloyd is in. Clark drives. The ball is well fielded by Byrom in the covers.
Very depressing this morning because I hear the Notts lot talking about their fantasy football Premier League sides. Good grief. We've only just finished. They're sorting out fantasy leagues for the new season.
Impressive. 3 weeks in advance.
Either that or Love Island they were talking about.
Lloyd is in and Slater defends.
I have no idea.
That's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 72 for 2. 3 runs off Lloyd's first over.
Well, Mick Neal looked at me as they're talking about Love Island. He just, no.
Oh, I can talk about fantasy sport, but yeah, Love Island is beyond me.
The only fantasy, and I love my football and my cricket, but the only fantasy teams I sort of bother with and you know, compete with friends in leagues is American football. And do you follow American football?
Very loosely.
What I like about that is the fact it is regulated in that through the week you can get a fitness report on each and every single player and their status as to Sunday's game. Definitely out, definitely playing, or 50-50 game time decision or whatever. As a new over starts with Salter bowling to Clark and he defends. You know, as I see it with football matches, you just don't know, do you? You don't know why players aren't playing all of a sudden. You know, until the team's announced an hour before kick-off, you've no idea in most instances. This is pushed to mid-off, and for fantasy people, that's no good at all, is it?
Well, there's a smallish cricket website which has started up a county championship fantasy game in the last couple of years, and a group of friends and I and some of the Glamorgan staff here have signed up. 72 for 2. Next ball is tossed up there by Slater. Joe Clark again just resisting the temptation to smash it into the river and instead just plays it down at his feet. But yeah, no such regulation like the big beast that is the NFL. Clark closing in on Slater. He does come down the track this time and he's hit it very crisply but straight to Hogan at mid-on, and there's no run. He remains on 32, Slater 36. Simon Harmer in every team, as you can imagine. Next delivery on its way, and Clark happy to defend this time. 72 for 2 it remains. Yes, Simon Harmer fans would have copped a few points yesterday. Next delivery sees Clark come down the track. Would have been, well, it'd almost have been run out rather than stumped had he missed it. He was that far down, but he didn't. End of the over, 72 for 2. David Battersby says, reference the fastest century of 1993. Dave has mentioned here my article on Welsh cricket. You've sent me a link. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. I'll have a look at it later.
I'll retweet it there if anybody wants to have a little nose at that. Now, it's always a precarious occupation, Daff, isn't it, when you send links and you're on commentary and either they don't open or you take forever or whatever, or you're getting links from all sorts of spurious people. Not that David fits that category. I know where that's originated from. Thank you, David. I'll have a little look later. But yeah, people have a look at this link, Dave. And, no.
Yeah, some Twitter users more trustworthy than others.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's the Twitter equivalent of have you got PPI, I think.
David Lloyd is in for a new over. Slater hits the first ball for no run to point.
I watched the Mo Farah documentary last night. Deeply moving, quite a story, quite a tale.
Yeah, amazing, wasn't it? Pretty well made. And Mo Farah himself spoke very powerfully, didn't he?
Yeah.
As Lloyd trundles in for his second delivery of this over, and Slater plays that nicely. Backward of point for a 4.
It's a lovely looking shot, that was, 76 for 2. In a bizarre bit of unscheduled TV scheduling, that finished. I was on 9 till 10, wasn't it? 9 o'clock until 10 o'clock, and then just having a flick through the channels, and was it ITV2, ITV3, or something like that? I don't know. It doesn't matter what channel it was. I was flicking through the channels. Here's Lloyd.
He's in, and Slater defends this time.
And there's a film just starting, and I have seen it before. That's why I didn't stick with it for too long. Captain Phillips with Tom Hanks, and it starts off with Somali pirates going onto his oil tanker in the Arabian Sea and holding them all hostage. And that's a strange flip from probably the world's most famous Somalian.
As Slater works the ball off his legs for a single.
Or Somali-born person, now a knight of the realm, of course, Samo, to a piece of fiction involving Somali pirates. But, as I say, it was a good film. I watched it once on an aeroplane coming back from somewhere. Very much enjoyed it, but didn't stick with it for long last night. And just about had me fill of Wednesday by that time.
As Lloyd is into Clark, who drives, but for no run. As Dave Bracegirdle goes to update BBC Nottingham of goings on here at Sophia Gardens, where Nottinghamshire are 77 for 2, chasing what you'd think is still quite a notional 455. As David Lloyd shuffles his field slightly and bowls to Clark, a short ball which he plays to the man on the run. That's the end of the 31st over. Not 77 for 2. And progressing well here in a tricky position. Still trailing Glamorgan by 377. As I'm rejoined by Nick Webb.
So looking rather sedate, which is what Nottinghamshire want. Morgan need to try something, and I was just remarking to colleagues in the media box that a bit of Colin Ingram might not come in amiss, and Ingram did actually turn his arm over there, fielding at mid-on. So I hope that he will be brought into play. We'll need to try and break the pattern, and pleased to see that they're bringing an extra short fielder in. There's a short leg and a silly point at the moment. 77 for 2 as Salter will continue. 6 overs, 0 for 12. And forward comes Slater defending on the onside, and there's no run. In comes next delivery that's driven on the offside by Slater, forcing a little jump from Byrom at point, fielded by Nisa at backward point. So it's tossed up by Salter, driven on the offside. The sweeper is now back there in the cover position. And Harris gets his throw in, but it's a comfortable single. 78 for 2. Slater moves under 42. As Glamorgan now don't have the two close catches in front of the bat. The right-hander, Joe Clark, it's just the short leg as he uses his feet, comes down the wicket, drives to Hogan at mid-on, who hurls it back to Cook just in case Clark had wandered forward out of his ground. As Salter is into bowl to Clark, who drives nicely through the leg side, beating a diving northeast in the shortish mid-wicket position, but Glamorgan have got a man out on the leg side, so it's just another single. 79 for 2. Thank you to David Morgan for pointing out why Glamorgan's game against Leicestershire is starting a day late.
Ooh.
David Morgan, formerly of Glamorgan, ECB, ICC, etc. 79 for 2, another dot ball. There's a women's game at Grace Road on the Monday. So that explains why Glamorgan's game against Leicestershire is starting on Wednesday rather than the Tuesday with the rest of the matches. It's that, in my defence, is not a game that's listed in the same list of fixtures that I was looking at.
Yeah, they like to have a set-down day, don't they? Change no doubt the sight screen from black to white, and the advertising hoardings around the ground, the markings.
There's a bit of admin to be done, yes.
Gave the ground staff time to adequately prepare the pitch, rather than having to work all through the night.
Indeed, it just wasn't in the same list of fixtures that I was looking at. So England against South Africa, Monday. Limiters Overs International, the women's game.
60 runs have been scored by Nottinghamshire this morning for the loss of Matthew Montgomery. Joe Clark is 33 not out. Ben Slater 42. It's Clark on strike. Couple of catching short mid-wickets in there for the one that's clipped in the air off his pads. Pushes the first ball though up to mid-off, and there's no run. The run chase is on at Chesterley Street. Durham are 40 without loss, requiring another 346 to beat Derbyshire, who declared this morning their second innings on 398 for 8. There's Lloyd bowls. Lovely shot from Clark, but he'd only get a single. Nice bit of work at mid-off there. Leicestershire bat on at Hove, that rather remarkable looking scorecard, and Colin Ackerman has just reached his 250. Ackerman 250 not out. What a round this has been for top order batters. Keaton Jennings getting 300 yesterday. Vian Mulder might be joining him because he's 197 not out at the other end. How many have they put on?
There's 300 when I looked about an hour ago.
There's David Lloyd bowling to Ben Slater, who's on 40. Oh, it's a low full toss down the leg side. He's missed it, and the keeper stopped it.
Cricket was the loser there. It was a poor ball, missed by the batter, and not fielded cleanly by the keeper.
412 has been put on so far for the Leicestershire fifth wicket, between Ackerman, who's 250 not out, and Mulder, who's 197 not out.
That'll be a club record.
Yeah, just wonder if the declaration will come when he gets his double 100, assuming he gets there. This one kept low, nicely taken by Chris Cook. astonishing. So the match situation there, Leicestershire lead Sussex by 104.
Well, that's good because it erases from the record book a record held against Loughborough University, which isn't quite the same, really.
Next delivery on its way. This one's blocked by Slater. I'd imagine the first result of the day will come at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire just need 35 more to defeat Warwickshire there. 56 for 2, chasing 91.
England have been put into bat by India. In the ODI, England are unchanged.
Oh, another 40 over game then. 80 for 2 here at sun-drenched Sophia as Slater cuts into the offside. Will probably just pick up one. If it had been a helter-skelter run chase, they'd have come herring back for 2 there, I'm sure, but no need today. 81 for 2. Slater on to 43, Clark on to 34.
3 years to the day since England won the World Cup.
We've just been talking about that, myself and Daff. Presume you'd have been watching Glamorgan somewhere if they'd had a game. I mentioned I was with Mark Church at Trent Bridge, Notts playing Surrey, and as soon as the day's play was over, we headed round to the Larwood and Vaux. We'd heard all the noise all afternoon coming from hundreds of people there. We got round, the big screen was on, and we got round there. About 5 overs left of the match, and of course then the super over as well. So we were there in good time just to quench our thirsts and watch the denouement.
Yes, I think I got to see about the super over was about all I got to see because the match here went on fairly late. So just got the final few minutes of the drama, and the post-match interviews for the county teams had to wait because they were watching them in the dressing rooms and we were busy watching them over here in the media centre. So we managed to put off those post-match interviews. 81 for 2 as Salter will continue.
Company for Slater, 3 round the bat.
Which is good to see, as that's tucked away on the leg sides to Root at backward square next to the umpire. No run. So Carlson is at the moment at forward short leg. Byrom is at silly point and Lloyd is at slip. Salter in bowls. Pushing forward is Slater. Carlson ever optimistic, plunging forward even though the ball was nowhere near him and had been directed down into the turf. Salter in again, bowls. Slater is not caught at slip. The ball ended up in the hands of slip, but must have turned dramatically off a foot mark. There was a huge deviation and it was off the pitch.
Yeah, as you say, a foot mark I think would have contributed to it going as excessively as it did.
I'll encourage Salter nonetheless as Slater plays no shot to the next ball. It's an extraordinary delivery that really turned a long way and didn't appear to hit anything on the way through to David Lloyd's hands. Back on his stumps there goes Slater, defends to Carlson at short leg, no run. But from the initial deviation you thought, well, that has to be an edge, but it wasn't. It's just the turn of the ball off the pitch. Next delivery turned away on the leg side, fielded by Root, passing the time of day with umpire Adnan. Applause for a maiden over from Salter and just a little bit of encouragement as Nottinghamshire have 21 minutes to survive until the lunch interval. 71 overs of the match remain. It's 81 for 2.
just whilst you were talking through that over, I'd left the page up on Leicestershire at Hove. They're now 696 for 4, and Mulder's 199 not out. But it's it's quite fascinating to look at the bowling figures as well. Delray Rawlins none for 196. Matt Coles one. No, it's James Coles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
Harris coming back on here, as you probably heard. James Coles 1 for 178. Stephen Finn 3 for 108. The young man Hunt none for 94. Even Cheteshwar Pujara's bowled an over, that went for 8. 696 for 4 it remains, with Fian Mulder 199 not out. There have been too many Leicestershire 700s in recent years.
Well, looking at those bowling figures, though, they've bowled 170 overs before sort of turning to a sixth bowler.
81 for 2. Harris, banged it in short, and yeah, he didn't get an amazing amount of response. It did force Joe Clark to bob down a little bit, but it actually then bounced between Clark and the keeper. Not a lot of hardness left, either in the ball or in the wicket. 81 for 2, not 374 runs away from what would be a very unlikely victory. That isn't going to happen. 81 for 2. Next delivery on its way, and it's clipped on the leg side, and there's no run.
So, Leicestershire about to break their all-time county score, which is 701.
Is it?
Against Worcester in 1906.
Warming up nicely for next week.
Absolutely. They're tiring themselves out. They'll have no energy left by next Wednesday.
Next delivery on its way now. And blocked up to mid-off to Ingram. One of 2 South African borns in the Glamorgan side. So what have we got? 2 South African born, 2 Australian born. Byrom Zimbabwe, isn't he? That's 5. What Welsh would there be? Lloyd, Salter,
Carlson, Harris. 4 Welsh born.
4 Welsh. Next delivery is dropped on the leg side. So English born, northeast route.
Yes, it's Morgan allowing English born players these days. There's quite a few years when they had 0 English born players.
So Glamorgan have got only 3 more Welsh born players than Notts have in this side, in this match. I think Notts have only had 1 Welsh born player. There you go, there's your Bamba Gascoigne for this session. Next delivery on its way, and it's pushed back to the bowler, who's Nottinghamshire's only Welsh born player, and he's played for them in the last 5 years.
Imad Wasim.
Well, strange one that, isn't it? Swansea born, I think.
Yeah.
Dad was working there.
Yeah.
Fian Mulder has got his 200 at Hove. Just wondering if we will see a declaration at 698 for 4 pop up now, or they will be aware that a county record is at stake. Somebody must have. In fact, they've now gone to 700 for 4 next ball. Someone's dug in very short by James Harris, 81 for 2. Yes, Imad Wazimi played for Notts. Got a Blast winners medal in 2020 on finals day. That was the COVID year, the socially distanced 2020 finals day that only had about a dozen of us in the ground. It was as soul destroying a sight as I've ever seen. I think Edgbaston that rainy weekend for finals day and nobody there. 81 for 2.
Yes, Joe Clark, Welsh educated but not Welsh born.
704 for 4, Leicestershire.
Oh, county record. Well, there we are. Their batters are in good touch. Their bowlers not necessarily.
I was going to say, do you think their tails will be up now to go out and roll Sussex over?
Well,
I've got a lead of 116. I know it's not many, but crikey, Leicestershire have been.
I think I'd be tempted to declare at lunch if I were Leicestershire leading today, which is the job of Callum Parkinson in this game, as that's driven in the offside by Slater.
Yeah, he's assumed command, doesn't he, skipper against Notts?
Yeah, I believe he was in charge for the game here earlier in the season. 82 for 2 Nottinghamshire as we meander towards the lunch interval, which Nottinghamshire listeners and viewers will be quite happy with. They don't want any fireworks. 69 overs left after this, ticking by as Clark defends another one to mid-on.
And I know we've got a game of our own to focus on here, but again, just looking at that Leicestershire card, remember they were 0 for 1 first ball. Asanazad was out first ball of the innings. 705 for 4, having been 0 for 1 first ball.
In comes the next delivery from Salter. It's clipped away by Clark out towards mid-wicket. Harris fields. Single taken, 83 for 2. James Harris has been charging around very enthusiastically in the field today, which is always good to see.
Well, it's what you want, isn't it? Somebody who keeps them bright and lively, always chipping in with a comment, perhaps make them laugh. Yeah. And Fletcher does that for Notts.
Carlson's your man for that sort of thing, keeping things lively as he's under the lid there, making making gestures at the batsman. 83 for 2. Salter to Slater, who pushes forward, defends just past Byrom at silly point, and Carlson's so enthusiastic he's diving forward virtually every delivery just in case it's a fraction above the turf. Salter bowls, Slater defends, rolls to Nisa at backward point, no run. There's a vehicle reversing somewhere in the proximity. Whether it's to do with the toilet's construction, who knows?
Carry on at your convenience.
Little pause. Salter checks something. Everyone is where he wants them. As Slater plunges forward, defends, kills any potential spin. 83 for 2. 2 runs off the over.
Good name for a kitten. Little pause. Is that a helicopter? It is, yeah. The city tours of Cardiff are doing well today with the tourists. 83 for 2. There were a group of clearly overseas tourists this morning in the hotel, and I watched them piling on their selection on their plates for breakfast. When you give folks the option of the hot plate and the cold buffet, and they decide to throw them all on the same plate, the sausages and the bacon and the beans and the cheese and the tomatoes and the cucumber and the yoghurt and the croissants and the muffins. This one's dropped on the leg side.
You sure that wasn't you, Dave?
That certainly wasn't me. There's no run. 83 for 2. Try a little bit of what you fancy. But it's a bit strange having it all on the same plate. Slater 44. He was unbeaten on 15 overnight, so quiet morning for Ben Slater, but he's done a brilliant job thus far. Clark lets this go through to Cook. Partnership worth 62 came together second over of the morning when Matthew Montgomery was giving out LBW to James Harris for 3. I'm sure those of you that have either seen the clip or were watching the live stream at the time will have your views, maybe depending on which way you lean, as to whether it was clipping, whether it was missing, whether it was hitting full. Everybody has a view. This one has struck James Clark amidships. I think he's okay. Trying to work it to leg, but it wasn't there to work to leg, and he got struck in the abdomen somewhere. Glamorgan putting in a leg slip now, just to Just a hunch just before lunch. Maybe Joe Clark will try and whip one of these off his legs, stick a leg slip in. Lovely 4 days in the Welsh capital. Journey home, will it be mid-afternoon, late afternoon, early evening, late evening, or very late evening when we get on the road? So this is pushed back to Harris. Just hope I don't have the same trauma that I had on the journey down on Sunday with a puncture.
Good luck with that. Yeah, I think 5 o'clock would be the earliest, because they can't declare at 10-2, can they?
No.
That's sometimes when you get a 10-2-5 finish, that's because there's a
Well, I think it's the start of the final hour, isn't it? It doesn't necessarily need to be 5 o'clock, but it can't be before 5 o'clock.
No.
I don't think they could go at 5 o'clock if there was, say, 18 overs left, could they? I don't know. Another grey area in our knowledge. There's a lot of grey areas in my knowledge. This one's pushed into the offside.
There's a lot of regulations, so unless we spent the entire off-season reading them.
Oh, well, even then you've got to remember them, haven't you?
Indeed.
83 for 2 knots. Sometimes they just purely make them up on the spur of the moment.
No match refereeing, do what they like, the umps.
There's Harris in to bowl, and this is dropped on the leg side. We've seen last day lunches delayed when there's been 7 or 8 wickets down, because they've sort of had a word with the umpires. Yeah, let's get it over with, let's stay out here. Why aren't they going off for the for lunch? And there'll be an announcement. Player's been extended by 15 minutes, and the wicket won't go down, or the last wicket won't go down, and player's been extended by another 15 minutes. Well, why? How?
Well, there was an announcement here on a rainy morning that lunch was taken at some improbably early hour of 12:20, and then there was a subsequent announcement that lunch would be taken at 12:30, and we were led to believe it's because the lunch wasn't actually ready for the players to eat at that time. Here we are. Thank you.
Now, this might just be, the sort of bowling change that might bring rewards. I'm not familiar with the work of Mr. Ingram, but I'm familiar with the work of Mr. Root and bowlers of his ilk. Somebody who is by and large a part-time bowler, but can just come on and just, oh crikey, this isn't what we expected, and winkle out a wicket.
Calling Ingram 2 wickets this season. For 60-odd runs overall. 2 wickets in the second innings against Sussex here.
So there's only 2 more wickets this season than you.
83 for 2, and this a good move, I think, by David Lloyd. As you said, Root may well be employed at some point in the afternoon. Message from the Penydarren Country 11, who enjoyed their T20 match at Ebbw Vale last night, and they were talking about the incident that Edward was recalling, where Monty Lynch and Sylvester Clarke couldn't play against Glamorgan because they'd got lost in Ebbw Vale. As Ingram bowls and Slater defends. Apparently they quote a chap called Nick Pepper, who was about 15 and had to go and retrieve them, these 2 Surrey players, from the far end of the ground and get them to the dressing rooms. Ian Gregg was the captain. He went ballistic. The language was quite colourful.
Can imagine.
As that ball from Ingram finds a little excitation among the infield as Slater was hit on the thigh by it. A little bit of turn for the leggy there.
They were both members of the West Indies Rebels tour, weren't they, to South Africa?
Ingram floats one up. It's a full toss. It's smashed for 4 through the offside by Slater.
It's often forgotten that Lynch was a member of that, because of course he played for England during his Surrey days, and I think a lot of people generally felt he was very much UK brought up and based, and didn't have too much association with the West Indies side, but he was a member of that Rebel tour that Franklin Stevenson, Alvin Callagher and Lawrence Rowe went on.
Ingram floats another one up, and he's caught and bowled. He's pushed a little too hard at that. Ben Slater, he's out for 48, and Glamorgan celebrate the breakthrough by Colin Ingram in his first over. His fourth ball has been pushed back to the bowler, and that could be a key moment of the day's play. Plenty of flight. Slater didn't quite get to the pitch of it and provided a simple return chance. 87 for 3.
Well, inspired bit of captaincy, although I did say I was thinking about it myself. Ben Slater's furious, swishing his bat as he goes off, gone for a very decent and watchful 48, and he has just spooned it up to Ingram as safe and sound a caught and bowled as you'll ever get. There is time for the new bat, presumably Lyndon James, to make his way out to the middle. We're about 3-4 minutes or so to 1 o'clock, and that ends productive partnership with Joe Clark that was worth 66. It's now 87 for 3.
And Ben Slater hurls his batting gloves to the floor as he marches off, looking absolutely furious with himself. Well, you just wonder if bowling a juicy full toss the ball before might actually help the bowler's cause, as it just causes the batsman to relax. Another one floated up, defensive prod, and you could tell from the Glamorgan celebrations just how significant a moment they thought that was, because they hadn't taken a wicket since a couple of minutes into the day. It was going to be almost 2 hours of survival for Slater and Clark, and 87 for 3 just sends Glamorgan into the lunch interval on a high as Lyndon James comes in to join Joe Clark at the crease.
Yeah, Lyndon missed out in the first innings, if I remember. No, he didn't. He got 50. I beg his pardon. It's Stephen Mullaney and Joe Clark in that middle order. Lyndon played very nicely indeed. In fact, I beg his pardon for 50. 6 fours and 2 sixes. We need to find the same sort of form and confidence at the crease today. That's good, very much do with him batting for the duration.
Smile on Colin Ingram's face as he approaches the new man, Lyndon James, and bowls another full toss that's played away on the leg side for a single to get James off the mark.
So Ingram's 3 wickets ahead of you this season now. And me.
And is likely to remain such. I'm a stumping ahead of him, though.
Have you had a stumping?
Yeah. 88 for 3. No catches, just a stumping. Clark on 35 is on strike, facing for the first time from Colin Ingram. Last ball of the over is short and worked up to mid-off. 88 for 3 at the end of Ingram's successful over.
I think my pad would have needed replacing there or some such. It's 12:58. That's in a sense poor game management by Nottinghamshire. I think I'd have had a long old chat with Lyndon James there when he came out to the wicket. If he can't soak up 90 seconds or so just to prevent having a final over to face, and he should be able to. What have we had? 29 overs this morning. So Glamorgan have got on with it. Desperate, of course, for wickets, and I think they'll be pretty pleased now. A wicket either end of the session. Still 1 over left. Might be able to get another one. Montgomery out for 3. Ben Slater out for 48. Joe Clark 35. Lyndon James has just got off the mark, and in a moment he'll be facing James Harris. In a moment I'll have to pop next door. That leg slip's gone in there again. So two slip, short leg slip, shortish mid wicket, shortish extra cover, and Lyndon James pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. At the start of the innings, you'd worked out that Notts needed, or you'd punched the numbers that Notts had a required run rate to win at 4.33. That was from the off. Shudder to think what it would be now. I mean, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be a factor. This one is blocked. They are 88 for 3 in the 39th over, so they still require 367.
Yeah, somewhere over 5, isn't it? 5.5-ish.
Just do this one delivery, and then never entirely sure if Swalek Stadium time and BBC Radio Nottingham time are synchronised as to when the 1 o'clock news is on and when they want my report. Harris to bowl to James.
The name's still on the signs directing people to the stadium, but the sponsor's name isn't on the stadium anymore, and they might give you a free day or two worth of electricity for that, Dave. 88 for 3 then. Hopefully we'll be updating BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly. Lyndon James on strike. Harris turns, comes in, bowls short of a length. James well up on his toes, defending. As Nottinghamshire can't afford any more before lunch, having lost 2 in the morning session, which is maybe about par. So Harris looking to make it a bonus one for Glamorgan. And he comes to bowl to James. Up in the block hole, well defended, orthodox stuff. Not quite sure whether either side will be entirely satisfied with the morning, David.
No, but as we discussed yesterday, sometimes the timing of things can really shift the mood of a team, can't it? And the fact that Glamorgan had toiled without reward for so long, perhaps heads were starting to drop, but the timing of that wicket from Colin Ingram, you'd think will really lift spirits at lunch.
Yep, we've got one relatively new man to bowl at in Lyndon James, who is forward defending, sending that one up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over and the end of the session. Nottinghamshire 88 for 3, having lost Matt Montgomery, given leg before to James Harris for 3. Ben Slater caught and bowled by Colin Ingram for 48 just before lunch. Nottinghamshire have a further 66 overs to survive. Glamorgan have a further 7 wickets to take. Commentary resumes at 1:40.
Kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds, and please do not take any food or drink with you if you're venturing out into the middle. I've got some latest scores from the other games taking place elsewhere around the country today. We'll start at New Road in Worcester, where there's the game between South Africa and the England Lions. 50-over game taking place there. South Africa won the toss, elected to bat first. South Africa currently are 171 for 5. That's in the 31st over. Got a batch of lunchtime scores from the other games in the LB Insurance County Championship, which, like here at Sophia Gardens, are in their final day. Starting at Chesterley Street, where Durham, in their second innings, are 64 without loss. They require a further 322 runs to beat Derbyshire. At home, Leicestershire have moved on to 756 for 4. That's in 177 overs against Sussex, with Leicestershire leading by 168 runs. At Scarborough, in their second innings, Yorkshire are 136 for 6. Yorkshire leading Surrey by 142 runs. At Southport, in their second innings, Somerset are 74 for 3. They're still trailing Lancashire by 104 runs. At the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent, in their second innings, a 16 without loss. They require a further 349 runs to beat Northamptonshire. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens, also on the official Glamorgan website. Details of the various matchday hospitality packages which are available for all forthcoming games. That includes those in the 100. If you're seeking a scorecard, if you're seeking a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or if you're seeking a copy of the Glamorgan yearbook, they're all available for purchase via electronic means from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. All of these items can also be purchased from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. You can access the club shop by heading along the walkway in front of the Castech House stand, and the shop will be open until about 5 o'clock this afternoon. If you're seeking refreshments, food, drink and ice cream can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And as far as members are concerned, tea and coffee is also available this afternoon in the Lewis Lounge from 3:30 until 4:30. Don't forget the drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. It contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. And there is a special exhibition in the museum commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster. Peter sadly died during the spring of 2020. And thanks to his family, there are many items celebrating his life and career in this special temporary exhibition. And the museum is open throughout lunch and this afternoon until the end of the tea interval.
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens on this final day of the County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire. We're live on the BBC Sport website and the streams of Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire. My name is David Pritchard. I'm joined by my BBC Sport Wales colleague Nick Webb and Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Nottingham. Dave, Notts still with it all to do.
Well, yes, yeah, they've got 66 overs or certainly in that vicinity to bat out through the day. I wouldn't imagine the Glamorgan side will be too happy to shake hands much earlier than that. They'll want to take it right down to the wire if they only need a wicket or two. Big session for Nottinghamshire. They lost 2 wickets in the morning session. Can't afford, I don't think, to lose any more than 2 in the afternoon session. Joe Clark nicely set on 35. Lyndon James fresh at the crease.
For Nottinghamshire, after lunch it's Lyndon James and Joe Clark, and to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Michael Nisa.
I've learnt enough over the 4 days not to try and compete with the good Dr. Hignall on the Tannoy system. It does a great job. Lets everybody know what's going on, and you can hear it loud and clear, and everybody knows that it's going to be Michael Nisa from the River End. Colin Ingram will feel a little harsh about that, won't he?
Yeah, well, golden arm, 1 over, 1 wicket. Yeah, crucial breakthrough just before lunch, removing Ben Slater, caught and bowled. And a change of end now for Nisa, who was bowling from the Cathedral Road end earlier today and yesterday evening. Yeah, so to recap, Nottinghamshire 88 for 3, still trailing Glamorgan by 366 runs, and we've got 66 overs left in the day.
A little bit of nervous dancing at the crease by Joe Clark. Feel a lot better if he can get 1 or 2 away early on and settle into his afternoon's work. There's Nisa from the River End then, passed umpire Newell Bowles, and that's nice, isn't it? That's nice. Lovely push into the offside by Clark into the gap, which had been deliberately left. I think Glamorgan just hoping that he would have a little push at one and maybe nick one through to the slip cordon, but Clark just caressed it into the gap. Didn't get hold of it as well as I thought, though. I thought as it left the bat that was going to race away for 4, but nonetheless a couple of runs to Joe Clark takes him to 37. Nottinghamshire 90 for 3. All the scores are pretty much academic, apart from the individual scores. Of course, Joe Clark will be desperate to put a big one on the board. Nisa bowls to him, and he's worked this to mid-wicket and will take a single. Clark this year a best of 89 against Leicestershire, 66 not out against Middlesex. That was the match at Lord's. 61 not out Trent Bridge against Worcestershire, 47 against Middlesex at home. What else have we got? 37 against Derbyshire, 35 and 30 the 2 innings that he made against Glamorgan, and then a 6, a 1 and a 0 and a 14 here. So a right old mixed bag, but no standout scores, no 160s, 170s that he used to get in his Worcestershire days. There's Lyndon James on strike, and he too is opening his account for the afternoon, guiding it down to third man for a single. Yeah, noticeable that Joe Clark, since coming to Trent Bridge, admittedly, the first couple of years he was playing first division cricket, whereas he'd been playing second division cricket at New Road. His numbers weren't quite as lofty as they had been. Just have a little peek in a moment. He's back on strike. 92 for 3 is the score. Still a relatively young man, Joe Clark, moves deep into his crease to defend this one. 26 years of age, Shrewsbury born. This is his 102nd first class match, and he's past 6,000 runs now at 38. For Nottinghamshire, though, his average is around about 34 and a half. A little bit of Big Bash experience in the winter for Joe Clark, playing for the Melbourne Stars. He also played in Pakistan for the Karachi Kings in the Pakistan Super League. Here's Nisa to bowl to him. He's tickled this down to fine legs. That's a pretty decent over for Notts. 5 runs coming from it. Clark against Glamorgan, highest score of 133 on this ground in 2016. That was in his Worcestershire days, and he averages 48 against Glamorgan over those 5 previous matches.
Yeah, man in demand at the moment, isn't he? Especially in the limited overs formats. We'll be seeing him here next month for the 100. He's signed with Welsh Fire in the top bracket.
There is Nisa bowling to Lyndon James to conclude what's been a rather protracted first over. Back after lunch, James defends. He's on 2, Clark 39, Nottinghamshire 93 for 3. That one we were keeping an eye on before lunch at Hove. Sussex's misery is done and dusted because Leicestershire took Nick Webb's advice and they did declare at lunch on whatever it was, 756 for 4, with Hilton Ackerman 20. No, it's Colin Ackerman 277 not out, showing my age there. And Vian Mulder 235 not out. Hilton Ackerman was a completely different generation, another South African. He opened for Northants way back in the day. They put on about 470 in 92 overs, so a pretty miserable time of things for the Sussex bowlers, including Delray Rawlins. 49 overs, 3 maidens, none for 223. Have a well-deserved cuppa, Delray.
Yes. Pretty thankless shift for Rawlins there.
And wicketless. And in that match, they're going into the 11th session of the game, and there's been 13 wickets over the first 10 sessions.
James Harris will resume from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket to Joe Clark. Harris is in, a full ball which Clark drives well through mid-wicket for a boundary.
Started well, hasn't he? After lunch, found his timing straight away. Nice looking shot.
Yeah, just a touch too straight from Harris, angling in, Midland leg, half volley, and Clark dispatched it nicely. Looking very comfortable on 43.
Yeah, I'd rather he was doing this than block. I mean, there are other players lower down that might be required to do that as we get into the final session, if not get that far. Looking to soak up a few overs, but I'd rather see Clark picking off whatever he can.
Here's Harris, another 4-ball, a full toss this time, and Clark dispatches it once more to the boundary. Back-to-back 4s for Joe Clark as he closes in on his half-centuries on 47 now.
100 brought up to absolute indifference round the ground. Not even a smattering of applause, I don't think, from the Nottinghamshire supporters that are still here amongst us, those that have come down for the 4 days. I can see a number down below. Escaped everybody's notice, but Notts have 3 figures on the board.
Yeah, Harris, although he has been taking wickets in this match, he's prone to be expensive, which he can afford to do a little more if he is the wicket-taking, one of the wicket-taking options, with Nisa and Hogan so economical. But here is Harris, again down the leg side. This time Clark tickles it down to fine leg for a single.
Of course, Harris bowled Clark in the first innings, a leave from Joe Clark, and just clipped off a bail. So he'll not want to make that mistake again.
Yeah, for a batter as his class, you don't want to be bowling full-on leg stumpers. Harris was at the start of this over, but he's probably just rediscovering his radar again after lunch.
Notts have scored 14 runs from 9 balls. Don't think they're going for it, do you?
Well, just a small matter of 352 left.
Now, as I say, if they're there to put away, put them away.
Here's Harris to James, who defends. Yes, if this was the England Test side at the moment, they'd probably be eyeing up 352 from 64 overs and thinking, that's less than 5 and over.
Well, England are on 1-day duty today and they've lost a wicket. They're 45 for 1. Jason Roy has been dismissed by Hardik Pandya. That's in the 7th over.
And here in Cardiff, it's Harris over the wicket to James, who leaves that one outside the off stump.
Harris to James. Sure, there are a few other first names around the country. I suppose you can make a case for Clark at the other end. I'm not entirely sure there's too many Clarks with an E on their end of the name. Can't think of any Clarks at the moment, apart from Clark Kent, but I'm sure there's a few Clarks about, aren't there?
Clark Carlisle.
Oh, yeah.
Harris is in. Defended by James. At the end of the over, Notts 102 for 3, trailing by 352.
Yeah, decent couple of overs back then for Nottinghamshire. 14 runs coming from it. This partnership in its infancy, they came together just a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock. Lyndon James got off the mark just before the luncheon break. He's on 2 now. Joe Clark, 48 not out. And he'll not just be looking to get the 2 runs he needs for this imminent milestone, but really go on and make it a big one if he can. So far he's been at the crease for almost exactly 2 hours, faced 86 balls, and it's 7 4s. And Glamorgan just having a little bit of a rethink here about what line to bowl to him and what field to set, obviously. Sam Northeast has come out of the slip cordon and gone to more of a leg gully. At least when the music stops he might stand still. Yeah, he has now, and he is at leg gully. So Nice is going to bowl to him. Almost looks as if they're replicating Nottinghamshire's leg theory that they employed for a while yesterday. First ball's just bunted by Clark up to mid-on and there's no run.
Yeah, unusual to see a team with a 352 run lead with only one slip in place, but yeah, we could well see a different approach here from Nisa with that fine leg slip, short leg, and 3 other outfielders on the onside.
Here comes Nisa once more from the river end. Bowls and Clark just helps it into the offside, no run. I think the old Twitter world has exploded because it wasn't working during the luncheon interval, but if that's how you get in touch with the rest of the world and your family and friends, it's back working again. I'm notified. In fact, Nick Webb has just tweeted the very same. Twitter outrage brings media world to standstill, says Webb. Brackets. BBC Wales. Down the leg side goes this one through to the keeper.
I think a bit of downtime from Twitter probably do us all a bit of good. Certainly our mental well-being some good. But yeah, good that people can still get in touch with us in various different ways. The county cricket crowd are a nicer bunch than some that you find on that website.
Nisa, without stopping at all, walks back, turns and then rushes in to bowl to Clark, and he stays on 48 as he defends. Something has got the ire of umpire Newell because he's left his station behind the stumps and he's come out making a right old palaver of... Oh, and he's held his finger up. He's he's given Michael Nisa out. He's held his finger up there, one digit pointing to Hassan Adnan, so he's given him one official warning there, it looked like, for running on the wicket. Nisa in again, bowls, and Clark defends. Clark won't want that sort of distraction at the other end, the bowler and the umpire in dialogue and whatever. He just wants to concentrate on his cricket. Michael Nisa scuffing away at the crease.
That little tick of his, isn't it? It's
here he goes again. You see on those of you watching the live stream, he walks back and he just doesn't stop, does he? A lot of bowlers just get to the line and then just steady themselves, but there we are, a bit of a turn and off he goes. Bowling to Joe Clark, and this is pushed into the offside, and that ends a maiden over, so crash bang wallop the first couple of overs after lunch, and then order restored with a maiden. Joe Clark remains on 48. Lyndon James has a couple. Nottinghamshire 102 for 3, but in their fight for survival, they've got 63 overs left.
Nisa in perpetual motion and just putting the brakes on that fluent start after lunch from Nottinghamshire. Interesting to see what kind of field Lloyd sets for Harris now after that leg side heavy deployment for Nisa. Looks like there'll be 2 slips for Harris. Still a short leg. And a fine leg and square leg on the boundary as Harris is in to James, who defends.
We'd already worked out whatever happens in this game, Nottinghamshire will stay top of Division 2. We've got there thanks to wins over Sussex at Hove, Durham at Chesterley Street, Worcestershire at home, Derbyshire at home and Leicestershire away. They had the better of both draws against Middlesex, couldn't get over the line. Of course they lost to Glamorgan at Trent Bridge.
Harris is in. James leaves that well. On length as much as anything, just outside off. Yeah, that was a fine run chase from Glamorgan at Trent Bridge. Bit of a scalp. You wouldn't think there would be such an exciting run chase on this occasion, but never rule anything out.
No, not in this one, they won't.
as Harris sets off from the Cathedral Road end to James, who defends onto the leg side. Yeah, Glamorgan's quicks toiling away today without much reward. Harris, the only one of their pace bowlers to pick up a wicket today. Matt Montgomery out, LBW, second over of the morning.
As you say, toiling away, and then they see Colin Ingram come on and float a few lollipops up and get a return catch. Thank you very much. Easy game.
Here's Harris to James, who defends on the back foot. Yeah, classic bit of golden arm bowling change from Lloyd there. Ingram, as you'd expect from a part-time leg spinner, one full toss, a couple of iffy deliveries, but most importantly, that all-important breakthrough. Caught and bowled Ben Slater, who looked absolutely furious with himself.
To say the very least, yes. I think there's a bit of glove throwing, wasn't there? Nick said. I didn't see it myself.
Harris to James, who leaves that one outside the off stump. Yeah, you'll see that at all levels of cricket, won't you? From the international game right down to club cricket, fourth team. Bit of bat smashing.
That's 12 dot balls in a row here.
As Harris begins his run-up from the Cathedral Road end, he's in to James again, leaving the ball outside the off-stump as Dave Bracegirdle leaves us to update BBC Nottingham. I'll be rejoined by my BBC Sport Wales colleague Nick Webb. At the end of the 43rd over, Nottinghamshire are 102 for 3, trailing Glamorgan by 352. Lyndon James unbeaten on 2, and Joe Clark is 48 not out. Afternoon, Nick.
Afternoon. May or may not be a radio update in the next few minutes. Yes, thought Lloyd might keep Ingram going a little bit after the breakthrough before lunch. Michael Neeser it is, though, from the River Taff end, who's in, bowls, and getting underneath it is Joe Clark there. A short ball, well directed really, because it forced the batsman Clark to take evasive action, just giving something to think about. And a diving take by Chris Cook behind the stumps. Clark 48 not out off 93 deliveries. Stats won't matter too much. It's just how long he can occupy that crease for Nottinghamshire. One further delivery is ticked off as he plays it out on the offside. Salter Fields, no run. So Stephen Mullaney is due next in. Liam Patterson-White came in at 7 in the first innings ahead of Joey Everson. Hutton, Fletcher and Patterson making up the visitors' 11 today. One slip, David Lloyd. Byrom remains at short leg. And North East at leg slip. As that's down leg side. Cook takes. There's an appeal from various parts of the wicket. I think Byrom at short leg was the most vociferous. Did appear to flick something, but
looked to maybe just brush his pad, yes.
Just a little noise to give them something to shout about. If you don't ask, you don't get.
Oh, quite. And with the slim pickings for Glamorgan's quicks over the past couple of hours, can't blame them.
Neeser is in. Bowls that. Oh, he's caught it! Dropped at leg slip. Thought that had been taken then for a moment as Clark flicked it away. Think it carried. as Clark turned it off his legs. And I think North East got hands to that, didn't he?
Yeah, in real time it did look like a sharp chance, but he did get a hand to it. A difficult one, but that's why he was put there. And Clark moves on to 49 with the single. Nisa in again. Bowls to James. Oh! There's another half appeal, but Chris Cook didn't take it. Again, they must have flicked something on the way through. But the excitement, such as it was quickly stilled, and that did go off the pad. So Michael Nisa causing a bit of excitement. Some North East not able to hang on to a tough chance. Here comes Nisa, steaming in, bowls. James defends stoutly to cover. End of the over. 61 remain for Nottinghamshire to survive. They have 7 wickets with which to do so. Nottinghamshire 103 for 3. The victory target nominally 455. That's out of sight, but 61 overs remain for Glamorgan to claim 7 wickets. They've taken 2 today. James Harris getting Matt Montgomery, given LBW for 3 in the first moments of the day. And then just before lunch, Ben Slater was caught and bowled by Colin Ingram, the leg spinner, striking in his first over. Slater went for 48. Glamorgan could have had Joe Clark a couple of moments ago, but he was dropped a difficult chance by North East at leg slip. Notts, therefore, with 61 overs left, are 103 for 3. James Harris in the attack. Yes, Harris to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Like Nisa, he has a leg slip in place as well. Just the one conventional slip as Harris is in and Clark defends solidly. Yeah, still a very leg side heavy field. Only 3 outfielders on the offside. Almost proved a fruitful line of attack for Nisa in the previous over.
Yes, it's an unusual one, isn't it? But it was obviously when he was bowling for, having stationed a fielder there.
Here comes Harris to Clark, who pulls onto the leg side, and that will bring up Joe Clark's half century. His 50 coming off 98 balls, including 7 fours and no sixes. A very fine innings from Joe Clark, and Nottinghamshire will be looking to their batter to stay there as long as possible as they look to salvage a draw here.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? It's a 50 where you want the ball's face to be as high as possible from the Nottinghamshire point of view. Normally, the quicker you get there, the better. This time it's just the fact that he's mopped up 16 overs worth of Glamorgan attack.
Yes, a pretty fluent player by trade, Joe Clark, but he's shown the more patient side to his game so far today, as Harris comes over the wicket to Lyndon James, who drives but not connecting properly, and Carson fields no run.
England 63 for 1 in the 14th over against India. Roy out for 23, Bairstow on 31 not out. England unchanged from their previous debacle.
Yes, uncharacteristic batting failure for England's men in white ball cricket, as Harris is in over the wicket to James, who defends onto the onside, no run.
And England's men will be visible here at the end of the month, Thursday the 28th, face South Africa in an international T20.
Should be an entertaining match. South Africa have gone well in their T20s when they've had their best players available recently, drawing out in India. Here comes Harris over the wicket. A shortish ball which James blocks on the back foot.
I'm sure Glamorgan won't be the only county looking for overseas recruits for the back end of the season. Speculation about Glamorgan possibly targeting a spin bowler as one of those signings rather than going for the straight batter and seamer replacement that might seem more obvious.
Here's Harris. He's in to James, who defends once more. Just the 1 run so far from this over. Harris's 10th of the innings.
Clark's still averaging 43 coming into this match, despite maybe not having been as prolific as previously.
Of 98 balls with 7 balls.
So 350 is the difference in runs between the two sides. 351 to win in 60 overs technically. 7 wickets to win is the more realistic figure by far. And it was almost 6 in Nice's last over. And he will continue. Just a little consultation with Vice-Captain Carlson and old head Michael Hogan. As Nice is into bowl, down leg side, and Clark managing to get his bat out the way as it went through with good bounce and carry there to Chris Cook. It's an awkward take for the keeper as well, but he pulled it off well. And North East is still fairly close at leg slip, as well as the forward short leg Byrom. Just wonder whether North East is a metre or two too close. Next delivery is again short, and Clark plays it off his toes on the offside, and there's no run. It's definitely a cunning plan here.
Yeah, and on North East it's a tricky balance to strike, isn't it? Because you want him to be far enough to give himself a chance against what is going to be a rapid ball coming his way, given the pace that Nisa bowls at. But then at the same time, you don't want to be too far away because the way the ball has died occasionally off the pitch. So any chances that do come his way are going to be difficult.
Nisa in, bowls, Clark angles one down into the gully. Fielded by Salter, no run. Might well have gone through for 4 because he hit that fairly firmly. Just the one slip. David Lloyd himself was caught out slip. There haven't been vast numbers of slip catches in this game.
No, there hasn't been much lateral movement, has there?
Just a fraction now and again. Nisa bowls. Clark works to mid-on. It's a no ball, so Nisa will have to repeat. I suppose it's one of the few occasions where you might not worry about seeing the no ball signal because it just gives you another ball to take a wicket.
Yeah, whenever that happens, I think back to was it Andrew Flintoff in the 2005 Ashes when he had that famous over against Gilchrist and a few others, and he no-balled on a couple of occasions in that innings, but so long as they weren't dismissals that he was losing out on, he enjoyed having that extra delivery to Ponting and the like.
In comes Nisa running towards us, bowls, and that's down leg side. Clark gets out of the way. So Glamorgan obviously think they're in with a chance of getting a catch, short leg or leg slip with this shortish delivery down leg side, but Clark has to be persuaded to play it first.
Yeah, he seemed keen to do so a couple of overs ago, but it seems like he's getting wise to their plan and showing a bit more restraint now, getting his hands and bat well out of the way.
Nisa bowls, Straighter delivery, defended by Clark on the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, the pitch as it is, and the ball aging, you can understand why Glamorgan are trying to be creative as they search for this 4th wicket. Though it does still seem strange to see only 1 slip, but given the lack of movement, perhaps fair enough.
Nisa into Clark, who defends to cover. Dead bat, 106 for 3. Clark remains on 59 overs remaining. Championship Division 1, Hampshire beat Warwickshire comfortably by 8 wickets. Kent against Northants, maybe a draw favourite there. Kent was set 365 to win, they're 23 for naught. Somerset might still be in a little bit of trouble. They're 4 down at Southport against Lancashire. 88 for 4 in their second innings, still 90 runs behind. So Hogan for Harris in the attack at this Cathedral Road end. And at Scarborough, it looks as though Yorkshire will be able to do enough to draw the match against Surrey, with both teams topping 500 on first innings. Yorkshire 156 for 6 in their second innings to lead of 156 for 6 lead of 162.
And England have just lost another wicket in their one-day international. They're 72 for 2. Johnny Bairstow bowled by Chahal for 38. Here comes Michael Hogan then, from the Cathedral Road end this time. He's over the wicket. An edge from James, but that just runs away for 4 down to the 3rd man boundary. Promising start from Hogan. There was never in the air really. Went past the kind of 3rd slip region, but along the ground. So no danger for James, who moves on to 6, and Nottinghamshire are 110 for 3.
Strange, isn't it? On a day when you get virtually no reaction from the crowd for boundaries.
As Hogan sets off again. James is forward, defending. Yeah, still a leg slip and a short leg, but 2 conventional slips next to the wicketkeeper Cook as well. Two men on the boundary, fine leg and deep square leg. As Hogan trots back to the top of his mark and sets off again over the wicket to James, who defends on leg stump.
It's funny with one-day internationals, you've sort of almost forgotten what decent scores are meant to be after all the T20 and Test matches.
Hogan is in, and that goes down the leg side. Some interest from the slips, but Hogan is unmoved. Usually a sign that there's nothing in it.
Yes, definitely Glamorgan fancy their chances. There's leg slip at both ends. 2 slips on the conventional side of the wicket for Hogan, bowling to the relatively new man Lyndon James. Came in just before lunch.
Hogan is in to James, who's forward defensively, and is fielded in the covers for no run by Salter. So
Nottinghamshire have already done enough to ensure that they are top of the table after this round. Glamorgan would be second if they won, or third if the match ends in a draw.
Here comes Hogan over the wicket. Full ball, which James defends. There's a chance of a single, but they think better of it. This is not the time or place to look for risky singles. That's the end of the over. Not 110 for 3.
Yes, as it transpired, once it had gone past the close field, it would have been a pretty comfortable single, but not worth the risk. 58 overs left. Morgan's over 8 is +2. Don't think they're going to have time, unless they operate double spin at some point, to bowl any more than the 58 overs that are on the board at the moment. And David Lloyd will want to presumably mix things up as often as he can through this afternoon and evening session. 2 wickets claimed in the first session, none so far in this one, as Nisa bowls, and it's defended on the leg side by by Clark. Remains on 50, not out. Just the one conventional slip for Nisa, plus the leg slip, who is on a 45-degree angle. There is also a fine leg as well, strangely. Nisa in bowls, Clark pushes forward, defends, ball rolls out into the mid-wicket area, where Colin Ingram picks up. So fewer spectators in the ground today than the other days, possibly reflecting a lack of optimism as to whether Glamorgan would claim the 9 wickets. Taken 2 so far today. Nisa into bowl, up in the block hole, deflected away on the leg side by Clark for a single out towards mid-wicket. It was more on leg stump than middle. Clark dealt with it comfortably, takes the single. 111 for 3, Nelson on the board, 1 foot off the ground. Morgan keeping similar fields for both batters. Short leg slip and leg slip are the attacking positions, but mid-wicket is more or less on the drive, as James gets up on his toes and plays that one down to Ingram at mid-wicket. Does a bit of polishing. Colin Ingram with 1 for 5 in his only over just before lunch. You wonder at what point they'll go back to spin. Had bursts from Harris and Hogan at this end. Hogan's probably got a couple more to bowl in this spell. Nisa could be his last over. Bowls, and James defends. Back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through. No run. All as quiet as Nottinghamshire would like it out in the middle at the moment.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see Ingram get another bowl. He did turn it a fair bit during his only over so far. And of course, the prize wicket of Ben Slater.
Just threw the defensive shot a little too early, scooping it back up to Ingram. Nisa bowls, and James, did he play? Did he withdraw? Anyway, didn't make contact. Through to Chris Cook, and the over. 111 for 3. 48 overs have gone. That matters little. It's the statistic that 57 are left.
As the fielders make their way around for the new over, it'll be Michael Hogan to continue from the Cathedral Road end, as Kieran Carlson shines the ball and throws it to his Australian colleague. 31 on his back, shirt billowing as a breeze makes its way through Sophia Gardens. Hogan is in, a short ball down the leg side, which Clark again shoulders arms to.
Chris Drew is suggesting a bit of Kieran Carlson. I think that's a way off. Billy Root would probably be next in the queue.
Yeah, Root picked up quite a few wickets in his first season here, didn't he?
Yeah, then he ran into trouble with his bowling action. He was banned for a while. Has bowled since, but not as much.
Hogan sets off over the wicket to Clark. Full ball, which Clark nudges onto the offside and scampers through for a single. Yes, he's certainly bowled less frequently, hasn't he, since that trouble with his action. Root. Here's Hogan running in over the wicket, and James blocks. Deaf is one man who's never had any difficulties with his action. It's Hogan. Very repeatable mechanic action.
Yeah, been repeating for the last 12, 13, 14 years of his professional career. Debut at 28.
Here he comes again from the Cathedral Road end. Short ball, which Lyndon James poles this time. And that will be fielded at deep backwards square. Glamorgan won't mind that. I'll be happy to see Nottinghamshire's batters take on the occasional short ball. They have the field for it. Very controlled though by James, no real danger to it.
Just looking back, Kieran Carlson has bowled 2 overs, 0 for 3 this season against Sussex.
Here comes Hogan to Clark, who's down and smothering that ball with a defensive stroke.
Carlson, I think, is back to bowling off spin full time after or when he does bowl, it's his preferred method after a few offerings of medium pace nonsense.
Well, like Marnus Lampashane tried his hand at a bit of seam bowling this year as well, didn't he?
Carlson wasn't as good as Marnus.
Hogan is in full ball, which Clark drives, but for no run. And that's the end of the 49th over. Nottinghamshire 113 for 3, trail Glamorgan by 341.
Yes, Labuschagne did claim wickets with seam as well as spin. I just said it depended on the weather, the match situation, the pitch, whatever. Took 2 for 11 at Trent Bridge, 2 for 3 in the next match against Middlesex. 3 in the first innings against Leicestershire, 3 in the second innings against Durham, so useful second string to his bow. Nisa to continue down leg side, and James lifting the arms and managing to get everything out of the way just in case.
Yeah, Labuschagne was on a hat-trick here, wasn't he, against Middlesex? He's straying dangerously close to all-rounder territory.
Yes, he's been used fairly regularly by Glamorgan when he's been around, not quite so frequently for Australia, where he's very much the spare bowler. Used for a couple of overs here and that. Nisa in, bowls, James up on his toes, defending to Saltrip point.
And because leg spinning is such a valuable commodity in T20 cricket, he's been used effectively by his team in the Big Bash, Brisbane Heat. So we could see a lot more of Labuschagne bowling, perhaps.
Well, he's certainly keen to develop every area of his game, isn't he, and get involved as much as possible. He's the only overseas player I've seen, I think, acting as a runner just to get himself out there. Nisa in, bowls. James does well to defend that one past short leg, down to Northeast scurrying backwards from leg slip, and there's no run.
Yeah, what's the term cricketers like to use for each other? Cricket badger, isn't it? Someone
Yes.
with insatiable appetite for the game. That certainly applies to Marnus Labuschagne.
Yes, not sure if it's a weekend for the cricket badger, with the temperatures soaring as they are meant to be. These are in bowls. James forward defending out to mid-off. No run. See, Cricket Wales have sent out reminders to clubs to make provisions for extra drinks break every 10 overs if necessary in club matches, and provide extra areas of shade if possible, and even allow 12th men to do some fielding because of the heat.
Very wise as well.
As this is driven by James, didn't time it, but was all along the ground. He has his hands up on his head, just pleased to have seen some sort of aggressive shot, I think, from James, even though it went all along the ground past short leg and to mid wicket. At least he forcing a shot of some sort.
Yeah, it's one of those days when you've got so little going for you, you'll get excited at the merest hint of a chance. Lisa getting quite exercised when the ball has brushed the pad and nothing doing yet.
And he comes again, bowls outside off stump, oohs and ahs. It was a perfectly respectable leave. Lisa, at the end of his run, just having a little look at the batter and reflecting on the unfairness of life as he takes his cap off the umpire, Mark Newell, and arm round the shoulder from Chris Cook, possibly saying, well bowled mate, good effort, but suggesting that might be the end of Nisa's spell. Now he's been on since lunch, hasn't he, Nisa, I think?
Yes.
Yes, so he's been on for nearly 50 minutes. Maiden over, 16 overs, 0 for 38.
And Hogan continues from the Cathedral Road end. He's in and Clark defends. Yet more yelps of anguish from the fielders, though Clark would say he was in control there.
He did well, actually, because that didn't get up. It was defended from probably below the knee roll there.
Yes, signs of that variable bounce again. Hogan and Lisa both slamming the ball into this deck and getting varying rewards from it as Hogan is in. And Clark plays that to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, with this ball now 50 overs old, any swing that there might have been in the early stages has gone. But bowlers have managed to move it a little off the seam on occasion, and that variable bounce can cause batters the occasional problem as Hogan runs in a short ball which Clark leaves alone outside off stump.
Just looking at when the new ball will come. It'll be, 24 overs left of the game when that's taken, hour and a half or so. So you would have thought that Glamorgan really need 2 more by the time the new ball's taken, if they're to stand a realistic chance of knocking over the tail.
You'd think so, and it's going to be hard work, it seems. It's a very well set Joe Clark who faces Hogan over the wicket, and Clark leaves that. Well, another good leave on line and length just outside off stump.
Already the significance of that drop is starting to make itself felt. Clark dropped on 48 at leg slip off the bowling of Michael Nisa.
And here is Hogan again over the wicket. And Clark drives well off the back foot. This could be another boundary for the Nottinghamshire batter. Indeed it is. Very nicely struck off the back foot there from Joe Clark, who moves on to 56, and Nottinghamshire now 117 for 3.
Yeah, you can tell from the lack of reaction from the crowd. I don't think it's any hostility towards Nottinghamshire. There's normally a polite round of applause for boundaries, but they really don't matter today. The asking rate now over 6.
Hogan now coming around the wicket to the right-handed Clark, and plays that to point, no run. So that ends the 51st over. Nottinghamshire 107 for 3. I'll leave you in the capable hands of my colleagues Nick Webb, Ed Bevan and Dave Bracegirdle.
Thanks very much indeed, David. Little swap round in the commentary box. It's been good to have David Pritchard with us for a couple of days of this game. And Dave Bracegirdle will come back alongside me.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Colin Ingram.
Bit more Ingram then. So I thought he might be kept on after lunch, but he's going to have another bowl 50 minutes after lunch, after Nisa has pounded away fruitlessly.
Golden Army's back on.
Yes.
Just heard you say about Clark on 48, and I'm sort of tempted to agree with you. I've just been outside. There's a number of Nottinghamshire supporters down there, almost right behind the arm, and they don't think it carried the one to North East when he was on 48. When he clipped it off his leg, it just pitched in front of him. They've,
right.
You know, they're in a good position. It was one of those I think we'd have to look at the stream, but I didn't think it quite carried, but and my initial thought was a very good effort from North East, and he nearly hung on. But here's Ingram.
That was what I thought as well. But we'll have a look back over the tapes if we can in the interval. As first ball from Ingram is a full toss, and it's hit away on the leg side for a single by Lyndon James. Moves on to 8, 118 for 3. Not saying it was an easy chance, and looked as though it got a fair bat on it. North East going down low. Thought initially he'd held on to it, but might have to revisit that one then on the video.
It's a risky one anyway, because it's only ever going to bring one run, because there was a long leg as well if it had gone past Sam North East.
Ingram bowls, and Joe Clark will take a single out towards mid-wicket. 57 to him, 119 for 3. As Glamorgan continue with a short leg and a slip. Ingram bowls another full toss that's hit to mid-on, and there's a shy at the stumps because Joe Clark had come wandering down the wicket. And, well, that would have been a crazy way to get out, as Michael Nisa had a shy at the stumps.
Yeah, walk the other way, Joe. Get the coach to pick you up on the other side of the ground. Don't go back to the dressing room.
Ingram bowls. James plays to cover, and there's no run.
High, loopy full toss. Lyndon James punches it straight to the fielder, and Joe Clark was halfway down. Had the throw struck, he'd have gone.
Good piece of fielding by Nisa. As Ingram gets a bit of turn there with a shorter delivery that James is able to play off the pitch.
Yeah, if he pitches them, there's half a chance.
As Ingram, that's a bit shorter. Oh, it's squirted through the legs of David Lloyd at slip.
He must have hit it.
And he must have hit it. Now, was that in the air at all? No, patched well short as we see the replay. So no chance there. Shot between David Lloyd's legs, but Ingram will be just mildly encouraged that he managed to find the edge at all. 120 for 3. Colin Ingram 2 overs, 1 for 8.
Yeah, keep me on, Skip. Keep me on. Things are happening. Sometimes a good idea. He's broken the troublesome third wicket partnership, and this pair have been going for an hour now, just a minute or two before lunch, and almost an hour since. Midway through the afternoon. Of course, tea is at 20 to 4 today. It's, for once, not a movable feast. We'll have it at the scheduled time. Here's Hogan round the wicket to Lyndon James, and he'll take at least one here. They'll have a discussion over a second and decide against it as Kieran Carlson quickly to it deters them. 121 for 3. Lyndon James eventually then, after being at the crease for an hour, makes it into double figures. Faced 47 deliveries, but being watchful is very much the byword today. Partnership worth 34. Hogan bowls to Joe Clark, runs it to backward point, straight to the fielder, no run. I'd imagine Glamorgan will not yet have started getting just a little bit twitchy, but if another half an hour or so goes by, 7 wickets in the last session, not beyond them, but I'll really be relying on the second new ball to do what it did in the first innings and really create some holes in the lower order of Nottinghamshire. This is banged in short, and Clark rolls his wrists and gets a single.
Yeah, I was saying earlier on commentary, I think Glamorgan would want to have at least a couple more by the time the new ball comes, so that you're bowling it at 7 downwards rather than the top order man who you'd expect to hold out quite comfortably. If you haven't got past Mullaney in the batting order by the time the new ball comes, it's extremely unlikely.
Clark has 58. Lyndon James back on strike then on 10. Lovely conditions. Warm sunshine, blue sky down the leg side, and again Lyndon James just tucks it away behind square, gets another run, moves on to 11.
England are in some difficulty at 97 for 4 in the 20th over against India at Lord's. Men out: Roy for 23, Bairstow 38, Root for 11 and Butler for 4. Ben Stokes is 20 not out.
Hogan into Clark, holds his bat nice and high and brings it down to make a sweet, sweet, sweet connection as he pushes it through the offside, and this might be a 5 if it doesn't quite touch the rope, and it hasn't. Now then, they've run 3, now they're going to settle for 3. That couldn't have been any closer, but as we could clearly see, you and I, it didn't touch the rope, but it was almost leaning on it. 126 for 3. Had they gone harder, it'd certainly been the second all-run 4 of the game, if not a 5.
It's a good job it was Kieran Carlson after it rather than
me.
They'd run 7 if I was after it. I'd have booted it over, I think.
Clark under 61, but the 3 brings Lyndon James back to face Hogan. Short, and he'll pull this one away, but there's protection down there at long leg. So only another single to LJ, as he's known obviously in the Notts camp. 127 for 3 at the end of the over. And 53 overs have gone in the innings, 52 overs remain in the match.
Bon Jovi halfway there. 127 for 3, 52 overs remaining, so now it'll be 40. They'll have, say, 16 there, 36 in the final session. They're not going to bowl extra overs unless they bowl Salter and Ingram in tandem at any point. This is a little committee meeting of the Glamorgan troops.
Yeah, the think tank getting together. The skipper and
former skipper
Cook.
Chris Cook,
Yeah.
vice captain Kieran Carlson, Eddie Byrom's in the vicinity, so perhaps
There's an awful lot of nothing happening. I'm not sure what the hold-up is for.
There's a ball hold-up as well, is there? Oh, there we are. Well, we haven't had one today. Umpires wandering towards the perimeter, and therefore the fielder's taking a chance to have a drinks break, and probably the batsman will as well. 127 for 3. We're actually halfway through the session, so it's probably about time for a drinks break, as well as club cricketers around the UK will be taking many a drinks break this afternoon, this weekend, I suspect.
That Lions match at Worcester, South Africa, 360 for 7 at the end of their innings. So a little bit of a target there for England Lions. Let's have a look. Ben Duckett, the one catch, no byes. Decent effort there, 360 for 7. The leading run scorer, Heinrich Klaassen, the wicket keeper, he made 123, 67 for Pep Lequeo and 61 for Rassie van der Dusen. 360 for 7, South Africa.
Yeah, we haven't had a one-day match at Worcester for years. I imagine with the size of that playing arena, it's usually a pretty high-scoring ground, is it, Dave?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, really, that Glamorgan don't play one-day stuff at Worcester, since they're north and we're south, but it's one of the shorter journeys for Glamorgan supporters, and it used to be a regular in the days of the three groups, when it was the Midlands, Wales and West, a rather clumsily named conference at the start of the T20, when there was 3 groups rather than 2.
But in the 50-over competition, it's just utterly random. You don't get to see the draw or know when it's made or anything. Or you don't, do you?
No,
it's just
it just appears.
A surprise when it appears.
It appears Glamorgan are at Worcester in this year, so it'll be pleasant. So I think the first time I've done a limited overs match at Worcester.
One result from the county championship matches today. There were 2 results yesterday, of course, but today Hampshire in Division 1 have defeated Warwickshire at home by 8 wickets. Still got no cricket here whilst they're taking a drink. At Canterbury, Kent need a further 307 to beat North Hants with 10 wickets left. At Southport, Somerset in their second innings, 102 for 4 against Lancashire, still trailing by 76. And at Scarborough, where they had a bit of rain earlier, Yorkshire second innings, 184 for 8, leading Surrey by 190. So there might be a frenzied run chase at Scarborough. After tea, at Chesterley Street, Durham 104 for 3, need 262 more to beat Derbyshire, in fact 282, and Sussex 75 without loss in that high-scoring, inevitable draw at Hove.
Colin Ingram to continue after our ball change stroke drinks break. 127 for 3. Ingram with one of the 3 wickets to fall. Hogan claimed 1 last night and Harris 1 first thing this morning. As Ingram bowls, a very loopy delivery that is dispatched through the leg side for 4 runs by Lyndon James. Move on to 16, 131 for 3.
Full of admiration for Colin Ingram as a cricketer, but he's bowling some absolute filth here, and he's got away with it by and large over his first couple of overs, but that really is how it should be dealt with. Just a high, wide, loopy full toss.
As James has moved on to 16, Ingram bowls. Turn there, and he propped forward and was beaten, did Lyndon James, having bowled a filthy ball. Colin Ingram comes back with a jaffer.
That's what makes a part-time bowler so dangerous. If he has got one of those in his armoury, you never quite know when it's going to come, and Lyndon James beaten all ends up. Well bowled.
James in, Ingram in again. James drives on the leg side and takes a single down to wide mid-on. Looking at the One Day Cup, Glamorgan at least do have 5 sides from the north, roughly speaking, the north group of the T20 anyway. So there's a bit of variation in opponents and the chance to meet up with Yorkshire and Lancashire, who wouldn't be played otherwise. As that's chopped by Clark, wide of slip. Now was that aerial? It's running down to third man for 4. Was that in the air as it went past the fielder? I'll have a look on the replay. It was, but it had gone so quickly that it wasn't a chance.
Just the one slip there, David Lloyd, and he's sort of having sixpence one way and a tanner the other. He's as to where he's standing, went quite a way to his right.
136 for 3. Ingram bowls, and it's defended by Joe Clark.
A right old hodgepodge of an over. 2 boundaries, a Shane Warne type leg break that went almost as much as Warne would have sent it.
Ingram to finish the over then. Short clipped up to mid-on. No run. 136 for 3. 51 overs remain for Nottinghamshire to negotiate for the safety of 11 points. 13 points from this game. They've got 5 bonus points to Glamorgan 6. You get 8 for the draw, so it'd be 13 and 14.
I don't think they'd mind Glamorgan getting one more point than them if they were to be heading back on the coach this evening. I think they'd consider it, all being told, a pretty decent 4 days. Glamorgan haven't really closed the gap on them. Obviously Middlesex have been defeated. Their nearest rivals going into this round of games. This of course is the... What's this? It's the 9th game? It is the 9th round of matches for both out of 14.
Yes.
It's only 5 more matches after this one.
Oh,
Well, it is, isn't it?
yeah, it's a sad moment.
Going to have a bowling change at this end. It's going to be James Harris. I'd have liked a bit of Billy Root, but they're not here to please me, obviously.
No, it could well be an option at some point. May come maybe just before the new ball or something if there's 70 overs on the clock. At the moment it's 54.
You know, you would think Harris, Hogan and Nisa are going to have a really responsible role to do in this innings if Glamorgan are going to win. That's when the second new ball comes around, and you might just try a few things, try a few different bowlers up until that point, and you might get another Ingram type Brucey bonus. There is Harris then, bowls outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper. Got 3 wickets in the first innings, with the bails being removed on each occasion. And he finished up with 4. He did. What was the 4th wicket? Stephen Mullaney caught out on the
caught at square leg.
Yeah.
That was a Brucey bonus as well.
136 for 3.
He had a bit of a smile. He said, "I'll take it," when I asked him about it.
Lyndon James on 17, made 50 in the first innings, pushes this back on the bounce to the bowler.
I gave him the option. So was that a cunning plan, James? Not really. The trap to be caught at square leg on the boundary.
Harris back to his mark. Lyndon James on strike on 17, allows this one to pass through into the gloves of the keeper.
Just trying to work out whether Durham are going for victory against Derbyshire. No, but not badly bit.
Take it as it comes till tea and then have a bit of a look.
A familiar answer.
The Nottinghamshire supporters I went and had a bit of a chat to were actually talking about the old daffodil stand away to the right as this one's clipped away on the leg side and stopped at short leg. Who's that under the lid?
It's either Byrom or Carlson.
It's a decent stop nonetheless by the man in the pads. Just what it must be like when it's full, the grandstand away to our right. It does appear as if the only means of accessing the stand are those or down at the bottom as Harris bowls, James bowls back to him, and just trying to leave at the end of a game there. If you're up towards the top, could take quite a while. To filter out. But
yeah, it'll be full for the international in a couple of weeks' time. But that's probably the only occasion for cricket that'll be full this year. It's has reasonable numbers in it for the T20. And for the 100, I suppose it might be fullish.
Next delivery on its way, and again Lyndon James meets it with a straight bat. But they were just contemplating, as is the lot of a cricket spectator. You tend to talk about all sorts of things, don't you, during the course of a day or during the course of 4 days? But they were just wondering how you'd plan your escape route.
Yeah, so have another drink while you're thinking about it. It's probably the answer. Yeah, the exits are about at the front and about 3/4 of the way down. So it would take a long time to get out from the back, and well, maybe it'll be fullish for the 100. We didn't really find out the appetite fully for the franchise stuff last year because the public health regulations in Wales were in place for a few weeks longer than in England, and therefore ticket sales were limited for most of the 100 as well as the Blast, unfortunately. As Ingram bowls, Clark turns it into a full toss by advancing down the pitch and hitting it for 4 through mid-wicket.
Dear, oh dear. Fill your boots, Joseph. Crikey.
That was given plenty of air by Colin Ingram, shall we say. But
there used to be a thing called declaration bowling. It's not declaration bowling right now, but it's the modern day equivalent.
Well, if he smacks a full toss to mid-on, then...
Yeah, exactly. Or plays all round the one that does turn sharply and get stumped. But the odd 2 or 3 have been wretched deliveries and got the treatment.
Ingram bowls that one short and cut away and just over Billy Root at backward point for 4 more shouts of catch it, but that was not in control from Joe Clark, you feel, as there was a lot of bounce on that one from Ingram. It was a short delivery, but Root couldn't get anything on it.
Nearly.
So the Heinz 57 varieties, the licorice all sorts, whatever you like to call them, are causing a few moments of danger for Nottinghamshire, and maybe not conventional ways. Ingram bowls and Clark is forward, having no frivolity on that one. Clark has moved on to 73. 144 for 3. Ingram bowls, Clark down the pitch, then works it to mid-wicket for a single.
This is his second highest score now of the season. 89 is his highest. So a lean season, relatively speaking, for Joe Clark. I think most of the recognised names around the counters, the top 4 batters, most of them have got centuries this year.
James pushes forward, defends to cover, no run.
Some of them have got 3 or 4 or more, but Joe Clark awaits that particular moment this year. Well, it happened this afternoon.
Well, this is definitely an opportunity. Get some fairly easy pickings as that is turned off his legs by James and just past short leg. Did Byrom get something on that?
I don't think so. Judging where the fielder fielded it, it must have been well to Byrom's left.
Might just have got a fingertip on it, I'm not sure. But
keep going, Colin.
Yeah,
four overs, going. 1 for 27.
Well, it doesn't matter, does it?
No.
He can go for 10 and over for half an hour. Doesn't matter whatsoever.
You're right, you're absolutely right. There was a couple of in that over, wasn't there? One that just went over Billy Root, one turned past short leg. 146 for 3. you're not going to block when you are getting a couple of waist-high full tosses and over, and one or two turning sharply. There's Harris. It's bowled to Lyndon James. He's back on defensive duty. No run.
At least if this does end a draw, both sides will be relieved by the other two matches that obviously the Middlesex were beaten yesterday by Worcestershire. The other two matches look more likely to be draws than anything else.
There's Harris. In, down the leg side and through to the keeper. I don't know.
Which one would you...
Durham, Derbyshire.
Durham still needed 266. Derbyshire needs 7 wickets. They're going at 3.5 runs and over. Draws the better result for supporters of these two sides.
Next delivery is again blocked by Lyndon James. Given the distance between both Durham and Derbyshire and the current leaders, Notts, I think after tea there might just be a sign that the scoring rate is accelerated, and might just be a case of, well, let's give it a go, and that of course will bring Derbyshire into the game as well. It's 3 o'clock. I'm going to have to pop next door in just a second after this ball from Harris to Lyndon James, who works it on the leg side. Will get a single. So we've got the snooker maximum on the board, 147.
Indeed so. The number that's on the end of so many snooker players' Twitter handles. 147 for 3. James 19. Clark 74. And Harris runs away from us and bowls to Clark. Short ball that's pulled around towards fine leg, just past a diving leg slip, and past Hogan down at fine leg as well. I thought he was going to get to it, but he couldn't keep it in the field of play. Oh dear. Yes, it's a long way down for Michael Hogan. He did get to it, but didn't stop it. 151 for 3. Clark moves to 78 not out. James Harris at this Cathedral Road end. Got a wicket very early in the day. Nothing since. As forward comes Clark to defend. Ed Bevans alongside me.
Yeah, I would say now that the odds are on a draw because the pitch really isn't doing anything to help Glamorgan's bowlers. And with 7 wickets in hand, although there are 48 overs left, it'll need a big collapse, as we saw in the first innings, if Glamorgan are to win this game. And as you say, both sides really, they're determined not to lose because they're so close. Well, it won't be all that close because Nottinghamshire, if the draw is to be the result, will be 22 points ahead of Glamorgan. Glamorgan will be in third, point ahead of Middlesex.
Behind Middlesex.
Middlesex, rather. So that's pretty equal. As Ingram starts a new over and bowls to James, who is forward and just pushes it away no more than a few metres in front of him on the offside. You can look back and say, OK, Glamorgan might have declared earlier last night to give them a chance against a tired side and given themselves an extra 10 overs or so. As Ingram from the River End bowls, and this is clipped away to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think there was value last night in just taking the game completely beyond Nottinghamshire.
I would have thought, Nick, also 400 would have been plenty. But they were probably waiting for North East to get his 100. As Ingram tosses this one up, nicely flighted, but it's pushed away onto the offside. and consequently Nottinghamshire were not remotely interested in looking for the win once they lost the wicket last night in this third over, I think, second over, and the early one this morning. Ingram bowls, and this is cut away on the offside for a single. It's fielded on the extra cover boundary, and they take just the 1 run. Clark has had a few, well, not real chances. One went over Root's head a couple of overs ago, and the other one, not quite sure yet. I heard you talking.
Well, on commentary, we thought it was a chance at the time.
And the boys are next door to the technical boys.
Some of the supporters lower down didn't think it would it carried, but
I don't know, they could have seen lower down.
Well, I suppose they're closer to the action, aren't they?
Because they were behind everything.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over from Colin Ingram, and he's bowling to Joe Clark. In he comes and bowls to him, and Clark nudges it away for another single. A couple of runs off the over, and the score moves gently along to 153 for 3. Tea is in just under 40 minutes' time. I'm miscounting, there is another one left. 2 slips, Glamorgan attacking all the time. They haven't bowled Salter, which is another surprise, as Colin Ingram from that far end in and bowls, and James hardly playing a shot in this innings. I don't think, has he got a boundary, Nick? I don't think he has. He's not out 20.
Good question. Just check that one for you. Lyndon James has had 2 boundaries. Joe Clark's got 12. Ben Slater hit 7. But boundaries are quite cheap in this innings, aren't they, really?
Absolutely right. I could have looked myself, but I haven't got a laptop anymore.
Edward has destroyed his laptop in a fit of John McEnroe Tempe, hurled it through the plate glass window of Trebanos Towers.
What happened? I was overbalanced shutting the patio doors, and I went back and my foot landed on it, and that, I'm afraid, was that. So I'll have to somehow get a new one and transfer it via the television set, so they tell me. I shan't be taking any notice of that, I can assure you, Nick.
Here's James Harris then from this Cathedral Road end in the Sophia Gardens sunshine at 153 for 3 to bowl, defended by Clark to mid-on. There's no run. Still keeping with the 2 slips and the leg slip and the forward short leg, so there are plenty of areas of the ground unprotected.
I was a little surprised, I don't know about you, that Ingram, having taken that wicket, important wicket of Slater, then didn't resume after the interval, and possibly we haven't seen the off-spinners Salter bowl.
Harris into bowl, and it's flicked to short leg.
He's living a bit dangerously now, isn't he, Joe Clark?
There's been 1 or 2 moments as Byrom meant to feign to throw the ball back at the stumps just in case he'd overbalanced.
Because he is the important man now if they're to survive. They probably will. Not Morgan, you can say, probably have the better of the game. And that's something that they wanted to do, and to stay in that promotion race.
Harris in, bowls, hits Clark on the pad, goes down leg side, well stopped by Chris Cook to prevent it, running away for 4 leg byes. He'll just put the pressure on next week's game for Glamorgan as they take on Leicestershire away. Leicester the bottom side, but on the back of having scored a record county total in their history. 756 for 4 declared. Sussex, by the way, 97 for 1 in their second innings, so it doesn't look as though Leicestershire will
Anybody watching?
The Seagulls at Hove. Harris bowls, short delivery, pulled away gently towards square leg for a single by Joe Clark.
Yes, Clark is very important to Nottingham here, because I suspect Mulaney has told James, you do not play a shot. You just defend for your life.
Yeah, he's faced 69 deliveries so far for his 20 not out. Harris runs away from us. Bowls to Lyndon James, who defends in textbook fashion. Ball trickles up towards Billy Root at mid-off.
I suppose at the end of the season, say last game but won or last game, and everything had been decided, you would have had a declaration, say at 4.5 and over, well under the 4.55 that Glamorgan set, and you would have had a game, and there would have been nothing on it. But of course it's nowhere near that. It's just past halfway, lots to play for.
Harris in, Bowls, James forward to defend to short leg. 154 for 3 at the end of the over, but overs remaining has ticked down to 46, and Nottinghamshire still have 7 wickets standing. Well, that's the trouble, isn't it, that we don't quite know what the sides are playing for. I suppose top 2 is the aim anyway, whether it's promotion to the first division out of 2 or remaining in the second division out of 3 divisions if they go that way.
Who knows what they do up there?
Well, it'll have to be approved by the county chairs, won't it?
I really hope that the county chairs sit down and think. One has already said, surely we cannot just have 5 home games next season. Because everybody seems to say, let's have 10 championship matches.
I wonder if it's a bit of a smoke screen put out there so that when they reduce it to 12, people will think, oh, that's not quite as bad as it could have been.
They'll just burn on your smoke screen as Ingram starts any over and it's pushed away for a single up to mid-wicket. It'll burn the County Cricket Championship away then if they're just going decreasing every couple of years.
Yep.
But everything's county cricket's fault.
Quite. Well, England just won 4 tests. Doesn't county cricket that the credit for that?
Exactly. Here's the next ball, and James is forward, way on the offside.
It's a serious point, really, because this review was called with English cricket in crisis. One match in 17 or whatever it is. It's terrible. And now different personnel at the top. England have mullered New Zealand, beaten India in style.
What are you going to
More
say
county
now?
cricket needed.
Ingram tosses this one up and is struck away past Root and goes away for 4.
Leave you with a blast of Mr. Bracegirdle for the next 15 minutes or so.
Glamorgan with this attacking field, not really caring if the boundaries come because they're not. Neither side look like losing at the moment. As Dave joins me, if they could have got down as far Mullaney, then I think there would be shudders with a tail. As in the first innings, subconsciously, but they're going well at the moment, and this time it's just nudged away by James. Wouldn't have thought they would have any thoughts of going for these runs once they lost. I mean, last night, would they?
No. Not at any stage, I don't think, would they have entertained 455. No. 350 for 1 at tea then maybe, but
again it's defence coming there by James.
That was never likely to happen, I don't think.
That's what I was telling. I thought Glamorgan might have come in at 400 and had an extra 10 overs or whatever. But I suppose the thing was put Notts right out of the game. Ingram comes in and bowls to James, who's just pushed that away for a single.
Yeah, I saw
end of the over.
The quotes last night from Eddie Byrom. I mean, I don't know if he's speaking on behalf of the captain or just himself, but he sort of said that the thinking was just to take Notts completely out of the game, and get that lead up to 450 or thereabouts, and make sure it was out of the reach of Notts, and then they can apply some pressure. And of course, they got rid of Hamid last night, so that meant it. Everything fell for Glamorgan yesterday as they'd have wanted it.
And then, of course, when they had the wicket today in the second over, they would have thought, we've got a chance here. But the new ball had come and gone, and as we know, this pitch never really offers on any day. unless you can strike with a new ball, and it's been proved yet again in this game.
We've had 60 overs. Andrew Salter is going to be recalled. Big match for Andrew Salter, whatever happens, because he was capped on the second day, or before the start of play on the second day, so a memorable occasion for him with his family here. He's getting a little bit of counsel from the skipper, and Colin Ingram, of course, who knows a little bit of about spin bowling today. I'll be coming over and saying, well, this is what I did, mate.
Yes, Colin Ingram always used to bowl a couple of years ago in the 2020 first change, and he hasn't practiced, and although he completely foxed Slater in the air, I think he did him. He just came down and played too soon. But
he's looked rusty, hasn't he? There's been full tosses, there's been long hops, and then there's been an absolute jaffer. Makes it very difficult for the two batsmen to set themselves. Let's see what Salter, the frontline spinner, can do. I think Glamorgan would love to have Croft and Koska at their disposal right now.
Yes, but it's not turning, Dave.
No.
It's not helping at all anybody.
160 for 3. Lyndon James on strike, goes very deep into his crease to defend that one. He's on 25.
Is he an attacking player by nature, James? Or obviously, as I said, he's probably playing orders now, and
Yeah, he's technically correct. He'll play the ball on his merit. Next delivery is blocked. He's not been playing white ball cricket, but was brought in at the end of the blast once not. Well, it got to a situation where they suddenly found themselves in a position where, out of nowhere, having been eliminated, they could perhaps qualify when Leicestershire were docked a couple of points, but he was brought in right at the end of the blast. This is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Doesn't normally play white ball cricket or blast cricket, but so slogging the ball out of the ground is certainly not his forte. But he did.
Where did Notts finish in?
Well, they finished 5th on net run rate. This one's pushed into the offside the first time since 2015 when they haven't qualified for the quarters. Had a disappointing time of things, really. Well beaten both games by Lancashire, beaten in both games by Birmingham Bears. As Lyndon James throws the bat at this one, doesn't get a decent connection, just runs to backward point.
Did Alex Hales play?
Yes, yeah.
The forgotten man these days, isn't he?
Yes, I mean, with that top order of Hales and Clark and Duckett, Dan Christian, Stephen Mullaney, Samit Patel.
Christian's finished?
Yes, he's not coming back. 39 years of age now.
Is he really?
James on 25. I mean, a few difficulties getting Salter away in this over. Plays this one down at the feet of short leg, and that's a maiden to mark Andrew Salter's comeback over. 10 overs, none for 16. Notts remain 160 for 3. It's another over ticked off. 44 overs remain. And T, remember, will be at 20 to 4 today, so we haven't got to bother about how many overs.
Yes, I'm talking about Alex Hales because with Roy very doubtful of his place, Phil Salter probably the man in possession, but I've said this, I really think that the England selectors should, forgive and forget. How many years has he been in the wilderness? 2 or 3?
Well, it was just before the 2019 World Cup, wasn't it? He was in the preliminary, the large squad, and then he was excluded from the 14 or 15, and he's not been picked since.
It's going to be Ingram to continue from the far end and bowls, and down the pitch comes Clark and just pushes it out back down the pitch, and the score remains on 160 for 3.
Probably not playing enough cricket, Ed, to merit a recall.
In comes Ingram, a little bit short, but just shoveled away on the offside again. No, but he served his what's the word to say?
Well, there hasn't been any suspension or ban or
being out of recognition, put it that way.
Yeah.
Ingram bowls, and that's short and cut away for a single out to deep extra cover. Because others have been reprimanded and some have been fined and then come back into the fold. Because he's too, what is he? Must be early 30s?
He was born in January 89, I think, so 11 and 22, 33.
Yeah. James waits. In comes Ingram over the wicket and bowls to him, and he nurdles that away to second slip.
Actually, there's a picture of him on the wall down to our left. You'll have seen it down there. There's all some international players with all their statistics and whatever, right. And Alex Hales is there with the ODI England record of 171, which I think has been passed now, but there's that photo of him on there.
I once saw him in the Big Bash getting a huge score. Ingram bowls, and it's pushed away by James, who moves quietly up to 26.
There's not been a session yet that's been completely wicketless. The closest we got to it was yesterday morning when Lloyd and Byrom battered up until the final ball before lunch, or into the final over before lunch when Lloyd got out.
Well, they've got 25 minutes to survive, these two, and it'll be wicketless as the next ball is bowled and pushed away. I suspect that tea time, you always see it in games like this, you see the spectators, bye, see you in the next game, and we're going home, now nothing to play for. So
I think if Notts are still 3 down at tea, then
we'll be away at 10-5.
Every possibility that it will end up in a handshake, but
can you declare?
No, because it's the last innings of the game. They can agree, both sides can agree. I mean, it's not within Notts' gift to be able to declare an innings. But Stephen Mullany and David Lloyd can say, well, this is
have a look at each other,
just a waste of exercise or a waste of everybody's time, just ploughing on for another hour and a half.
You want to get up to the Midlands there? Let's go.
But requiring only 7 wickets, and with that second new ball
that's
still to come,
I suppose, if they can.
They got 6 straight after tea on the second day. So
how many overs have we got? New one now.
Well, we've had 62 overs, so another 18.
Yeah, but still some time to go.
Well, they got 6 wickets in 11 overs, either side of the second new ball on day 2. Salter to bowl to Lyndon James. As you say, a couple of wickets, and they're into the lower middle order. James on strike, drives up to mid-off.
Typical off-spinner's field, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely to see. Slip, short leg, and a backward short leg slip. Forgotten fielders there now in this era.
Salter again, past umpire Adnan. Nice use of the feet by Lyndon James. Drives elegantly, but straight to James Harris at mid-on. No run. One or 2 wickets would certainly set the cat amongst the pigeons, or the seagulls, as we've seen on this ground this week. 162 for 3.
Derby next week for you?
Derby away, yeah.
Pleasant ground now.
Yes, yeah.
Very pleasant.
Yeah.
Fletch there commentating, good man.
Very much so. Always a pleasurable few days spent with Dave Fletcher. He'll be finding something to moan about, however good the cricket is. As this is wonderfully fielded by Salter. Lyndon James left his crease, drove it back on the bounce to Salter, who had the presence of mind just to throw it back in the direction it had come, hoping to get Lyndon James stranded.
That happened to Nisa earlier on, but if Nisa itself hit, he'd have been run out to Clark.
Yeah. Good work by Salter. James is on 26. Clips this again up to Harris at mid-on. Runs have dried up for Notts for the time being. This is Salter's 11th over. None for 16. Ingram's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 37. Comes in again and bowls to spear it down the leg side. It's almost on the full, and Salter puts his hands on his head. I don't know if it was close to the leg stump or he thought it was fairly close. Yeah, couldn't have missed by much. I'm into the pads of Chris Cook, end of the over. 162 for 3 here on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Sport Online with myself and Eddie Bevan. Nick Webb won't be too far away.
And here's Colin Ingram, and getting through the overs very quickly now, and waiting for Nisa and Hogan to take the new ball, because runs, as you say, it doesn't matter if they're punished, because 292 runs away, so that doesn't matter.
No, that's not going to happen.
Just hoping that some chances might be created. And here is the first ball of the over, which he probably could have hit him a little bit harder, but he just pushed it away, did Clark. He's on 82. And he comes again, and Clark on the back foot just pushes it away.
Glamorgan at Leicester next week. You going up there, Ed?
Yes, I've been asked to go, so... what I like about grounds is good vantage positions. And Leicester's a good one, isn't it?
It's all right when you get there. It says rickety stairs.
Next ball is short and is hammered away for 4.
Yeah, he got hold of that, Joe Clark, didn't he?
One solitary hand clap.
Yeah, the rickety stairs at Leicester. I'm sure I'll either fall up or fall down in one day.
I take extra care. I nearly went one year bringing the bags down.
Yeah. Especially if it had a little bit of rain.
It's iron, isn't it?
Yeah. So Clark on to 86 now. His highest score this season, 89.
Ingram bowls and just pushed away to short leg or thereabouts. But the vantage point, once you get in there, you're out of breath. And then we start. And they've improved that box, much more room than there used to be there.
Yeah.
2 slips, short leg. It's Colin Ingram, probably enjoying a little bowl here. Comes in and bowls to Clark, and Clark clips that away, and he'll get another single, this time down to long on. Clark moves on to 88. Have they moved it on yet? No, 87. 167 for 3.
He wanted 2 there. He was keen to face a little bit more of this, I think.
But it's to James now. James clips that away. And he's going to get a single.
Yeah.
And it's all very leisurely cricket at the moment. Nothing really happening, and just watching the overs go by.
Need to find another surprise element, Billy Root or somebody like that. Maybe just come on and have 1 or 2 overs just to see if they can have a golden arm as Ingram did before lunch, winkle out a wicket.
Carlson, on his debut, took 5 for 29, I think it was, up at Northampton, but he doesn't bowl. Billy, of course, his action was cleared 2 years ago. He's back bowling, Billy Root. But, I suppose the spinners are not really getting any purchase, and the batsmen are not going to try and dance down the pitch because he's a part-time bowler, because they know that they mustn't get out. Salter at the bowl.
Round the wicket to Lyndon James, who, again, not for the first time this afternoon, goes very deep into his crease, watches the ball onto the face of his bat, happy to defend. No run. 15 minutes to the tea break. Morgan trying to get as many overs in, I'm sure, before then. Next one's drilled to Ingram at mid-off, no run. Is that Lloyd at slip, loosening up?
Yes.
The skipper. They're just feeling a little stiff, or perhaps he might be considering bringing himself on. Next ball again blocked by Lyndon James. Came to the crease at about 3 minutes to 1 when Ben Slater got out. Partnership now worth 81. False start there for Andrew Slater, and he comes in off about 3 steps. Goes back and does it again. Bowls and off the outside edge this time by Lyndon James, meant to drive in the V, but instead plays it to backward point, no run. Stephen Mullaney doing next. Liam Patterson-White, the left-hander at 7. Joey Everson, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. James comes out of his crease, drives into the covers, and will pick up a couple. Moving him on to 29, 170 for 3 knots.
I haven't seen Mr. Masood's name that prolific Pakistan opener for Derbyshire for the last
No, he's
week
away
or
with
so.
Pakistan. They've got an international series.
He's back in the fold then. Good. Because he was dropped, wasn't he? That's why Derbyshire basically signed him for the season.
Yeah. Next one is played down carefully by Lyndon James. End of the over, 170 for 3. Yeah, had a good relationship with Mickey Arthur, who
That's right.
knew him from his time in charge of Pakistan. Took him to Derby, and what a prolific season he had up until the point that he was whisked away to join his international teammates once again.
Yes, and Mickey Arthur's done a good job there.
Yeah.
He's got some good signings, and they're competitive every game.
Yeah, they got through to the... I know it ended sourly in the quarterfinals at Taunton on Saturday, but they got through to the quarterfinals of the Blast, which is a marked improvement on recent years. And I'm going to have to leave you, Ed, because I've got to do an update promptly on the half hour.
I don't think anything startling is going to happen, yeah.
To bowl at the River End, David Lloyd.
Yes, as predicted by Mr. Bracegirdle, David Lloyd is going to have a little ball from that far end for the last 10 minutes before tea. And he will be bowling at Joe Clark, who is on 87. We think he might have been dropped by Sam Northeast round the corner, backward short leg. Some say it might have just been on the half volley, and then he struck one just over Billy Root's head at cover off Ingram. It'll be Lloyd then, with the keeper Chris Cook standing up as he bowls the first ball, and that's driven to short extra cover, and there's no run. Interesting field. Slip is about 10 yards back. Backward point, man on the drive on the offside, a deep extra cover, and a mid-off, and then a short mid-on, an orthodox mid-on behind him. Square leg, and James Harris down on the fine leg boundary. David Lloyd from the far end bowls, and that's clipped away. And they'll get a single, they'll think of a second and will not come back for it. 88 now to Joe Clark. James is on 29, a very patient 29 by him, 171 for 3. There's no point in me telling you what the winning score is, because there's no chance of that happening, but it is 455 if you're interested. Glamorgan give themselves 107 overs to bowl them, but they've only taken 2 wickets today, thanks to this very placid pitch. Lloyd bowling his medium paces from the far end. Keeper remains standing up to James as Lloyd bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on, and there is no run. Nick has arrived from a little bit of writing, and I suspect, Nick, and you report you're leaning towards a draw. I certainly am.
Yes, it looks very much the favourite at the moment, doesn't it? 10 minutes to go until the tea interval. Nothing happens in this turn.
Lloyd bowls and just keeps a shade low, but James determined to stay there. He's been rather strokeless in this innings, but he's done his job. 29 and 88 to Clark. Joe Clark coming in the second over of the morning. As Lloyd comes in, bowls, and he has to get right on top of that. He's a tall young man, is James, and just to push it a rising ball away into the gully. End of the over, 171 for 3. James is 29 and Clark is 88.
Yeah, that's Clark leading the way then in this afternoon session. James has also faced more than 100 balls now. 101 is soaked up. So really few alarms this afternoon. Clark appeared to be dropped at leg slip on 48. And there's just a little run-out alarm as well, and Nisa might have had him in trouble if he'd hit.
46 overs remaining if needed.
Ingram just doing a little bit of loosening as well. As Salter is in to bowl, and it's driven back to him by Joe Clark. Maybe an over or two of Billy Root might just shake him up a bit.
We were mentioning that earlier on. And, hasn't bowled for a couple of years, really.
Clark drives this one through the leg side. It's beaten mid-wicket, and it'll beat mid-on as well. Salter just over pitching slightly, and met on the full. Just beating the two fielders on the leg side. 175 for 3. Clark moves on to 92 not out. Salter in, bowls. Clark back on his stumps defending. Back down the wicket to Salter, who's done his best to create a bit of enthusiasm about Glamorgan's prospects out there. Always looks as though he's expecting a wicket any moment. 3 around the bat as Clark comes down the wicket, and it's another one away at the leg side. This one is a scrambling stop by Hogan on the mid-wicket boundary. He still cares about each run, and he's cut them down to a single there, remarkably.
Yes, good running dive at the end of it all.
In front of that empty grandstand, well, empty apart from a handful of the ground staff watching on. Salter bowls. James is forward. Oh so watchful. 29 off 102 balls now for Lyndon James, but as long as they occupy the crease, the run scoring doesn't matter at all. Salter bowls, driven back to him by James, who Salter fields in his follow through. There's no run. Clark has 93, James has 29. 176 for 3. 6 minutes, probably 2 overs to come until the tea interval, and
looking at this
36 thereafter. Sorry.
This pitch, which is not offering anything. You wonder when the ECB told the groundsman we've got to have better pitches, and now you see these massive scores around the country. It makes you wonder, they've gone completely the other way. I don't think Darren Stevens has played more than 3 games for Kent this year because the pitches have been so good. I think you've got to balance it one way or the other. As Lloyd starts another over and bowls down the leg side, and it's tickled away down to fine leg for a single there by Joe Clark, because you've got to have the spinners in the game somehow, and we've seen throughout the season that the spinner's not winning games, except of course Mr. Harmer. But that pitch at chance, well, you have to question it just a little, I think. As Lloyd bowls and it's driven out to extra cover, no run. You've got to have some balance. I don't want it like it used to be, where they'd be 20 for 5 in the first morning of a 4-day match. But let's have some balance where it's an equal for batsman and bowler.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 days of this match looked okay, didn't they? 318 plays 285. You'd think those were that sort of contest you wanted.
Lloyd bowls, played out to mid-wicket. But if you don't get any deviation after the new ball, or if you don't get any spin, as we've seen here, then talented batsmen will profit, as we've seen the scores, not only here, but apart from the school ground at Middlesex, everywhere else. Lloyd bowls down the leg side. Beautiful take there by Cook.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, it looks as though the other 2 games draw probable results. Sussex have almost knocked off the deficit with just 1 down, 25 behind. against Leicestershire, who, if you missed it earlier, set a county record of 756 for 4 declared, with double centuries, big double centuries from Ackerman and Mulder.
Next ball is a short cutaway. I don't know if he's going to reach the boundary. No, it's hauled in just short. Sam Northeast returns and they go through for 2 more runs.
Yeah, Billy Root taking all the pace off that ball and then wringing his hand as if he wished he hadn't. It's hit pretty firmly, would have reached the boundary, but Root took most of the pace off.
And 31 now to James, who's beginning to play a few shots. As David Lloyd comes in and bowls to James, and James is forward to a good length ball. At the end of another over, 17943, and Clark is in sight of 194.
So Durham have just lost their 4th wicket at Chester Street. They're 142 for 4. Needing a further 244 to win, so that's out of the target. Just out of the question. Just a question of whether Derby can pull off some sort of collapse there. Interesting at Scarborough, Yorkshire were dismissed for 220 in their second innings. Surrey need 227 to win. They are 27 for naught, so a further 200 needed by Surrey with all their wickets in hand. Might be a little victory bid there by the visitors. Salter bowls down the wickets. Comes Clark, clipped away on the leg side. Out to Hogan at mid-wicket, just the single. Somerset at Southport, 144 for 4 in their second innings. Still 34 runs adrift with 6 wickets left. Morley has all 4 there.
A few runs scored in that game as well.
Yeah. Next ball defended by James. Kent against Northants. Kent are 94 for 4, needing a further 95 for 4, needing a further 270. So Northants are the only possible winners there, you would have thought. Salter tosses one up, driven on the full, down the ground by Lyndon James, 4 runs. He moves to 35, the total to 184 for 3. In the one-day international, England against India. England not looking likely as though they'll post something too threatening at the moment. 159 for 6 after 33 overs. Salter in bowls, James forward to defend, no run. Livingston out for 33 and Stokes for 21. Bairstow 38, the top scorer in the top half of the order. Moeen Ali and David Willey at the wicket.
Mr. Sharma's in form again. That'll be small call for him.
Salter bowls, James defends. Back down the wicket to Andrew Salter. So it looks as though Clark will have to wait for his century until after tea, because he's not on strike, and this is the last ball with the clock having just reached 3:40. Salter bowls, James defends, and Nottinghamshire have successfully negotiated the afternoon session. 2 hours without a wicket. Lyndon James 35 not out. Joe Clark is 95 not out. Glamorgan have 36 overs to claim 7 wickets. They'll give it a go for at least an hour after tea. And we'll be back with you for commentary at 4 o'clock here on BBC Sport Online.
bring you up to date with latest scores from elsewhere. We'll start at Lord's. The second one-day international between England and India. England in the 35th over are 165 for 6. There's also a 50-over match involving South Africa against the England Lions at New Road in Worcester, where the tourists, South Africa, made 360 for 7 in their 50 overs. In the 10th over, in reply, the England Lions are 67 for 2, so the England Lions require a further 294 runs in 40 overs. It's tea time in the other LV Insurance County Championship games around the country, all of which are in their final day. At Chesterley Street, Durham, in their second innings, a 143 for 5, still requiring a further 243 runs to beat Derbyshire. At home, Leicestershire declared on their lunchtime total a gargantuan 756 for 4. Sussex, in reply, in their second innings, were 144 for 1, still trailing by 24 runs. At Scarborough, Surrey, in their second innings, are 32 for 1. That's after they dismissed Yorkshire for 220. So Surrey require a further 195 runs to win. At Southport, in their second innings, Somerset are 151 for 4, still trailing Lancashire by 27 runs. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent in their second innings are 96 for 4, still requiring a further 269 runs to beat Northamptonshire. Don't forget that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. There's also plenty of information about the various matchday hospitality packages which are still available, including those games in the 100. If you're seeking a scorecard, if you're seeking a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, all are available either from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, or alternatively the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and is situated opposite Gate 2. To access the club shop, use the walkway please in front of the Castell Power stand. The shop will be closing around about 5 p.m. this afternoon, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're seeking food, drink or ice cream, they can all be purchased, again using electronic means, from the kiosk or the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And as far as members are concerned, coffee is still available in the Lewis Lounge until 4:30. And drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. If you haven't done so already, the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is still open for a visit this afternoon. It will be closing shortly after the tea interval and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and proud heritage of cricket here in Wales.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens. We're just about to get underway in this final session of Glamorgan against Nottinghamshire, with 36 overs remaining for Nottinghamshire to survive potentially, unless the two teams shake hands on a draw earlier. 184 for 3. Joe Clark is 95 not out. Lyndon James is 35 not out. And the key fact is that they batted through the afternoon session together without losing any further wickets. An update for BBC Radio Wales in a moment.
The two not-out batters, Joe Clark and Lyndon James.
A couple of Twitter thoughts. Stephen Olnick says, is cricket itself a bit too conservative? Why not surround the bat and give Kieran Carlson or Eddie Byrom a bowl, going through the motions towards a draw? Steve West suggests that Glamorgan could have done with an extra 10 overs last night with the bowlers fresh and the batsmen tired. Graham Smith asks, might it be we don't have spinners in the game? I think he means across the UK, excluding Harmer, who can win games on day 4. Chris Drew calling for more close fielders. We're about to see Kieran Carlson in action. So one of those suggestions has been brought into play. Carlson with his off breaks then. There's a bill of the wickets. Catch the wicket. He's given out. Joe Clark has gone. Glamorgan are celebrating. Clark cannot believe it. He has a word with the square leg umpire, but he's not going to reprieve him. Joe Clark has gone to Kieran Carlson's first ball. Unbelievable. 184 for 4. Clark could not believe that decision. Carlson went racing round, and Glamorgan have opened the door. Jest. What a start to the evening session.
Joe Clark was bowled by Kieran Carlson for 95.
Well, we thought the game was heading for a draw with Nottinghamshire batting through the afternoon session, but Glamorgan have claimed a wicket with the very first ball of the evening session from the occasional off-spin of Kieran Carlson, who's just got rid of Joe Clark for 95. Lyndon James is 35 not out, accompanied Clark throughout the afternoon. Just 3 wickets have fallen today, but that start to the evening session has given Glamorgan just a little bit of hope of forcing a win. There are 35.5 overs remaining, Notts 184 for 4.
The incoming batter, the Nottinghamshire captain, Steve Mullaney.
Well, Captain Steve Mullaney is called into action then. 184 for 4. And I suspect that Joe Clark might just have a little bit of a comeback from his reaction to that decision, because he could not believe that he was given out. Up went the figure straight away. Clark looked down. Carlson went sprinting round, mobbed by his teammates. And Glamorgan's 7th bowler, Kieran Carlson, adds to his very small collection of first-class wickets. I believe it's just 1 since he took 5 on debut. 184 for 4. As forward plays Mullaney. And the decision now has gone up as bowled on the board. Was shortly given caught behind. As that is driven through the offside by Mullaney for 4 runs. 188 for 4.
Yeah, the Tannoy announcement was for bowled. I think everybody's looking at both umpires, waiting for one of them to make a decision. Wicketkeeper Chris Cook initially seemed to be looking towards the square leg umpire, San Adnan. Joe Clark didn't know.
When the umpire's finger goes up, you assume it's caught behind. Well,
the Tanner announcement was bold, and I think he must have been in consultation with the umpires.
Carlson bowls outside the off stump. Mullaney allows that one to go through.
Either way, it's an unexpected twist. We did manage to get a full session without a wicket, but either end of that session, a wicket did go down.
As Mullaney props forward and defends out on the offside. It is a wicket, but I think he'll have to have another look at that, because if the umpire's finger goes up at the non-striker's end, you assume that's a caught behind. As Mullaney drives another one through the offside for possibly 4 more. It's just scooped back inside the ropes by Billy Root, and they'll go through for 2. No, 190 for 4.
I can definitely help with that bit of it. Joe Clark was looking at Hassan Adnan, the square leg umpire. He pointed to umpire Newell. Clark looked back at Newell, and then Newell said, "Yeah, you're out, Joe," and sort of, it wasn't the full raise of the finger, but it was just, "Yeah, you're out, Joe." So just confirmation that obviously he'd seen the bail clipped off. 190 for 4. Obviously, I was speaking to Radio Nottingham at the time, and I wasn't sure, but I've not seen a replay. But that was certainly the process of events, and then it was a long time before there was confirmation on the board. So I can only imagine there was a consultation between the scorers and the umpires just to clarify it. But either way, I think it does mean that we're perhaps going to be here a little bit longer than we would have been had Clark been still together with Lyndon James after the second new ball had been taken. They may well have decided that that was that. There's James Harris. Be an extra spring in the step of Glamorgan now, as this one from Harris down the leg side is just clipped away by Lyndon James for 4, and he moves on to 39. So that was a partnership of 97 for the 4th wicket between Clark and Slater, and Kieran Carlson striking with his first ball of the match.
Indeed, only bowled 2 overs previously this season.
Here's Harris, didn't get his line right for the first delivery. That's better, but Lyndon James will still get a run nonetheless, helping it onto the leg side.
The border's changed back to Court Cook.
It has indeed.
So yeah, hopefully my initial impression was correct. As I say, Clark looked at both umpires, as you mentioned, but it looked as though the ball turned away from the stumps. Cook whipped off the bails.
Yeah.
So looking for a stumping if it wasn't a catch. Well, confusion all round.
Confusion all round. Why try and stump somebody if you know you've caught it? But I guess 195 for 4. I guess you're taking away the unlikely aspect that the umpire might not have seen the nick. Anyway.
Looking back at the replay, it definitely looked as though it turned past the outside edge.
Next delivery on its way. And Stephen Mullaney, of course, the skipper, now out there. He'll be digging in, I'm sure. A little bit of a feeling that it was a soft dismissal that got rid of Mullaney in the first innings. Just lifted one out onto the leg side off Harris, straight into the hands of Byrom. Been in decent nick this season, Mullaney. 195 for 4. Next ball, bat and pad together, played on the leg side. So Joe Clark's wait for a maiden 100 this season goes on. Still stuck on 18 first-class hundreds. He only had one last year. It was a very similar pattern last year for Joe Clark in the county championship, and then he got 100 in the last match of the season at Trent Bridge against Yorkshire. That was his only 3-figure score. He's only got 5 for Notts. And 3 full seasons And, now more than a half a season. We're into the 9th match out of 14. As Harris comes in again. 2 slips, but they spread very, very wide. And Mullaney drives back to the bowler on 95 for 4 at the end of the over. 34 overs remain. 9 overs to go until that second new ball.
Yeah, so 6 wickets to get, and well, we keep saying each partnership's a vital one, but once you're past Mullaney, you're into the all-rounder category, Patterson, White and Everson. Mullaney coming into this game with a fabulous batting average of 62 in the championship, so he's obviously in tremendous form. Lyndon James has been in for a couple of hours. Well done, Stephen Rolnick, who said on Twitter with a comment I read out seconds before, why not give Kieran Carlson a bowl? And he comes and bowls, and that's defended by James, back down the wicket, and there is no run. 195 for 4. 6 wickets left, 33 overs left after this. Carlson bowls, forward comes James.
Something about batting after tea that doesn't agree with Nottinghamshire, isn't it? They lost 6 wickets in 11 overs after tea on... what day is it? Tuesday, second day of the match.
Short ball from Carlson, played straight by James to cover. In the one-day international, England are at 210 for 7. With 8 overs left against India. Moeen made 47 as Lyndon James drives one to cover, and there's no run. Charles got 4 for 45.
And I see Ben Duckett made 44 on Lions duty today.
Well battered him in that high-scoring match against South Africa, as Lyndon James drives on the bounce back to bowler Carlson. And there's no run. Carlson will bowl the last ball of his over from around the wicket. Fielders settle. Carlson taking his time. Bowls to Lyndon James, who drives into the offside, will pick up a couple of runs. Root should stop this one just inside the boundary. Jog back for 2. 197 for 4. James to 42. Mullaney to 6. End of the Carlson over. Be interesting to confirm that sequence of events with the dismissal with one of those involved. But I think Clark probably saw the celebrations, possibly looked to umpire Adnan to say, I haven't been given out stumped, have I? Pointed back, as you said, to umpire Newell, well, you have been given out caught behind by me.
Yeah, as Harry Butler has just pointed out to me, the keeper was definitely appealing for a stumping, so obviously he didn't think Clark had hit it. 197 for 4. Kieran Carlson did. He was the one... absolutely one. I mean, he was off on a Stuart Broad, wasn't he?
Yes.
As soon as he'd
laps of the ground,
as soon as he'd released
aeroplane
the ball, he almost knew he'd got his man one way or another. But, it was very odd for Carlson if he did take the catch to then demolish the bails and appeal for a stumping. Next ball is on its way now, turned on the leg side, no run. James 42, Mullaney 6, and we've got just less than 33 overs remaining. After this over, there'll be 7 overs before Glamorgan can have a second new ball. So really, really important that if Nottinghamshire are going to avoid being dragged down deep into the final overs here, that they can stand firm for a good half an hour, 40 minutes or so. Next delivery on its way. Mullaney pushes it into the offside. There's no reason why Glamorgan should shake hands at any point until they get right down. Obviously until the last over. If there's 1 over left, 6 wickets left, it's still feasible. But generally it's the way. If you sort of know that the result isn't going to happen, but I think one or two things are now blown open with that dismissal. Harris again. Sun still shining brightly. Bowls a bouncer which Mullaney bobs underneath. Goes through to Chris Cook. One slip, a leg slip as well, and a short leg. Harris in a short sleeve Glamorgan shirt, but he still hutched it up as if, right, we mean business now. Next delivery nice and full, worked away by Mullaney. He'll get a couple of runs here, I'm sure. Don't think it'll go for 4. It's going to be close to the rope. Yeah, 2 more. 199 for 4.
Maybe doing Kieran Carlson a disfavour. He's down to 7 wickets in his first class career. I thought it was 6. And certainly 5 in the first innings in which he bowled on the first day of his professional career.
Not skipper on to 8. Harris bowls, and Mullaney just eases this one out onto the offside. There's no run. Match at Chesterley Street. I see Durham lost 2 wickets in 6 or 7 balls before tea, so they're 5 wickets down there. I wonder if Derbyshire will be able to press for a victory, with Durham still requiring over 240. 199 for 4 here in South Wales, as Harris bowls down the leg side. Mullaney has nothing to do with it. And it's the end of the over, so 32 overs now remain. So we'll get down until 16 overs remain, and at that point they'll start the final hour. And at any point in the final hour, they could agree on a handshake, but as I say, no real reason yet why Glamorgan are thinking along those lines. They'll be looking to go on and win this game. They've got 7 overs here to take whatever wickets they can get, and they'll consider them a bonus, and then Neser and Hogan, I'm sure, will have a bit of a go with the new cherry, give it everything.
So it's, 25 overs with the new ball, possibly, as Carlson bowls and James defends. I suppose that is more or less the full length of the new ball, possibly a bit more. You'd consider a new ball to be the first 20 overs of its life, as Carlson bowls and James defends up to mid-off, and there is no run. As we try to cope with the output of new studio blasting in our ears. Carlson bowls and James defends again on the leg side, fielded by North East. And there's no run. 2 slips for Carlson, plus a short leg. Defended on the leg side by James, in fact defended fairly firmly, and it's rolled out towards mid-wicket, and they've gone through for a single, which brings the Nottinghamshire 200 up to the applause of approximately 3 people in Sophia Gardens, since it's a milestone of no relevance whatsoever. Back on his stumps goes Mullaney, nurdles one just south of the umpire, square leg, gone through for a single.
Lyndon James been at the crease for 2 hours 20 minutes now for his 43, faced 122 balls, 5 fours.
And you can tell the worth of his innings by the fact that I've got absolutely nothing written down next to his name, as James clips that one past short leg for a single. 202 for 4, James to 44. And the fact that I've got nothing written down next to his name means that there haven't been any chances.
No, it's shown the other side of his game here. He's positive in the first inning. He's got 50 from 72 balls, hit 2 sixes, one into the river, one over deep mid-wicket. Really came out with a platform there after Hamid and Montgomery had scored runs, got on with it and played his shots. This time he's been very much the undercard to Joe Clark during the afternoon session. But he's still there doing a terrific job for Nottinghamshire. Going to be Harris. Field change here. Michael Neeser as straight can be. He's almost got his left boot on the cut strip, which will inconvenience Stephen Mullaney's running, the non-striker. He'll have to run round him. So Harris to bowl to Lyndon James. Glamorgan have plans. Lyndon James trying to foil them, and he pushes this back to the bowler. Strange old decision, that last one. Well, not necessarily the decision was strange.
The whole sequence of events was strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if the production crew are able to pop another replay or two on at the end of this over for us to have a little look at it again. Here's James, Harris bowling to Lyndon James, who drives away handsomely through the offside, and there's just it's not, it's been dragged back. Good bit of fielding down there by Kieran Carlson. Wicket taker and supreme athlete Kieran Carlson. He's lost his undergarments as well as he slid along the ground. Very good bit of fielding. Keeps
Hello,
them
cheeky.
2-3, 205 for 4. And Lyndon James on to 47, Mullaney on to 9.
That's always good to see. Bits of enthusiasm that mean absolutely nothing in the context of the game.
I wondered what you were going to say there. That's always good to see, as he was pulling his trousers up. Next ball is in, this time to Mullaney, works it away to mid-wicket, no run. 205 for 4 as the seagulls soar overhead, looking for the odd scrap. Morgan's over 8 is still green, +2. Here's Harris once more. Footmarks clearly visible. Balls to Mullaney, eases it into the offside, says no.
Yeah, Kieran Carlson's 5 wickets on debut was an extraordinary affair because he was only called up from the second team the previous evening because someone got injured in practice, I think, or pulled up in training, and got to play on a raging Bunsen burner at Northampton.
Harris bowls a bouncer that Mullaney does really well to avoid. Had to bob down very, very low and do a bit of limbo dancing to get out of the line of fire. Wood being hit, 205 for 4 it remains.
So Carlson bowled, took 5 for 28 on the first day of his professional career, and has taken 3 wickets in however many seasons since.
Next delivery on its way, Mullaney pushes it up to Neeser. End of the over. 30 overs now remain. 75 overs have gone in the innings. If you wonder what Nottinghamshire would have to do to just suddenly go on the offensive, they still require 250 runs.
Yeah, asking rate 8.3 now. Yeah. Carlson's debut was in 2016. And when he was 18, he became the youngest player to score a century and take 5 wickets in an innings with a century at Chelmsford. 205 for 4, a game which I think that was the game that started late because Glamorgan's kit had got caught up in an accident on the M4 junction, and although they were only about 10 miles from the ground, the kit van was stuck on a major roundabout on the M25 and unable to move for about an hour.
This is interesting. Carlson, wicket taker, taken out of the attack to be replaced by Colin Ingram, wicket taker. I'm surprised at that, aren't you?
As Ingram bowls and James leg glances or works it away towards fine leg. He wants two. Oh, there was almost a mix-up there as Lloyd pursued it down towards fine leg from slip. There really wasn't a second run, or wasn't worth risking it anyway.
No. I wonder if they're going to bring Carlson on at this end.
I think it's just a question of keeping the novelty going and trying something else every few minutes.
He's only bowled 2 overs and got a wicket.
Ingram into his 9th. He too has a wicket. A caught and bowled of Ben Slater just before lunch as Mullaney watches that onto the bat and just knocks it away to mid-wicket for a single. Mullaney to 10, 207 for 4.
Apologies if they did run a replay of the wicket. I didn't see it. Still.
They did just afterwards, but I don't think we've had one since. Back foot, James cutting to root at backward point. There's no run. So Glamorgan have used 7 bowlers. Root might be the next if required, but we have only got 4 overs now till the new ball.
I think that's going to happen.
Ingram lobs one up and it's struck by James at Eddie Byrom, who has got good protection wherever that hit him. As he's in the firing line there. On the chest, he must have a...
down into the ground though first.
Yeah, a decent chest guard on. Ingram bowls and James leg glances. Will get at least a couple of runs. Byrom and Lloyd are chasing it furiously. Lloyd wins the chase and they've gone back for 3 runs. 210 for 4. That is Lyndon James's 50. It's taken 132 balls, but most importantly for Nottinghamshire, it has been absolutely chanceless. He's hit 5 fours. $210 for 4. 29 overs to come, but only 4 until the new ball. Ingram bowls. Back on his stumps goes Mullaney. Defends to cover no run.
Lyndon James's 50 came off 132 balls. It included 5 fours.
So the length of occupation of the crease is probably rather more important than the fact that he's scored the 50. It's more the fact that he's played 132 deliveries and not been dismissed. 210 for 4. Edward Bevan will come and replace me in a moment once Dave Bracegirdle is back from
returning to bowl Andrew Salter.
His bulletin. So Salter will deliver probably 2 overs now until the new ball, and well, I think it's good tactics from David Lloyd just to keep things changing round every few overs and
getting it done quickly too.
Questions. Well, what a moment for Kieran Carlson. Joe Clark looked as though he couldn't believe it, and there was obviously some doubt between in his mind as to how he'd been given out, because he looked at the square leg umpire. Chris Cook had whipped the bails off, and it was the presiding umpire had given him out court. Salter bowls. James off the back foot. Forces gently through the offside. They will jog through for 2. Fielder Sam Northeast jogs after it.
Have we determined how he was out?
Well, I'm sticking with my original verdict of court since that's what's on the board. They did flash up as bowled at one point, but I don't think that was right because it looked as though it pitched on off stump and turned
Drifted
away. Salter bowls. James forward, defending to point.
Shall we put it like this? There was no doubt from the bowler that he was out.
Yeah, Carlson seemed convinced of the catch. Chris Cook was asking for the stumping to square leg. How it got the bowled on the board, I'm not sure, but there we are. Back foot goes James and defends to Carlson at mid-wicket. No run. So, don't think we're going to see Root required to bowl. Salter with a couple, Ingram with a couple, and then the 3 new ball bowlers as Salter fires in a quicker one. Wonder if we'll see Harris given it since he bowled first this morning ahead of Neser. Anyway, we'll see some combination of Hogan, Neser and Harris.
And the game will go on much further than we thought it would now with that 4th wicket.
Salter floats one up. James drives to Harris at mid-on. No run. 28 overs left after this delivery.
It's a lot of overs, isn't it?
Yeah. Still a lot of work to do with the new ball, as that's driven back past Salter, up to Harris at mid-on. Again, no run for Lyndon James. End the over. James has 53, Mullaney has 10. It's 212 for 4, but the important figure is that 6 wickets are left standing and 28 overs remain in the match. But the crucial fact for Nottinghamshire is that they've got 2 top-order bats still there. Lyndon James, who's been in since just before lunch. Stephen Mullaney in good form. I think if one more wicket fell
then it'll get
quickly, then, as we say, the Nottinghamshire lower order fell over in a heap in the first innings, and Neser and Hogan and Harris might fancy their chances of blasting out the last 5. But they've got to get their crucial 5th wicket first.
Yes, and Ingram is going to bowl, and he'll be bowling to Steve Mullaney, very experienced player and captain, and he will be bowling from that far end, the rubber tough end, as he comes in for the first ball now. Bowls to Mullaney, watches that just go past the off stump. 2 slips and a short leg. Ball, if it hits the rough, it is turning, but you've got to hit that rough first and be very accurate. As in comes Ingram, bowls. Mullaney's back on his stumps, plays it back to the bowler. I wonder if Mullaney, when he put Glamorgan in on Tuesday or Monday morning or whatever it was, thought it would turn out like this, as in comes the next ball is just pushed away for a single, which is fielded on the boundary by Billy Root. I think where Notts lost the initiative was that collapse.
Yeah.
And we were all expecting them to get a healthy lead and put pressure on Glamorgan in the 3rd innings.
Yeah, they looked to be sailing to 400, didn't they? Yeah. Nottinghamshire at one point in that when they're 250 odd for 4.
Colin Ingram has never had a field like this before. 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg. I think that's Byrom at short leg. He must be perhaps quaking in his boots. But we haven't seen many
checking his insurance policy.
Oh.
He's in the chest earlier, but one that bounced down into the ground first.
There's another one coming.
Well, they'll need to get another helmet if they want to put him close. Now he's going to
45
backwards square on the maybe towards the 45 Billy Root for the little top edge sweep.
Ingram with his legs spin, and Googlies comes over round the wicket now and bowls, and this is played off the back foot if it owes and ahs, but you do take your life in your hands if you play back to a leg spin on a pitch where it is worn, although it's doing just about nothing at the moment. Ingram bowls, and that's well outside the leg stump and kicked away by the batsman.
Clammy podcast on Twitter saying Joe Clark seemed to question the umpire's decision when given out. Wonder if Notts will be penalised. Well, there were 2 instances before Glamorgan were penalised at Durham.
Here's the next ball. That's clipped away. It's straight to mid-wicket where it's fielded. Rushing through the overs. And then there were 2. 2 overs to the new ball. Crucial for both sides. As it's 25 to 5. I suspect we'll still be here in an hour, Nick.
Yeah, Glamorgan may take it down to the last 10 or thereabouts, yeah, which will be an hour's time. maybe just a little longer.
Well, the captain is at the crease, so he can have a quick word. What happens if the captain's in the pavilion and the two not out batsmen? Do they have to shout, "Can we shake hands, Captain?"
Well, I don't think there's any doubt on this occasion, is there?
Yeah.
Andrew Salter to bowl the 79th over of the innings, and it's turned off his legs by Mullaney down towards fine leg. Byrom is off in pursuit. The ball is trickling slowly towards the ropes and just reaches the ropes. In fact, it didn't even go over the rope. It just nestled up against it. So it's still 4 runs to Stephen Mullaney, beating Eddie Byrom's chase. But Glamorgan, to be fair, have chased absolutely everything just to keep themselves buoyed up more than anything on occasion, I think. Mullaney to 15, 217 for 4. Salter in, bowls. Mullaney stretches forward, defends to northeast cover, no run.
Looking forward to playing the 700 team next week.
Yes, Leicestershire with a record county total. 2 double centuries from Ackerman and Mulder, big ones at that. Salter bowls, turned away on the offside by Mullaney to point, no run. But that match was down at Hove that's seen the feast of scoring. So
imagine if you hit it down that hill.
Things may be a little different at Grace Road. Who knows? We'll find out on Wednesday. Salter bowls and defended by Mullaney out on the offside. Nottinghamshire are in action a day sooner on Tuesday when Dave Bracegirdle will be joining Big Dave Fletcher up at Derby. Or down at Derby if you're listening at Nottingham. Or across at Derby. It's not far anyway. I know that. There's appeal for LBW from Salter. Looked optimistic. Mullaney had got a decent stride in there, I think. And no response from umpire Adnan on that occasion. 217 for 4. Salter's a bowl. Last ball of his 16th over. And of this short spell, one suspects. There's back on his stumps. Goes Mullaney to defend. No joy for the relatively orthodox off-spin of Andrew Salter. It's been the occasionals, Ingram and Carlson, who've taken wickets as far as the spinners are concerned. One apiece to Hogan and Harris. This is the 80th over of the innings coming up. 217 for 4, 26 overs left potentially in the day's play, and Colin Ingram will have his 11th and probably last, or at least last for a while.
Yes, and this field for Ingram, anybody walking in would think it's turning square. I can assure you it's not turning hardly at all. Ingram then coming in round the wicket and bowls outside the off stump and just kicked away again by the batsman. And Lyndon James was 53, his second 50 of the match. Mullaney is on 15. Two slips, a leg slip and a short leg. As the next one is pushed back down the pitch. No run. Glorious afternoon. It's a lovely breeze out there. Not as hot as it has been, but you wait until the weekend, I'm told. Ingram bowls. That's chopped away. Fielded there. And you see, even though he's got 50, he's a little suspicious, James, of what's coming down, and a little bit jumpy, as you would be, because he knows that if one of him or his partner is out, or both even, then it'll be fun and frolics until after 6 o'clock. In comes the next ball from Colin Ingram and bowls, and James drives out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. An ambitious throw by Salter there at the non-striker's end.
Oh, fake of a throw. Just feigned to just lobbed it back to Ingram in the end.
As the next ball is down, and that's driven away off the back foot for 4.
It's an atrocious ball, isn't it? Half
Foot tracker. As if he wants to get this overdone and dusted. Short leg took 2 steps back then. So I do not blame him at all.
No, Eddie Byrom ought to be paid danger money today. Been in the lid more often than anyone else.
Last ball, and Ingram decides to change the field. And he's going to come over the wicket and takes a man out on the drive. Is he going to float this up? Last ball always makes the batsman think, and it's a game of...
Root comes into second slip, and Nisa goes to leg slip.
There we are then. Last ball from Ingram. That's blocked again by James, as he's done throughout most of his innings. 57 to him. Mulaney's on 15, 2-2-1 for 4. The new ball is brought on to the field, and it is immediately asked for, and it'll be Michael Nisa taking his cap off, who will come and roar in here, because I thought that first spell he bowled in the afternoon was as quick as I've seen all season from him.
Yeah, he's fighting against the elements, as it were, though, isn't he?
Yeah, because it's such a slow, unresponsive pitch. Doesn't get up much more than halfway up the pitch wicket.
Very little has really flown by, has it?
No.
The bowlers have had to bang it in, and quite a lot of the time the ball just loops gently past the batters. So Glamorgan still keeping their spirits up. David Lloyd looks quite chirpy as he goes back for a little word with Nisa.
Yeah, I think he should. Even I am saying now that there's no point in having a third man, and everybody knows how much I love
Edward,
third man.
Wash your mouth out.
Because it's got to be all out attack. It runs don't matter. 233 is 234 is the winning total, so they're not going to get anywhere near that. 2-2-1 for 4 now.
Run rate required 9.36 on the board.
Yeah.
England at 240 for 9 in the one-day international. They've done well to get that far, with a couple of overs left. In comes Nisa then with the new ball, and Mulaney on the back foot defends dead bat. That's what's required from the Nottinghamshire batsman. Just absolutely smother everything, kill everything, play as gently as possible so there's no risk of lobbing a catch to the waiting fielders, who still include a leg slip as well as a short leg and 2 slips. There's Nisa into bowl, and he beats the prod of Mulaney, who then withdraws his bat between his legs as to say, I didn't play at that. Yes, you did. Mulaney genuinely beaten by that one. A play and a miss. 221 for 4.
Nisa wicketless in the second innings, just a 1 in the first innings. And it isn't often you see him not take a wicket, but he's bowled very well.
Here comes balls to Mulaney. Appeal for LPW.
Outside. My initial was outside the off stump. Outside.
Where's the ball
line.
Ended up?
Down at 4 byes, I think.
As we watch the replay. Flick through the slips, just got outside the line. Nisa imploring. Might have been impact outside the line, I think.
Just outside, I thought there, but it was mighty close.
4 leg byes.
So that's one that has beat him outside the off jump. The others beat him. Just flicked the pad.
Nisa's got to create his own pace, hasn't he? Because he's not going to get anything off the pitch, as Mulaney plays a rather odd cut shot, slashing on the offside, and it bounces low through to Chris Cook, who had to block it on the half volley of the second bounce. Maybe
It's still a bit.
Nisa just worrying Mulaney a little bit for pace. Beaten him a couple of times the previous couple of deliveries. And the perspiring Nisa marches back towards us and turns, wheels away in the sunshine in bowls to Mulaney. Edges through, slips.
Well, he's in huge bother here now. Mulaney's 4 balls have gone through and he hasn't known much about them.
Now, did that one carry anywhere near? No, not quite carrying to the left hand of David Lloyd at first slip.
That was an absolute beauty again. So he is getting movement, isn't he, sir? And I think it's 4 times now he's gone past Mulaney in this over.
Seen 4 leg byes, 4 off the edge.
2 beaten outside the off stump.
Oof. It's certainly a decent effort from the Glamorgan opening bowler. The Nottinghamshire captain is still there. 229 for 4. These are bowls, and Mulaney plays no shot. A little bit of carry there. Chris Cook for once taking one up chest high. Applause from the remaining crowd for the effort of Michael Nisa and the fact that he almost got a crucial wicket. A couple of slaps on the back from teammates as he heads down to fine leg. Hogan or Harris at the other end? Hogan, you would expect.
It will be Hogan coming up from fine leg. Cap is
Returning
off.
to bowl at the river end, Michael Hogan.
So this, after it's been a very slowish afternoon, this will bring life, I think, a little bit of life back into the game. We saw in that opening over with the new ball that if you get it in the right place, then you'll get some movement.
Yeah, wickets few and far between today. One in the opening few minutes, one on the stroke of lunch, one with the first ball after tea. The afternoon, Nottinghamshire managed to survive through Clark and James. Did 96 runs, but that stat didn't really matter.
Here's Hogan in first ball, and James gets right behind that, plays it away into the offside, and there's no run. Umpire wants to cross over because there's a man right in his vision. It's short leg.
Yeah, Mr. Adnan, the former Derbyshire opening bat, newly appointed to the senior list this season after a couple of years on the reserves.
Hogan. The umpire not in his place. He is now. As he comes in past the umpire at the far end and bowls, and that's fended away and down towards fine leg. So as far as Glamorgan's concerned, a promising opening to this new ball. Bat has been passed a few times. I think the answer here is for you to get forward, because if you go back, you never quite know what's going to happen there with the new ball. And James with this, he must be about 6'3", getting right forward to that one and angling it down. And this time it'll be Mulaney to face as Hogan bowls. He goes right forward to the pitch of the ball and plays it up to mid-on. So we have remaining 23 overs. Three slips in attendance, and there's a cover and a fine leg, and one man saving on the offside as Hogan bowls. It passes the bat to Mulaney, who pads up to that one. It goes through to wicket-keeper Cook.
Yeah, Glamorgan have always been just a little bit chasing this game, haven't they, since about 12 o'clock when the third wicket pair had got set in. Just 2 wickets since that, since the 11th over of the innings, and we're now with the new ball.
There's Hogan, bowls to Mulaney. Mulaney again nudges it away onto the offside, and they go through for a single. And it hasn't been particularly hard, although the bowling's been pretty good, to defend on this pitch if you don't want to score runs. As, or not a case of not wanting to score, but perhaps you'll put by your attacking shots and concentrate on defence, which is certainly James has done effectively. Although Clark rather was in good nick. Here's the next ball. That's clipped away again past short leg, and that's going to run away for 4 runs, just beating the man there on the square leg boundaries. So not quite the threat from Michael Hogan in his first over with a new ball, and the score moves on to 235 for 4. And it's 62 now to James, and Mullaney is on 20. Important stand this for the Nottinghamshire side.
Yeah, it's a 50 partnership for what it's worth with that shot. It's taken them only 12 overs, but Glamorgan have had plenty of infielders, so the boundaries have come, well, fairly easily when the ball has pierced the infield. And there have been 4-leg buys and an edge through the slips included in that half-century partnership as well. So the runs don't really matter. The survival does for Nottinghamshire as they look to bat out up to 105 overs. And Hogan just get a drink from 12th man premises Sodia as Nisa steams away from us, bowls, and Mullaney on the back foot. Happy to defend Carlson at cover, and there's no run.
I think if you get the ball up to the bat, as he showed in his previous over, Nisa, then you've got a chance. But if you pitch it just back of a length, it stands up. As we saw there, it's easily blocked. Got a ball full length here.
England were bowled out for 246 by India in the one-day international Lords. Top scorer was Moeen Ali with 47. David Willey hit 41. As that is defended by Mullaney. The ball hits him on the pad and it remains absolutely stationary in front of him. As for the Indians, it was Yuzvendra Chahal who took 4 wickets, including 3 of the top order as well. So 246 you wouldn't have thought would be a winning score, but it is a little something to defend, I suppose, for England after their miserable effort in the first ODI. Bowled out for 110. Nisa into Mullaney, who flicks that one down to short leg. It's acrobatically fielded by Byrom. Durham are 6 wickets down at home to Derby and 230 runs short of victory, so Derby are the only side likely to force a positive result there. These games in around about the same stage as this one, so Durham hanging on even more than Nottinghamshire are here. 235 for 4 as Nisa bowls and Mullaney just blocks it to cover. There's no run. The match at Hove is finished in a run-soaked draw with Sussex 220 for 1 in their second innings. Leicestershire piled up a county record.
That game? 1,400?
Yeah, more than 1,400, I think. I'll do the maths when you're on, Edward. 235 for 4. 3 slips down leg side from Nisa. Mullaney doesn't make any contact.
Mullaney playing this over far better than he did the first over with a new ball, where he was beaten about 3 or 4 times, but survives.
There were 1,564 runs scored in that match for 14 wickets.
2 double centuries.
So an average of about 110 runs a wicket. Nisa bowls, and he's got behind, has he?
Oh,
Glamorgan is celebrating. They thought it flicked Mullaney on the glove, and it hasn't been given. Well, everyone went up straight away there in appeal. And there's a word or two said to Stephen Mullaney, but he's entitled to wait for the umpire's verdict. Now, I wonder what that noise could have been, because it wasn't the glove as I thought. It seemed to go past the outside edge. Umpire Adnan deciding there was no contact, but everyone went up straight away.
Chris Cook is having a word with him. It wasn't a case of the umpire going to Chris Cook. It was the other way around. Cook probably asked him, well, what was it then? Exciting times, and I don't think Mr. Nisa down in front of us is very happy. As Hogan starts in the over, and it's defended back to the bowler.
Well, we've had...
Well, that would have been interesting, wouldn't it?
Players from both sides baffled by decisions in this last session, because Joe Cook didn't think he was out, and Glamorgan were convinced that Mullaney was out there.
And that could hinge that not out there. Hogan bowls, driven out into the covers, and there is no run. Drama.
Yeah. Looks as though most of this round of county matches are going to go into the last hour. As I say, they've knocked it on the head, a draw at Hove. Derbyshire need 4 wickets to beat Durham. Glamorgan needing further 6 wickets to beat Nottinghamshire in 21 overs.
In comes Hogan over the wicket and bowls, and James pushes it out into the covers. What it looked as if Mullaney had nicked it, because every Glamorgan fielder went up, and secondly, after he'd missed the ball, he brought the bat inside. No, as if to say, no, I didn't. So, I wonder. We shall know later on, quietly. Hogan from the far end comes in, bowls to James, who cuts away and gets 4 runs past point. Yeah.
In Division 1, Hampshire beat Warwickshire by 8 wickets, needing just 91 to win. At Canterbury, Kent need 221 to win, so that's not going to happen. Northants need 5 wickets to win. Kent 144 for 5. 4 wickets to Simon Kerrigan there. Southport, Somerset aren't entirely safe yet.
Hogan in, bowls, and this is pushed away onto the onside. And no runs from this over.
Somerset are 193 for 6 in their second innings. That is a lead of 15 runs over Lancashire.
Lancashire a strong side, are they?
5 wickets for Jack Morley. I think it's the young spinner, isn't he?
Yes. And you've got these young players, especially opening bowlers, who take wickets all the time. As Hogan bowls outside the off stump, taken on the half volley by Cook. And here we will start again. I suspect that Mr. Nisa, if he hasn't been charging in, he will be now. As a few words said again between Mullaney and who was that? Do turn your back.
It's just looking down at the scores at Scarborough. Surrey 95 for 3, needing a further 132 to beat Yorkshire. It was 500 apiece on first innings. Yorkshire 220 all out. Surrey needing 227 of 95 for 3.
Battle resumes here, Nick.
Looks as though they're going for it, Surrey. As Nisa bowls, turned on the leg side by Mullaney. Seems to be taking nearly all the strike from Nisa in the last couple of overs.
Glad to get the other end, because he's not playing him particularly comfortably.
Nisa, probably the fastest bowler in this match, is generating a fair bit of hostility despite the...
I haven't seen him bowl so quick as in this innings this afternoon as all season.
Despite the lack of help from the pitch. Nisa bowls on leg stump, turned away by Mullaney to mid-wicket, no run. Almost down to the last 20 overs now, here on BBC Sport Online and on the county websites. Nick Webb 2017, Brace Cricket at Ed Bevan Cricket on Twitter as well.
No point in trying to get hold of me, Nick, on Twitter
Oh
today.
yes, your computer's knackered.
Yes.
And
apologies for that, but minor accident at home last night.
As Nisa bowls, and again he's
dear.
through Mullaney.
Having a torrid time, isn't he?
Too quick for him at the moment, isn't he, Michael Nisa? As Mullaney pushed forward there, a fine delivery that just moved away a fraction off the pitch, but eluded both the off stump and the edge of the bat. Mullaney hanging on. He's got the experience not to worry psychologically about this, I guess. And James playing a mature knock at the other end as well. These are in, bowls. Just played through mid-off, and they will
He'll be
take
glad
the single.
to get up there, won't he?
There's Tom Cullen, the substitute fielder, scrambling back at mid-off there. Single taken, 240 for 4. 20 overs remain after this one. James 66, Mullaney 21. Scores on the doors don't matter. All that is the wicket column and the overs remaining column. Nisa will bowl another 4 or 5, you suspect, as that's flicked away on the leg side for 4 runs by Lyndon James. Beating short leg. No chance of Billy Root getting back from mid-wicket to stop it. 244 for 4. James moves to 70 not out. It's already got 2 centuries and a 50 this season. Came into this match 2 50s, of course, for the first innings effort as well, and he scored exactly 50. So this is the 5th time that he's passed the 50 mark. Can he convert this into 100? Nisa bowls. James blocks it up to James Harris at mid-on. There's no run. Came into this match with an average of 48.7. So he's improved that with knocks of 50 and now 70 not out. 244 for 4 at the end of Nisa's over. He has 19 overs, 0 for 47, and would probably like to blow up this pitch.
244 for 4, as Nick says, and having seen Nisa bowl a couple of cracking overs, Glamorgan is certainly not going to agree to come in as yet, Nick. I think, as you said earlier on, if it comes down to the last 8 or 9, which should be in, about 40 minutes, then they'll think about it. As we see Harris winding at mid-on. Yeah, I hope he's not going to take Nisa off. That gives you the impression, doesn't it, that he might come on this end. Let's see Hogan now. And he will be bowling in a moment to Mullaney. Mullaney gets behind that and pushes it away on the offside. Vigorous exercises, James Harris there.
Well, he's got to make sure that everything is loosened up, I suppose.
Order, yeah.
Hasn't bowled for a while. He's keen on his fitness exercises, James Harris, generally, I think.
Still an attacking field, short leg in, very close, 3 slips. In comes Hogan, bowls Mullaney. He just doesn't know where he is, does he? He bowled that, and Hogan is just standing there with his hands on his head. As it was played, a Yorker length, and it went between his legs this time.
Yeah, just squirted away, just got down on it in time, Stephen Mullaney there.
He is having a rather a torrid time as the Notts captain at the moment, but he's surviving.
Yeah.
Hogan in bright sunshine from that tough end. In past umpire Newell and bowls, and this time he gets half a bat on it and plays it down pitch to mid-on. Score really is irrelevant, but I'll give it you 244 for 4.
Yeah, getting on for an hour now since the dismissal of Joe Clark. So the overs are ticking away and not within sight of safety.
In comes Hogan in his 16th over, and bowls to Mullaney again, who leaves this time outside the off stump. Carlson is too early in his arms at extra cover. Now come on, Kieran. Second time you bowl this year, and if you're expecting another after taking that wicket, it's in comes Hogan and bowls outside the off stump and threw down. Dave is back and surviving there.
Yeah, well, a little luck managed to, thanks to the production crew, to showing me the Clark dismissal. Cameras from both ends. He's certainly not been bowled. He's certainly not been stumped. And
Caught, hasn't he?
well, he's given out court, Eddie.
Didn't he touch it, do you reckon?
No, I don't. There's we got Lewis looking at me through the glass next door. He thinks there was.
Oh, yes, Hogan bowls. Gets an edge on that backward of point. And that is the end of the over.
What we can say is, as it goes past the bat and is taken by Cook, the close to the wicket fielders go up as if they have heard something, and they may have done. But the wicket-keeper, Cook, takes the ball, whips the bail off, and looks towards the square leg umpire. Now, if he knows he's nicked it and he's caught it, his actions sort of seem in contrast with the wicket-keeper who's taken a genuine edge. You know, you throw it skywards or you run off and celebrate with the bowler or whatever. It's one of those. It's as Lewis rightly said, it's in the book, and nothing's going to change that. But there's people out there sending messages in as to, what did I think and whatever. They've had a little bit of a look, and you can't.
And then it was payback time with Mullaney. Off in the last couple of overs when Mullaney, everybody on the ground went up, and quite rightly he stayed there. So I'll be interested to know what was that all about.
There's Harris then. Glamorgan not quite down to the very last throw. There's still 19 overs remaining. He bowls to Lyndon James, who's on 70. I think if he's going to be allowed to stay out there right until the very end, then he might be attracted by the prospect of getting back-to-back hundreds. But his scoring rate through the day, Eddie, would suggest he might have to stay there a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think far more important for him and his team that he just blocks it out rather than look for runs.
Next delivery on its way, worked away by Lyndon James up to Nisa at mid-on. There's no run.
And I can't understand why Nisa's been taken off, because he had Mullaney in all sorts of trouble, beat him 4 times in 1 over, then that huge appeal for a catch of the wicket, and then he's coming towards the end of the day. He takes him off after a couple of. Can't work it out, because he's been the threat. Sorry, it's yours.
It's all right. Harris bowls and. Yeah. Push back to him. Got 4 wickets in the first innings. James Harris.
That might be, swing, because he's ostensibly a swing bowler. And seeing that the pace hasn't got Nisa a wicket, only 1 wicket in the match, they might think, okay, you've got the new ball, James, see if you can swing it like we did in the first innings. That's the only thing that I can fathom out here.
So here is Harris, past umpire Adnan's left shoulder, bowls, and Lyndon James happy to let it go through to the keeper. 244 for 4. The board says there are 18.2 overs remaining.
Nick and I reckon if there's no wickets falling, 10 overs to go, they might take hands.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get into the final hour with 16 to go, and they'll automatically say let's crack it on the head, because a wicket can just suddenly change the whole complexion. There's Harris bowling now. Lyndon James has looked rock solid, came to the crease just before 1 o'clock battered through the entirety of the afternoon and been there now over an hour since tea.
Going back to that appeal for that catch of the wicket, looking at the playback, Mullaney played at it, then he brought his back inside as if to say, well, look, get my bat out of the way. Two contentious decisions as this next ball again is put down. Up to mid-off. That's the end of another over. And the scores remained like this for the last couple of overs. 244 for 4. So, as it stands, Glamorgan will move up within 1 point of Middlesex in second place, 22 points behind Notts. And as we keep on saying, Derbyshire on Tuesday for Notts and Leicester for us, travelling up there on Wednesday.
You know, they're definitely coming second fiddle in this game in terms of the overall point situation. Not 13 to 14, but the overall Division 2 table looks very healthy for them with that Middlesex defeat. They'll go 21 points clear of second place Middlesex, 22 points clear of Glamorgan. And they're just sadly, just 5 games left. 244 for 4. Mullaney has 21. Here's Hogan bowling to him and glance down to long leg for a single. No further wickets at Durham, where the home side are 169 for 6 in their second innings.
That'll suit Glamorgan or Notts. That draw, if it will be, and it probably will be.
Looking that way, it is a draw at Hove, where Sussex second time around 220 for 1. So 9, 10, 14. They've had 12 sessions of cricket there. 14 wickets have gone down.
1,500 runs they counted up earlier on.
Division 1, one result from early today. Hampshire defeating Warwickshire by 8 wickets. County champions Warwickshire, we're supposed to call them. This goes through to the keeper Cook. Lyndon James having nothing to do with it. Kent are struggling at home to Northants. They're 144 for 8. They still need a further 200. Well, that's going to be out of the question. Northants need 2 wickets then to defeat Kent. That would be a real boost to them. Somerset 200 for 6 at Scarborough. That's a lead over, I beg your pardon, at Southport. They lead Lancashire by 22. Next ball is driven up to mid-on by James, no run.
And those results you see, or whatever they are, again has produced 4 days of excellent championship cricket. And I was saying to a friend of mine years ago, now we'll be away tomorrow or a couple of days for another championship, keep things interested. But what are we going to do after the next game? 5 weeks away from County Championship cricket. I know I'll go on about it, but and I'm not the only one.
No, I know.
I hope.
I know. 245 for 4. Next delivery is banged in short. Lyndon James got into a position initially to play that. In fact, it's a no ball. It's called as a no ball. That'll be for height. So 2 to the total. 247 for 4. The one-day international, England all out for 246. England, or India rather, haven't begun their reply, and the Lions match at Worcestershire, South Africa, are going to win that one. They posted 360 for 7. England Lions 185 for 7 in the 31st over. Nottinghamshire's Ben Duckett made 44, top scorer for England. Middlesex's Stevie Eskenazi, who made 79. Next ball eased into the offside by Lyndon James, no run. So after this there'll be 17 overs remaining. So we're getting down to the fag end of this game.
And the reason I'm going on, because we will be coming back in September and say, oh right, where were we? Look back, just cuts it off in its prime in mid-season, midsummer. I shan't say anymore.
Next ball is squaring James up. The outside edge runs to point, where Andrew Salter fields, and there's no run. I'd bring back the Sunday League. That'd be the first thing I did when I'm in charge. Get the grounds full on a Sunday afternoon.
Look at the crowds we used to have. I know the players used to moan because it's in the middle of a championship match. But just, is there any way they can adjust, start the championship match and then play the Sunday League?
Yeah.
It seemed too difficult to me.
247 for 4. The next ball wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. And if they say, well, we can't play red ball and we can't play white ball together, well, make the Sunday League like it used to be, Ed. Red ball. Let them all play with a red ball.
That's right. Give them 2 new balls.
Then we'll see who wants to be a white ball defector.
I think you should be voted on. You and I voted on to the ECB and shake them up there.
They've all heard it before. End of the over. 17 overs remain. Or we should say a minimum of 17 overs remain, because Glamorgan could race around and bowl 24 or 25 overs if they wanted.
That's true, yeah.
I don't think they will. 247 for 4. James remains on 70. The skipper, Stephen Mullaney, on 22.
James Harris to continue. And he will be bowling at the captain, who's had his problems in this innings but has survived with his younger partner. And he is on 22. Is Mullaney. Here we go then. Start of the over. Harris in, bowls, and Mullaney defends. Just the 2 slips now. And 2 men in catching on the onside. Yeah, this has been a very good game of cricket. Glorious weather. And if there are such things as good draws, as a lot of people say, well, this isn't a bad draw, really, because they've only lost, really, 3 wickets on the final day. They've defended well. Harris in past umpire Adnan and bowls now. That's short. Goes over the left shoulder and through to the wicketkeeper.
And it's been hard work for the bowlers. Obviously, we only have to look at the scorecards and look at the bowling figures to see that it's been hard work. But there has been a little bit in it for them. It's not as if, there's absolutely nothing for the seamers or for the spinners. They've had to work hard to get any rewards. But every now and again, there's a bit of variable bounce.
If you hit a little spot, which you haven't seen a lot, but that's the only chance. I agree. As Harris over the wicket, bowls to Mullaney. Mullaney tries to work it away. It's the pad. What are the pitches like at TB these days, Trent Bridge? Are they sporty or good cricket pitches? How would you describe them?
They often lure opposition captains in because they do look green on the first morning, but despite the greenness, they play fairly well through the day.
Does a bit though, do they?
It does a bit, but
they haven't been up there for
350 runs on the first day, not out of the question.
Next ball is pushed back up to mid-off. There's no run.
We have had in the last 2 or 3 years 1 or 2 final day matches that have just petered out with absolutely nothing going for anybody, but they've been a little bit better this year.
When I first started, I did manage to see a couple of games, Rice and Hadley, and there was one particular game you'll find amusing. I'll just describe this ball from Harris, who bowls now to Mullaney, gets one up in the block hole and dabs it away. Got to the ground, and Malcolm Lash sadly passed away now. And he wasn't joking. He went up to the umpire and he said, "Excuse me, could you tell us which pitch we're playing at, please?" Because it was the greenest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And what is the name of the old groundsman there? Lovely old boy. He used to prepare them, because he was all told, you must prepare the greenest thing you ever see.
Ron Alsop.
Ron, yes. That lifts just a little, and no run, end of the over. And the score is 247 for 4. We've had 1 run in 4 overs. And about Tita and Glamorgan were fielding. And that's when Nash, and he made a bit of sense, he said, "I think visiting sides is the option of the toss." Never happened, of course.
It was ahead of his time then, because it would have been another getting on for 35 years before
anybody noticed.
Anybody thought about that. We'll let the visiting side say if they want to bowl for, or say if they want. What was the rules? Say if they want to bowl.
The opposing side were playing away.
247 for 4. So the final hour begins now. We'd better make a note of that. It's 20 past 5. So 16 overs or whatever they can get in the next hour if they want to
I think
drag the game out that long.
I've said 10 all time.
Yeah.
I think around there. They're trying everything now. Captain's coming on.
So here's Lloyd in to bowl. Lyndon James punches this to mid-off, and there's no run. Stays on 70, where it's been for 2 or 3 overs now, hasn't he? In fact, I'm not entirely sure he's scored a run since I sat down and joined you.
Probably
at
right.
the top of the hour.
Yeah.
247 for 4. There's Lloyd. Umpire at that end is Newell. Lyndon James again.
I'm going
Turns
just
down a run, working it on the leg side.
Very old days. Dear old Franklin Stevenson, who bowled the best slower ball, I think, that anybody has. I've seen slower balls and things like that. And I'll never forget dear old John Derrick again. Sadly, he was no longer with us. He was at the crease, and Franklin was coming in from the far end, and I'll just wait for this ball.
Comes in now, Lloyd to James, kept out again. No run.
This is absolutely true, Dave. He was there. John was there. Frankie comes up and bowls the ball, and John did not move and hit his middle stump because literally he didn't know where it was coming from. No. It was fantastic. You've probably seen pictures of it.
Yeah, well, they didn't know whether he was going to, whether to duck or.
He just didn't know what to do.
He was sort of the first to develop the slower ball. He was self-taught.
What a lovely man he was too, Frankie.
Yeah, still is. Still very much in touch with Frankie. This one goes through to the keeper. Did his book a couple of years ago for him.
Did you?
Yeah.
And his golf is not the worst either.
No. He just scratch golfer.
Yeah.
Still the pro at Sandy Lane.
Still is it?
Yeah. 247 for 4.
Oh, I wouldn't mind going and playing there. Fantastic place. Yeah. Old days at Trent Bridge. There we are.
Lloyd in bowls. James just punches it back to David Lloyd. So Knott's getting closer and closer to the 8 draw points that would deny Glamorgan the opportunity of really closing in on them towards the top end of Division 2.
14-13, isn't it?
Yep.
That's it.
Final ball of this, the 90th over of the innings, and down the leg side, bit of a lazy little waft towards it by Lyndon James. Chris Cook trying it on as he takes it smartly. 247 for 4. Of course, with the 2 captains out there on the field, we're looking for any sort of coming together between the 2 of them, but nothing yet. Mulaney's chatting to Lyndon James. David Lloyd has gone off to take his position at slip, so we're going to have at least the start of this next over from James Harris. But I think Eddie's about right. If a wicket doesn't go down, maybe with 10 to go, they'll think that is it. But of course, 6 balls left. You can still get 6 wickets. I know it's unlikely, but they may extend it a little further.
Before you came in, I was wondering now if Mulaney wasn't out there and the 2 captains, does he have to yell Lloyd and say, "Fancy packing in"? Or what does he do? How does he convey it? Through a 12th man, I suppose. As Harris starts a new over, defended by Mulaney.
Well, I think it's fairly certain if the captain on the field says to the 2 batters,
do you want to go in?
That's it, guys. We,
And the captain would say, "What are you coming in now for?" Because, of course, the declaration is you can't think of that.
Just wonder if it was a young man out there. We're not in that scenario, but if Lyndon James, a young man, was out there 90 not out,
carry on. It's like Graham Hick out in Australia calling in Michael Atherton calling Graham Hick in at 97 or 99.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was doing, said Athers. Imagine that.
Yeah, allegedly he'd sort of said he got 3 more overs or 2 more overs or whatever, and literally took himself at his word. He hadn't reached the 100 by the end of those 2 or 3 overs, whatever it was. So right, in you come.
Harris bowls and is defended I think it just backs up my little argument. Why take Nisa off, who's charging in at 86 or 87 miles an hour, and had Mulaney in trouble, and then you take him off?
Yeah, he's still out.
Isn't it?
He's still out on the field at mid-on. I mean, if there was any sort of niggle or any thought of resting him for next week, you might as well just slip him off into the dressing room now if no intention of bowling him again, or feel it would be to his detriment.
Lloyd bowls, played out into the covers.
Don't think we're too long.
1 run in the last 5 overs, I make it.
Done well though, this pair. They've added 63 after Joe Clark was dismissed. First ball after tea. Wickets have been very, very well spaced out. Matthew Montgomery, second over of the morning. Ben Slater right on lunch, and then Clark straight after tea.
Next ball. The bounce is perfect now for the batsman, nothing in it. And Lloyd must be just thinking, is there much point? How many overs have we got left today? 14.
Yeah, well, he's chatting now to
13.
Cook and to North East.
Yeah. Who will be your interviewee tonight? In comes the next ball, wide of the off stump.
Well, coach or captain or Joe Clark, or a combination. Then let's have another look at David Lloyd. Well, keeper's making his way down to this end. So, in fact, David Lloyd's taking his floppy sun hat off and giving it to the umpire. But that's fair enough. There's 14 to go. I think
64 balls or 84, whatever it is.
Take your profession away from it, Eddie. As a Glamorgan supporter, I think you'd perhaps be a little miffed if you shook hands right now. You'd be saying, well, 6 wickets in 14 overs is
14 times 6. Was it 64, 74?
84,
balls.
isn't it?
84 balls.
84.
It's a lot of balls.
Yeah. And it's the lower order that capitulated in the first innings.
Yes, I suppose you can look at it that way. And he's having a long chat with the senior man, Hogan. Probably asking him, do you want to blow? Shall we change ends? One last go. Anyway, sorry.
I'm going to have to nip next door.
In comes Lloyd, starts an over, and it's pushed away by James, who's got no thoughts of 100. And there is no run. Beautiful, beautiful evening here at Cardiff. Long may it continue. I know there's a great need for water, but every year it seems as you get a couple of days weather, the watermen say, take your time. And no run there. So, as it appears now, it's coming slowly to the end of this game, which has provided a lot of interest and a lot of entertainment, and a draw. Glamorgan probably think that, and probably rightly, that they've had the best of the game. As Lloyd comes in and bowls, and forward he plays again, determined not to get out. James on 70 seems to have been there since tea on 70. Interesting those remarks, Nick, about looking at the playbacks. The dismissal of Clark as the next ball is again. No point in me commentating here if all the last 3 overs have said anything. No runs scored.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Because earlier on there were runs being scored almost involuntarily when players just playing natural shots, but now they've just gone into dead bat mode, and James has been stuck on 70 for quite a long time.
This is left. Goes through to the wicketkeeper.
At Scarborough, Surrey need 80 runs, Yorkshire need 5 wickets, so entertainment for the holiday crowd there.
Oh yes, but the only thing is that you know, when you get 500 or whatever Yorkie's got in the first innings, you don't expect to lose.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Looks as though Surrey have had a good bash at it. They're going at more than 5.5 and over.
Terrific win if it does come off, because they were 190 for 1 at the end of the second day. David Lloyd bowls and James pushes it away.
Durham have shut up shop against Derbyshire. They're still 6 down, presumably at a similar stage of the game to this.
Because Derbyshire will have crept up the table behind this lot playing out in front of us, so they won't mind that at all.
No, I mean, draws elsewhere are good results for these two, I suppose. As
Middlesex lost yesterday, of course.
Middlesex lost, that was a good result for these two as well. So, although it could be 3 out of 4 draws in the county championship, in the second division there's been plenty to talk about. England's bowlers have taken an early wicket through Big Reece Topley. Got Rohit Sharma leg before without scoring.
Oh, that is a big wicket, lad.
India 4 for 1 in the third, chasing 247 to beat England. Andrew Salter will get a twirl then, and England Lions are going to go down. Ben Duckett made 44 off 38 deliveries. But England Lions 223 for 7, needing 138 off 15 overs. Well, if they have a few more wickets in hand, then you might fancy him. But Lintos and Payne are at the wickets, and neither of those with any real batting reputation. 247 for 4 then. Andrew Salter will have his final effort, a few overs to try and break the deadlock, and he's bowling to Stephen Mullaney with an army of fielders on the leg side as Mullaney is pushing forward, and there's no run. There is a short leg and 2 short mid wickets. So Mullaney, anything he hits in the air on the leg side, plus a slip shorter from Salter, and Mullaney has a couple of runs as he's played that one gently through the covers.
Left my writing in utensils.
Edward will be back in just a moment. 249 for 4. James 70. Mullaney 24. Man out today then, as another ball is blocked by Mullaney. Out today, Montgomery for 3, leg before to Harris. Slater was caught and bowled by Ingram just before lunch for 48. Just the 1 wicket since lunch, that of Joe Clark, who was given out caught behind and looked thoroughly miffed off the bowling of Kieran Carlson, the first ball after tea. Salter bowls, that's turned an absolute mile, that one, and it's gone down leg side. Cook took it well. Well, if Salter could get that sort of turn and bounce a bit more, it might be enough to discomfort Stephen Mullaney, and there's a race off the field to get another helmet, I think.
It's encouraging, that bounce that he got there.
Yeah, well, it's still a relatively new ball, isn't it? 13 overs old, as the Glamorgan fielders races off to get a helmet, to get another pause in play. 12.2 overs remaining, 74 deliveries still for Glamorgan to take the 6 wickets, and the helmet is for a leg slip. So a leg slip and a forward short leg, as Mullaney watches that onto the bat and defends it. Yeah. Few occasions for Glamorgan to celebrate. They've claimed just 3 wickets today as Salter pushes one up. There's an appeal for LBW, and I think Mullaney had got outside the off stump with that one, even though if there was a bit of turn and it was hitting the stumps.
Difficult to give those.
Yeah, it is outside off. Might have gone on to strike the wickets, of course, but a shot was being played, so he can't be out.
For people just gathering their their bags in front of us and on their way home to have their tea. And if I were them, I'd just leave it 20 minutes or so the traffic can get out. That's what I shall do. And it will be the end of Championship cricket here for 5 weeks, I think, Nick, or 6 weeks, whatever.
Yeah, we're back here, I think, first week of
Worcester, isn't it?
September, Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Yes, Monday the 5th of September. There'll be the 2 one-day fixtures here, 2 in Neath. Hopefully 1 or 2 more in the knockout stages of that one-day cap, and of course the Welsh Fire, if they float your boat, 4 home games for them as well.
Right, we have a change of bowling. The wicket taker is coming back. I would have a little 5p bet this could be the last over or the next one, as the first ball is defended. 2 slips, a short leg and a leg slip. Carlson's never had a feel like this in his life.
It's a long time since he's had 2 spells in one match, I think. Possibly since his debut.
Yeah. Carlson bowls, and in fact he hasn't bowled badly, but he's pitched everything. I don't know where he was going when he took that wicket. He ran around the field, nobody could catch him.
It's the best celebration of the day.
And he comes and bowls, and that's an appeal for LBW, more than hope than in anger, I think.
Ball just squirted towards slip. Yeah, it was he suggesting that James didn't play a shot there, possibly?
Yeah.
It's too high anyway.
Yeah. No, they're just trying, as I say, in hope. How many overs we got left? 3 balls left, 11 then. We shall see, I guess, is this or the next. Carlson in bowls, and this is pushed away on the outside. 249 for 4. James has been on 70 for an eternity. When Dave went out to do his report, well, he's back now. He still hasn't got a single. I don't know why he's turning down the offer of some runs as he pushes that back down the pitch.
Yeah, people are just soaking up the sun rather than particularly watching the cricket now, you feel?
And it comes, and that's clipped away, and he's got it, the run that he's been waiting for the last half hour or so. As the ball is retrieved, and they get 2 more runs. And where's our umpire going? He's going to square leg because it's the end of the over. And David Lloyd, it's all eyes on David Lloyd at the moment. He's coming up from, I'm not sounding very dramatic here. He's walking up, everybody's looking at him, his team is looking at him. Carlson's asking him, will I be able to have another over?
You've got to take it down to 10, surely. 11 on the board at the moment.
Yeah.
Who's going to bowl this next over? Andrew Salter is going to be at it. As Nottinghamshire still 4 down, 11 overs left. And they've only lost 1 wicket since lunch. 2 in the morning session, which was enough to give Glamorgan a modicum of hope. Nottinghamshire batting through the afternoon with Joe Clark 95, Lyndon James now 72 not out, Mullaney on strike, and defending back to Salter, no run. 204 technically required for victory, but that's been academic really all day once Glamorgan set Nottinghamshire such a huge target. Salter bowls, and that's defended by Mullaney, who had a torrid time against Nisa with the new ball, but survived a big appeal for a catch behind when he was on 20. Apart from that, he's played everything with the deadest of dead bats. Salter bowls, Mullaney is forward. Frustrating game for Andrew Salter, despite the pleasure of being awarded his county cap. He's 0 for 36 in this innings, 0 for 44 in the first.
I'm going to let Dave come back for the last rights here and say how much I've enjoyed his company as always.
As that's driven through the covers by Stephen Mullaney, and it may just haul up short of the boundary. No, it nestles against the ropes as Ingram jogs after it, and might have been rather relieved to see it touch the boundary ropes. 255 for 4. Mulaney on to 28 not out. .62 deliveries available to Glamorgan. Salter into bowl. Mulaney props forward and defends that one. The last ball of the Salter over. Will it be the last ball of the match? Wow, someone doing some warming up exercises. Kieran Carlson is just staying keen. Salter in, bowls to Mulaney, who props forward. 255 for 4, 10 overs maximum available. Are we going on?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
10 overs minimum available.
10 overs minimum available. Yeah. Well, maximum, minimum, it's much the same thing at the
You say tomato. 255 for 4. Lyndon James on 72. Yeah, when I popped out at a minute or two to 5 o'clock, he was on 70 and just got the couple of runs in the previous over there. So it's about 3/4 of an hour or so on 70. But what a terrific job he's done, this young man. Nottinghamshire's youngsters really coming to the fore once again. Fine debut for Matt Montgomery, 22 years of age. Joey Everson and Liam Patterson weren't playing in this game, and 2 half centuries in the match for Lyndon James. Pushes this back to Kieran Carlson. He's bowling his 5th over. One or two people asking about Lyndon not bowling. A little bit of a slight side strain, he said. Well, we've not seen any of that in either of his innings. Drives this into the offside. There's no run. I think over the course of his career, the way he's going, he's going to eventually step up one and will be a high quality number 4 bat, I would imagine, for most of his career. But right now, making runs at number 5, steers this to backward point. Frustration for Glamorgan and their supporters. Would have hoped to have winkled out 1 or 2 more quickly after they got Joe Clark out. Would have perhaps made it a thrilling and exciting final last hour, but Nottinghamshire have hung on in there, and Lyndon James just celebrates by slapping this down the ground for his first boundary in quite some time. And there is a handshake from David Lloyd to Lyndon James. The last ball of the match then hit away for 4, 259 for 4, and that is that. 95.4 overs on the board, and Nottinghamshire have got the draw. Lyndon James finishes 76 not out. Stephen Mulaney 28 not out. Their undefeated partnership worth 75, and this has been a top-notch county championship game, as most of them are. Thoroughly enjoyed the 4 days once again down in Cardiff with Eddie and Nick, and the hospitality is always absolutely superb, provided by Glamorgan County Cricket Club and the lovely people down here. Very much enjoyed their company. Nottinghamshire will leave here a point behind Glamorgan. Notts take 13 points, Glamorgan take 14, but both sides just done a little bit of improvement on their positioning in the Division 2 table, with Notts stretching their advantage at the top to 21 points over Middlesex, and Glamorgan just a point behind. Lyndon James finishes 76 not out, then a lovely way to finish the match with a drive down the ground from him. And in case you're interested, Notts were 195 runs short of their target. But there we are, 259 for 4 on the first day. Glamorgan put in, made 318. It looked on the second day as if Notts were going to sweep past that when they were 250 for 4, but they were bowled out for 285. Yesterday, centuries from Byrom in North East. Glamorgan eventually declaring on 421. They dismissed a Seabermead last night before the close. Matt Montgomery first thing this morning. Just before lunch, Ben Slater fell for 48 to Colin Ingram. And just after tea, Joe Clark out for 95. But that was it. Nottinghamshire 259 for 4. So it just leaves me to say, once again, thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you, Dave. Pleasure to have your company. Thank you to everyone who has listened, viewed and commented through the 4 days. Dave will be back on Tuesday from Derby. I'll be back with Edward on Wednesday from Leicester. Thanks very much indeed for listening. Enjoy your cricketing weekend. Slap the old sun cream on. We've finished in a draw here at Sophia Gardens. From Edward, David, Dave and myself, Nick Webb, a very good night, North Star.